Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 121, Aizen vs Rita, Humble Pie. Third person POV. Hell. Fifth circle. How did it happen? Aizen still didn't understand the outcome of his battle with Rita. He sat on a slanted rock, thinking about the battle. How did she manage to defeat me so easily? Surely as a Soul Reaper her power is only managed by her Bankai, but she didn't even use it. Aizen was incredibly frustrated with the outcome. Rita should not have been able to defeat him as easily as she did. Though she was smart enough to know the detail about Kyoka Suijutsu to prevent it from activating, Aizen compensated for Kyoka Suijutsu's one weakness by strengthening his body over the countless years. Since he couldn't use it openly to its fullest potential, much like Lelouch could never use his Bankai so openly, Aizen had grown incredibly powerful even without a Zanpakuto at all. Surely by the time of his betrayal the senior captains would have needed Bankai to defeat him, Ryujinjaka being the biggest threat, but Rita had taken him down so easily it was just aggravating. Just how is Rita so strong? How did she do it? What power does she have? Her power is simply inconceivable. Aizen didn't want to believe that someone so powerful could exist. Though that was exactly the reason, he now realized, why Rita was the warden. Only obviously had the ability to keep him and the other Togabito in line, and command the Kusanada. Like any good strategist, Aizen thought it was time to stop souring over his defeat and review his battle with Rita one more time. He was determined to break out of hell and he was determined to wreak his revenge upon the Soul Society. He barely even remembered how he ended up in hell in the first place. If it wasn't for a chance encounter with Talbumasuk 3 months ago, Aizen would have never found out the truth. Talbumasuk had gone his own separate way from there, looking for Mia as the two, according to the dead noble, had been separated. Talbumasuk swore he would return to Aizen's side once he found the woman he loved. Aizen's entire being tensed at the thought of Lelouch and the smug look the youth must have had on his face when he beat him. A secret weapon, a weapon Lelouch had concealed even better than Aizen had concealed Kyoka Suijutsu, had bested him. It angered Aizen more than anything that he had been caught off guard like that. Talbumasuk, as it seemed, made a fine attempt in his stead, but Aizen knew that victory would have been at hand if he had been calling the shots. Calming his anger with a deep breath, knees bent, arms against the outsides of his legs, and fingers interlocked, Aizen closed his eyes and reached back into his vault of memories to review his battle with Rita. 2 months ago. Mount Lucifer. Aizen trekked up the mountain until he finally reached the base of the spire that stretched onwards towards the top of hell. Upon gaining his footing on the even ground, an orange lightning bolt struck and Rita appeared. She was not what Aizen expected. Rita stood in an orange leotard with long leaf leg guards and orange sandals with no socks. She had brown hair with squirrel-like ears atop her head. She was wearing fingerless orange gloves and carried a pyrite-colored staff. The tip of the staff ended in a large round circle. Inside the circle there was a solid triangle. In the center of the triangle there was an eye. There were 5 rings that hung from either side of the staff. Rita had a hooded beige cloak attached to her body, but the hood was down so Aizen could clearly see her face. She had her legs crossed over one another, left leg in front. Her left hand was on her hip and her staff was pointed down at the ground, the rings almost touching the brimstone. She seemed to know Aizen straight from his appearance. Aizen Sosuke, Togabito number 2, Rita identified him. Why are you here? Aizen was not one to judge a book by its cover. The odd outfit and the fact that he could not sense any chains on her persona meant that she could only be the warden. Jinin Garita, Aizen said calmly, warden of hell and leader of the Kusanada. I heard a rumor. I heard that anyone who has the ability to best you in combat will take control of this realm. Is this true? Rita twisted her staff up and planted the base end firmly in the ground so that the rings clinked as they sagged towards the ground. And if it is? She asked. Aizen adjusted his scabbard, making Kyoka Suijutsu easier to draw. I think you know the answer. Rita took a calm, deep breath. It's not true, unfortunately for you, she said and crossed her arms over her chest and held her staff to her body. I am not part of the superiority system. Therefore my position and my creations, the Kusanada, cannot be overtaken. Rita vanished in a puff of smoke, appearing next to Aizen's right. Rita was sitting on her staff as if it were a witch's broom, with her left leg hanging off the staff and her right leg on the tip. Her left hand was gripping the base of the staff and her right hand was massaging the triangle at the tip. Aizen was surprised how she had changed positions and locations so quickly, but he kept his surprise internal. My position was given to me by the Soul King. At the mere mention of the man's name, Aizen became a bit unnerved. I see, he still spoke as calm as ever though. Then is it possible to escape if I beat you? He put a hand on his sword. You won't beat me, Rita gave him a sideways glance. Let's test that confidence of yours, shall we? Aizen asked and took a swing at Rita as quick as he could. Rita blocked with both her hands on her staff, standing upright and using the middle of the staff to block the swing. Aizen held his position and then Rita reached out to touch the flat end of his blade, surprising him. Aizen pulled his sword away and made to punch Rita in the face, but she disappeared and was behind him, and suddenly a fireball hit him in the back. The damage was minimal considering how strong Aizen was, so it was like Rita had just thrown baseball at him practically. Aizen turned to look at her. Rita's hands were spread apart, palms facing each other, one at the sky and one at the ground, with her staff being held by her arms pressed together. Rita spoke with a disapproving glance at Aizen. Kyoka Suijutsu is the name of your Zanpakuto. It has the ability to cast perfect illusions, and anyone caught in the illusion can be forced to believe anything you want, but it has one ace in the hole, touching the blade before the illusion is cast. If so, you have to sheath your sword and then unsheath it before you can cast the illusion again. Aizen stared blankly at Rita. The two had never met. How did she know all of that? I make it a habit to know the full ability of the top 50 Togabito. All data corresponding to your soul is located in my apparatus. I know all of your powers. I wish I knew your fighting tactics too though, reading all of that history is such a pain, Rita said. Taunted, Aizen made another strike at Rita. He missed entirely this time and Rita was in the air hanging on her staff like it was a monkey bar. It was really a pain whenever you used Kyoka Suijutsu on the Kusanada. Since I see through their eyes when I command them, I am affected by Kyoka Suijutsu when I control them, so every time I had to come at you with a batch of Kusanada you haven't faced before. Rita disappeared in a cloud of smoke and appeared on Aizen's other side as if his body was an axis. She was the same height off the ground and same horizontal distance from Aizen, but now she was hanging from her staff by her legs, hands behind her head. I'd say in all the times I've attacked you, you've succeeded in blinding about 5% of all of the Kusanada. Though Aizen was disturbed by this revelation given how many Kusanada he had faced and been forced to flee from when their numbers got too big, he didn't let it show. Rita disappeared again and reappeared on the ground. So if you really want to face me, be my guest. I know you're strong even without Kyoka Suijutsu, and your strength, combined with your Bankai, are what make you the number 2, but you're just number 2, Aizen. If I had a number, I would be 0, maybe deep in the negatives. Or perhaps you'd just like us all to believe that, wouldn't you? Aizen asked. You think zipping around the general area so quickly that I can't follow you is supposed to intimidate me. I suppose you want me to think that that last attack was one of your weaker shots. Words mean nothing unless you put them into action. Rita shrugged as if this was typical for her, as if she wasn't intimidated by Aizen in the least. So be it. It's your soul on the line. Aizen rushed towards Rita to strike. The warden blocked as she tilted her staff towards the ground, holding it like a hockey stick. Then she ripped it up with force and tore up the ground beneath her and Aizen, pushing the Togabito back. Rita held her staff out in front of her and spun it and it whirled about like fan blade. Tatsumaki, tornado. The resulting gale winds were more grey and opaque in comparison to the Kido counterpart, Heido 58. The attack was still Kido, but it was one of the earlier Kido discovered in the early days of Soul Reapers when Kido were created by individuals rather than taught in a class. Aizen was pushed back and began to slide down the mountain. Rita flew by him on her staff using it like a witch's broom as she caught up with Aizen as the man tried to gain his footing. She shot several purple fireballs at Aizen. He backflipped to dodge and then gained his footing in midair and then dashed towards Rita as he stood on the sky. Rita pulled up and took higher into the air and then descended behind Aizen, before dismounting her staff and holding her weapon like it was a spear. A continuous beam of yellow energy shot forward from Rita's staff at Aizen. He dodged to the side, but Rita followed him with her beam until Aizen got more than 45 degrees towards her right flank. She then rushed him and he lost sight of her, and she smashed her staff's tip into his cranium, sending him towards the ground as he crashed on the brimstone floor of the 8th circle. Rita stood at the bottom of the slope that led up Mount Lucifer's side. Aizen saw her bearing down upon him with an arrogant, prideful glance upon her face. It was Aizen's first time ever seeing such a stare. Aizen was often met with stares of fear, stares of being looked up to and anger, but never one of pure arrogance that Rita was currently giving him. That can't be, Aizen thought to himself, her smugness can't be warranted like this. Surely she is stronger, but there can't be this much of a gap in our power. Rita is a soul reaper. At the very least she would have to use her Shikai to keep up with me, much less overpower me. You should run while you still have the opportunity. There's no law against attacking me. Some Togabito visit me purely to test their skill and save me from my boredom. It's no fun though, since I constantly have to hold back. I must say though, this is the first time I've thought about using my Shikai though, Rita told him. Aizen grit his teeth. Now he was getting agitated. She was thinking about using her Shikai, but she wasn't, and the way she was treating him was infuriating. Using his fastest flash step possible, Aizen attacked Rita with as much Ryutsu as he could pour into a double-handed swing. Rita blocked with her staff again. Aizen disappeared and attacked Rita's flank, but she still blocked his strike with her staff. He disappeared and came down in from above. Staff held between her feet, Rita performed several backflips to get away from Aizen and then fired off a blast of purple flame at him. Aizen dodged with Shunpo and attacked Rita from behind. Casually she tilted her staff over her back and his sword clashed against it. Rita turned on a dime and then swiftly brought the left side of the tip of her right foot into Aizen's cheek before smacking him in the stomach with the butt of her staff, pushing Aizen back towards the edge of the battlefield next to a river of regenerative liquid that housed several liquidized Togabito. Rita held her ground though and beckoned Aizen forward with her finger and a smirk on her face. Aizen struck forward with the low-rising thrust. Rita blocked with the eye of her staff as she sidestepped the blow and then twisted herself around Aizen, planted both of her feet firmly into his back and used that to backflip a short distance away from him. Aizen was slowly starting to realize the true potential of Rita's power, and it infuriated him. It was Urahara Kisuke all over again. Rita had so much power at her disposal and she was wasting it, in Aizen's opinion, freely carrying out the orders she was given instead of using them towards a greater cause. Worse though, the way she was fighting was practically mocking him. Aizen felt as if she wasn't even committing to the battle. She almost always was letting him take the initiative and then counter-attacking with blunt force generally. "Do you want to use your Bankai, Aizen?" Rita asked. "I think that would make things more interesting." "My Bankai," Aizen laughed and then became agitated. "Don't get so full of yourself." Aizen rushed Rita, pushing himself to get to her as soon as possible, but the next thing he knew Rita had him pressed into the floor with her staff aimed at the back of his head, glowing, ready to barbecue his brain with her beam of energy. "I can tell you want me to commit to battle. This is what happens when I do, if you don't use your Bankai," Rita told him. Aizen picked up his blade and aimed the blade at Rita. Hado 77, Tentsubasa. Rita backed off of Aizen and he got to his feet, and with the gigantic Kido blade still attached to his own tried to strike Rita from a long ways away with it. She actually jumped on top of it and stood on the Kido blade with her feet. No, wait, she was hovering a few inches over it. Aizen could just barely make that out. Rita was standing with one leg picked up, arms spread out and one leg down, standing on her tiptoe. "Alright Aizen, since you seem to be so stubborn, perhaps I will give you one last reason to flee or use your Bankai." Rita front flipped and used her staff to shatter Aizen's chantless Kido. She then stood with her feet flat on the ground and gave Aizen a dull look as she held her staff with both hands, but held it with her right hand beneath the midpoint of the staff and her left hand a little bit above it. Rita's staff contained no hidden blade. If it did, she would draw it and not have to revert to Shikai. Reclaim, Jigo Kunmoi Okubo. Hell's Desire. A flash of light was so bright Aizen had to cover his eyes and squint. Rita's cloak was gone, revealing her big bushy squirrel tail, and her hands were down at her sides and rotating and levitating beneath her hands were two steel chakrams. They were shaped like handcuffs and sharp around the edges with a chrome surface, making them seem to have a blackened sheen to their polished surface. Blue electricity crackled around the one near Rita's right hand and purple flame sizzled around the one by her left. Rita moved her body like a dancer and turned it clockwise a little bit before shooting off her right arm chakram at Aizen like a speeding disc. Aizen made to block with its sword, but mid-trajectory Rita alt-root the chakram's angle and path and sent it slicing through Aizen's shoulder. His blood sprayed everywhere as the chakram boomeranged back to Rita and she caught the super-sharp weapon with her gloved hands. She then spun quickly and launched both chakrams at Aizen at lightning-quick speeds. Aizen dodged out of the way of the first and tried to bend his blade to block the second only for the fiery chakram to boomerang back and rip up his back before going back to Rita and the lightning chakram hovered in front of Aizen while he was destabilized and then revolved in an elliptical pattern, the time necessary for a complete cycle decreasing with each passing cycle until it was simply vibrating in place and then a flash of blue energy appeared on either side of the openings in the chakram in an hourglass shape and then exploded outwards, unaffecting Rita as she fixed her hair while she had her arms folded with her fire chakram under her arm, but Aizen was zapped with so many volts that Susanna's Shikai would be an uncomfortable numbing spark by comparison instead of the torrent of pain Aizen was currently feeling, but refused to scream out. Aizen dropped to his knees, steam rising off his body. Rita held up her hand to call back for her chakram. "Give it up Aizen," she told him as she held both chakrams with one hand and brushed her squirrel ear with the other. "I don't even want to use my Shikai right now. The situation doesn't warrant it, I'm trying to get you to give up." "Don't you dare mock me," Aizen grit his teeth and charged only for Rita to throw her fire chakram and slice him along the right side of his stomach. With the flame burning as it passed by, it hurt a lot worse than the last cut. Rita twirled as she caught her fire chakram and then began hula hooping with both of them on her arms as she spoke to Aizen. "Look, if you want to continue this battle, you're going to need your Bankai, otherwise, if you still want to be this stubborn, I'm going to have to send you to Circle 9, Rita told Aizen. Aizen glared. "I don't need my Bankai," he crossed his blade over his body as he slowly got to his feet. "I will live to fight another day." Heido 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Aizen activated the weakened version of the Kido on Rita. She managed to break out of it before the blades came after her, using her chakrams to smash the coffin apart, but when she did, Aizen was gone. She sealed her sword and played with her ear. "What a fool, I would have let him just go. It's not like I would chasse after him." It was then though she noticed Aizen hadn't left the area in the proper direction and was scaling Mount Lucifer once again. Rita sighed. "You just never learn, do you?" she asked. She stuck two fingers in her mouth and whistled. A thunderous roar, very unlike a hollow's, and more like an Archaeopteryx mixed with a bald eagle, sounded through the air. Aizen froze in his tracks wondering what the hell that noise was. He found out moments later as he sensed a powerful Ryotsu headed his way. He looked up where the Ryotsu was descending from and then jumped into the air as he realized just how big the source of the noise was. There was a crash as the source of the roar landed on the slope of Mount Lucifer and a bony tail swung out to try and cut Aizen, but Aizen dodged. Aizen then saw what Rita had brought out. It was a gigantic dragon, or rather a dragon skeleton. The creature was the same size and shape as a dragon, but it was composed only of bone and some sort of shadowy energy seemed to be fusing the bones together. The eye of the creature leered hungrily at Aizen as it growled. The dragon had a horn on its nose and the tip of its tail was spiked. Its wings were tattered and it stood to be the same height as the creature summoned when Lelouch had used Shokin Kinshi. Purple smoke was emitting from the beast's nostrils. Many of its fangs were intact and its back was spined. "Zook," Rita called to the beast, "Go." The dragon roared at Aizen and flew at him. Aizen tried to dodge, but the dragon stayed on him and Aizen was suddenly caught off guard by a powerful left hook being belted at him from Rita as she sucker punched him since he had been so fixated on the dragon. The large creature, as Aizen sped towards the ground, swatted the rebellious Togabito with his tail, knocking Aizen into the side of the mountain. As Aizen lay there, Zook opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of bright purple flame, incinerating Aizen on the spot, giving him severe burns. Aizen slid down the mountain and then fell over onto the dirt. Rita poked him with her staff. "I'd say medium well," she joked. Aizen was still conscious and stirred upon Rita poking him. He was burned all over, still ached from Rita's attacks and hurt where she had cut him, but Togabito had even higher endurance than Soul Reapers, just so they could suffer more. "Go back to wherever you've stationed your living quarters Aizen," Rita stated, "and if you come at me with a rebellious attitude like that again, I will send you to Circle 9. Consider the fact that you aren't there right now, mercy and luck." Zook then flew down to Rita's side and shrunk down to only be 8 feet tall. Rita climbed onto his back and used magic to stick her staff to her back. "Come Zook, we fly," she kicked the dragon's ribs with her heels. Zook let out a cry and took off into the air to bring Rita to her tower, leaving Aizen to wallow in his injuries. Present day. "She made a mockery of me," Aizen grumbled. "How am I supposed to contend with that kind of power? I knew she was strong, but that was just ridiculous." Aizen opened his eyes. Still, he got to his feet. "My attack served its purpose. Though Rita is not affected by Kyoka Suijutsu herself, it confirmed my suspicions about the Kusanada. My plan is slowly coming together. It's taken some time, Lelich, but we will do battle again. Now I just need some allies." Aizen picked himself up and headed off through the wide world that was hell to find other Togabito that he could possibly sway to join him in his conquest, plan, and plot. Aizen dared not look for the number 1. He intended to be the strongest of his team, lest he be betrayed in the end. His lack of trust towards others meant that he would have to be careful about which numbers he picked. Taking the rest of the top 10 would only ensure mutiny if they all rebelled at once against him, not that Talbumasuk would ever choose to betray him, but Aizen couldn't be certain. There was one clear difference Aizen knew between him and his apprentice: Talbumasuk had a heart. Well, Aizen wouldn't word it that way, but the fact of the matter was that Talbumasuk actually had someone to care for in the world, Mia. He also missed his mother and sister. Aizen cared about absolutely no one except himself, not that he'd ever say it out loud for fear of who might be listening. Aizen trekked onward in wherever his feet could take him, hoping that he could find some strong Togabito to join him. He didn't want to take any Togabito outside the top 150. He felt that any weaker than that in a member would be too weak to be of any use. As a boy, Aizen was distrusted. He had enough Ryotsu in his body when he looked no older than Hitsugaya to choke even grown adult men. Aizen tried to use his power only for good, stopping bandits, helping his peers, killing animals for food, but no matter how much he tried to help, the members of his village simply alienated him, finding his Ryotsu to be something to be feared. Aizen was a young lad and yet could fell grown men with his own 2 hands because of his Ryotsu. Aizen was never afraid to act in self-defense, and it was those moments his fellow villagers chose to hone in on. Aizen remembered thinking, is strength something to be feared? Strength is meant to be used to protect those that are weak. If the weak only fear the strong, then there should only be strong people, then no one would fear anyone else. Aizen decided that he would gain as much power as he possibly could. He wanted to become so powerful that he would be recognized, and eventually he managed to find his way to the Shino Academy. Aizen was top of his class in all subjects and fields and was in the advanced track. Coming out of the academy, he was immediately placed in the squad of Akari Mari. Aizen was Mari's 15th seat. His strong Ryotsu, will and determination were something of note and something his captain admired. Under Mari's guidance, Aizen became strong, rising to 10th seat. Mari, as a maternal figure to her squad members, became the eye of Aizen's admiration. Under her leadership, he began to forget about the distrust and the hatred he was doled out in Rukanga. He was respected by his squad and no one feared him. Of course, things changed quickly. Aizen's immense strength and skill were incredible, but without Ishikai, Mari refused to place him on a higher seat tier unless he could prove his ability. This led to Aizen's first mistake. To prove his ability to his captain, he challenged an 8th seat to battle in a similar fashion as one would be required to become a captain. He did this while Mari was away at a captain's meeting. The end of the battle ended with blood staining the arena. When Mari found out about the incident, she was beside herself. The death of one of her 8th seats wasn't necessary. Still, she knew Aizen's intentions were in the right place. She told him she'd let it slip this time since there was nothing saying he couldn't and didn't want to crush his enthusiasm. However, this was also Mari's first mistake. In promoting Aizen, the same alienation from the Rukanga returned. Aizen had been promoted on grounds of being a murderer. No one dared to question Mari's decision, but rumors about Aizen spread like wildfire about how he would kill anyone in his way on the rise to the top. Some even believed he wanted to take Mari's seat as captain. Aizen's peers hurt his feelings and he would often retreat into the library to do personal research. Through this activity of slowly becoming a recluse, he met Urahara Kisuke, a man that rivaled his intellect and ability as a Soul Reaper and yet didn't have a bad reputation following him around at all, despite being known for being in the 2nd Division, a squad full of trained assassins. Amongst them, Urahara Kisuke, though he acted a fool, was a competent combatant. Aizen confirmed this when he managed to persuade Mari to send them on a mission together. Aizen thought he had made a friend, someone who he could talk to one-on-one, someone who might be able to understand him, but he learned that Urahara was nothing like him. Urahara preferred to lounge about and do nothing, in contrast to Aizen who preferred to attack the day and get up early to plan and work. It sickened him. Aizen avoided Urahara after that, going back to being a sad little recluse again. Eventually Mari had to take matters into her own hands and this would be her 2nd mistake. Since Aizen was surrounded by people that loathed and distrusted him, he mistook her comforting of him as something else entirely and had his heart broken as a result, his own 2nd mistake. That's very sweet of you Sosuke-kun, but, I cannot return how you feel. I'm sorry. That was a different time, when Mari couldn't be as open about her sexuality so Aizen didn't rightfully understand why she rejected him. Things got worse when Yuna came into the picture and, in no less than 4 years, was Mari's 2nd in command. Aizen envied Yuna and his hatred grew. Aizen was eventually transferred to Division 3, Mari's 3rd mistake. Hashima Treva, the squad captain, could see Aizen for what he really was and was the one who gave Aizen his ambition back. Those with power are the ones who rule Aizen-san. Those who distrust your power, who fear it, are simply jealous because they do not have that power. Stick with me kid, together you and I will reshape the Soul Society. Treva, much to Aizen's surprise, stayed true to his word. Under Treva's guidance, Aizen obtained Kyoka Suijutsu and couldn't resist giving it a test run. Using its power, Aizen mentally tortured everyone that had looked down upon him. Suicide rates, Maggot's Nest inmates and discharge forms were handed out like wildfire and Treva swept it all under the rug. This was Aizen's 3rd mistake. Since Treva was his mentor and Aizen had a reputation in Mari's eyes for being a sweet boy with plain bad luck and trouble fitting in, she became suspicious of Treva and this marked her and Treva's bad blood. This would be the mistake that would ultimately seal Mari's fate and lead to everything that would happen over the course of the next 2 centuries up until the current date. Aizen was eventually brought under Shinji's watch long before Treva was sniffed out and Treva didn't mind it in the least. He still saw Aizen as the man that would change the world and that meant giving the man every opportunity to do what he needed. After having his heart broken Aizen didn't even care when he helped to cause the eventual deaths of Akari Mari and Homura Yuna. He was actually happy. Akari Mari and Hashima Treva, it always went back to the two of them. Hashima, Aizen's father figure and mentor, pushed Aizen towards his ambition and put the spring in his step to start his passion for conquest. Mari's death hit Lelouch hard. The woman had been like a mother to him and it pushed him back into old habits. These two, long-running, now deceased, captains pushed these two clever masterminds against each other. Aizen did not consider the battle won. No, Lelouch had taken him out far too quickly. Aizen would call it cheating if he could. Nevertheless, he did not think that he had been given a proper shot at taking Lelouch down. His downfall was that he did not realize just how much of a threat Lelouch was. Now he knew and he'd be damned if his damnation in hell would keep him from facing off against his rival one more time. No, not even. Aizen would continue to escape from hell and face off against Lelouch for as many times as it took to change the Soul Society in his image. He would not stop until he came out on top. His ambition was too great for that. Aizen stopped walking as he felt a familiar presence. He smiled when he felt it. He had lost this pawn too early in the game and if he had been more careful with it the tide could have been turned in the battle against the Soul Society. Aizen turned his head and looked down the hill he was standing on and saw a Togabito hollow resting against a pile of rocks. The creature had all black skin and white gauntlets and boots. It had glowing green eyes and had mask fragments on its face like an Arrancar. The creature's mask fragments moved across its face by its eyes. The symmetrical pattern was like a crackled flame extending away from the eyes. The creature wore Aizen and Talbumasuk's traditional white Arrancar uniform, but it was sleeveless with the sleeves looking as if it had been torn off by the creature's massive muscles. The hakama were also shortened, seeming to have been torn off from the knees down. He was also wearing a tattered grey cape affixated to his neck. Nevertheless, the creature recognized Aizen immediately and strode over to him. The creature was only a few inches shorter than Aizen. He knelt down on one knee, one arm across his body and the other one with the fist in the ground to address the number 2. Master Aizen, it has been a while. Aizen smiled. Your form may have changed, but you are still the same as always, aren't you, Vanguard? Sir, Vanguard said and then got to his feet and backed away so as not to infringe on his master's personal space. As the pinnacle of hollow evolution I managed to unlock a 4th level of ascension. It came from devouring other hollows that became Togabito and some of your failed Arrancar. I see, and what do you call this new form, this pinnacle of hollow evolution? Aizen asked. Seiko Koet, beyond the best, Vanguard answered. What's more, from all of the Arrancar I devoured this form grants me this. Vanguard snapped his fingers and a long blade appeared in his hand. It was 4 feet long and had a bony bone-colored handle that ran up a portion of the blade. The blade was about half a foot in width and curved up at the end like the blade of Ichigo's new Bankai. Aren't resurrections supposed to return an Arrancar to their natural fighting capabilities? Aizen asked, confused. Vanguard stuck the blade in the ground. This is similar, yet different. This blade's power does resemble that of a Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto, but since I am still a full hollow, just with some devoured hybrid DNA, minimal to my design, this is simply the trigger to my ultimate form. Or as I like to call it La Tecla, the key. How very interesting, I suppose that's how you came to become number 8, yes? Aizen asked. Indeed, Vanguard said and snapped his fingers to vanish his sword. Our meeting can only be fate, will you come hither? To what end? Aizen asked. Master Hashima and I have been waiting for you, ever since we learned that you were sent here, Vanguard told him. Ah, my old mentor, how is he? Aizen inquired. Come, I will show you. Vanguard led Aizen to a cave inset in one of the areas of Circle 6, the Caves of Chaos. Every circle below 5 had many different sections of it, but unless one could fly, or walk on air, after dropping down from Circle 5 they would have to climb back up to Circle 5 to explore the other areas of the 6th, 7th, and 8th circles. Inside one of the caves sat a man with hair color just a bit darker and more auburn than Renji's, wearing a shiakusho and with his sword resting against him. A roaring fire pit was in the spacious, but otherwise dull blue rock-walled cave. Hashima perked up when he saw Aizen. Ah, my young protege, Hashima smiled when he saw Aizen. Though it pained me to learn you had been defeated, I am most pleased to see you before me. Look how much you've grown. It won't happen again, Hashima. Aizen spoke on a last-name basis with his mentor. Rest assured I plan to escape from hell and I'd like you and Vanguard to come with me. Of course, Aizen, Hashima bowed crossing an arm over his body. It would be my pleasure to fight at your side. What rank are you? Aizen asked Hashima. He knew most of the members of the top 50. But Hashima, he was certain, was not one of them. I am Togabito number 120, Hashima answered. I see, good to know, Aizen stated. Why don't you stay here for now? I am eager to go out and find some more ready recruits for our attack on the Soul Society. You can find your way back here? Vanguard asked. I have a good memory, Aizen told him. Are you sure you don't want company? Hashima asked, eager to catch up with his student. I move faster on my own, Aizen told Hashima and walked out of the cavern back up to Circle 5. I wonder who I'm going to collect, Aizen wondered as he walked. More importantly, how should I go about doing it? He walked through the plains of misery and found an assembly of stones neatly lined up like dominoes in a semicircle. Nevertheless, once I have assembled a suitable team, Aizen pushed the stone slab in front of him and it fell forward. I will bypass Rita's security. The slabs began to fall, then I will invade the Soul Society. The domino effect made a loud boom with every falling stone, and take what is rightfully mine. The last stone slab fell. To be continued. Chapter 122, Aizen's Revenge, The Recruitment. Third-person POV. After much searching, approximately 4 days' worth, Aizen finally came across another familiar face. He came in contact with his former ally in Circle 5 by a wall of lava rock, resting on the ground, curled up in a ball. as if attempting to simply wither away into nothingness. The ally was pale-skinned, had half a helmet atop his black hair and wore Aaron Carr robes. How nostalgic, Aizen thought to himself. Using his foot he made to tap the individual in the arm, but it seemed as if the Aaron Carr beneath him was such a light sleeper that the moment Aizen's foot got too close, Sonido was activated and the creature was atop the wall of lava rock. However, upon seeing exactly who he had run away from, the Aaron Carr jumped down and dropped to his knees. Aizen-sama, I'm so sorry, I did not realize it was you, sir. That's quite alright, Ulquiorra, Aizen said to him, no harm done. It's natural for you to be instinctive in a place like this. Sir, it is good to see you again. What can I do for you? Ulquiorra inquired. I'm looking for allies and I could sincerely use your help in plans, Aizen said to the pale-skinned Aaron Carr. I will always follow you without a second thought. You gave me purpose, Ulquiorra told Aizen, I will always be grateful for that. Then come, Aizen gestured for Ulquiorra to rise to his feet, I will bring you to the others. Following Ulquiorra's recruitment, Aizen went up to Circle 4. Recruiting Ulquiorra had given him an idea. He had one other individual whom he knew was forever loyal to him, or so he thought. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I will have to decline, Aizen-sensei. Aizen was shocked by Talbumasuk's answer. Talbumasuk, you followed me unquestionably once before, surely you would not squander the opportunity to do so again. Aizen asked, trying to be persuasive. I understand, sir, but there is someone out there who needs me more than you do. Perhaps under normal circumstances I would join, but... Aizen put up a hand. I understand, you don't want Mia to feel as if you abandoned her, Aizen stated. I will not force you to join me, but if you change your mind I'm sure you'll know how to find me. Yes, Talbumasuk nodded. I understand this to be the second time you've been separated. Aizen asked. Talbumasuk looked to the side in anguish. We were together if but briefly. We were so happy and then those damned Kushana showed up, took her away from me. It was a miracle she was still carrying when I found her again. See, carrying Talbumasuk. Aizen seemed a little jittery. Yes, I suppose you wouldn't know, Talbumasuk said with a smile, Mia became pregnant with my child over a year ago. He looked up at the sky. Seems like a whole different life. Over a year ago, but then. Aizen could only follow the logical conclusion. Yes, she gave birth. Our daughter was such a healthy, beautiful baby. It was a shame, a single tear came from Talbumasuk's eye, I couldn't keep her. What happened? Aizen asked. After her birth, she started crying like any other infant. She had the same hair as her mother. I was able to show Mia our daughter. Talbumasuk looked down, fists clenched, but then those damn Kushanada ruined everything. They came after us, possibly drawn by our little girl's cries. Mia was too weak to move still, she told me to go on without her and come seek her once I had escaped. Talbumasuk started to cry, but I couldn't protect her, sensei, I couldn't protect my little girl. What exactly did you do? Aizen asked. Talbumasuk sniffed and spoke normally. Eventually the Kushanada finally caught up with me. I realized that because my daughter was free, born innocent, unbound by chains, that the Kushanada were coming to claim her. I have spatial displacement in Bankai. Talbumasuk looked up at the sky again. It would be the first time I would ever attempt something like this, so I didn't know what would happen. Combining Kido with my spatial techniques, it was my desire to give my little girl a normal life, send her somewhere she could be happy, either the Soul Society or another world anywhere except here. I think I succeeded. You think? Aizen asked, furrowing his brow. Midway through my attempt the Kushanada crushed me and then crushed the small portal I had created, Talbumasuk stated. However, there was no trace of my daughter, no blood stain or anything. I think I managed to send her away, but I don't know. I didn't want to send her away though, I wanted to raise her. I wanted to use her to show Rita that I had another reason to live. My sentence is low to begin with, but it was raised when I was crushed. Talbumasuk put a hand on his chest. I have to find Mia, sensei. I have to tell her the truth. She needs me. I understand, Aizen said with a slight smile, though they were only words. I was hoping to see your daughter with my own eyes. A girl born of a Soul Reaper and an Arrancar, the very idea is amazing. Don't say that like you intend to experiment on her. Even if she was still around I wouldn't permit it. It was the first time Talbumasuk ever became cross with his sensei. Sorry. If I made it sound that way, allow me to amend my statement. I am only saying that I did not think anything could be born in this god-forsaken rock. The way I understand it, sexual deviancy is permitted, but conception cannot occur. Mia must have already been carrying before her death, Aizen stated. Yes, that's why it hurts so much. We were so fortunate to have what we had, but... Talbumasuk looked to the side. Aizen put a hand on Talbumasuk's shoulder. Go to her, Talbumasuk. She needs you. It was the only sentimentality Aizen could truly understand. Of course, he was only doing it because the other option was to manipulate Talbumasuk and possibly lose his trust when this was all over. He didn't need his apprentice that badly. He was looking for volunteers, not forced recruits. Sir, Talbumasuk saluted to his sensei and departed. Aizen returned to base empty-handed. I'm amazed, Talbumasuk always seemed so loyal to you, sir. I'll never understand why she is so high on a pedestal in his eyes. She's just a nymphomaniac. Does she even really love him? Aizen asked. That I cannot answer, Ulquiorra told Aizen. This is getting tedious, Aizen grumbled. Perhaps then, sir, Vanguard said, you should look for the one they call the Old One. The Old One? Aizen asked. Taragas Zurich, Vanguard stated, he is one of the oldest existing Togabito in Hell. His sentence was already high when he came here and he spent years trying to fight the Kushonada, each attempt ending in failure. It's speculated that he will spend the rest of his life in this brimstone-scented plane. He also was once the number 1 Togabito until many more stronger and more terrifying creatures came into existence. Now he is only number 126. How the might have fallen, Aizen chuckled, where can I find him? Circle 8. Aizen stood in front of a gigantic pair of doors in one of the deepest parts of the 8th circle, the molten underground. Here the walls dripped with regenerative liquid attempting to seep into Circle 9. It was also the same plane of which the very base of Mount Lucifer stood. The doors in front of Aizen were crimson with silver handles and a black aura seeped around the frame. The doors stood taller than the entrance to the captain's hall meeting room. Aizen reached out only to be repelled by the shadows because it stung. Sensing such a thing, he braced himself and concentrated Ryotsu around his hand and then pushed open the heavy door. Inside there were bones galore and the room was very dark. Suddenly many candles lit up with green flames and as Aizen stepped inside the door closed behind him. Who dares enter my domain? The voice was craggly yet wispy and it was coming from the center of the room atop a mountain of skulls. Aizen approached seeing a red cloak with long fox-like ears extending out of the hood. The individual's back was to Aizen. Taragas Zurich. I am he, the individual answered. I am Aizen Sosuke, Togabito number 2. I have come here to seek an alliance with you, Aizen told Zurich. What kind of an alliance? Zurich asked. I intend to escape hell and exact my revenge on the Soul Society, Aizen answered. Zurich scoffed Aizen's remarks, it's always about revenge. I learned that revenge does not beget anything more sin. What makes you certain you can succeed? Because I have a weapon that no one else does, Aizen stated. And that would be, Zurich said and then heard Aizen remove his blade from its sheath. My sword, Aizen stated. The power has gone to your head. No weapon has the ability to defeat Rita, Zurich stated. No, but it is enough to deceive her, Aizen stated. Zurich slid down the mountain of skulls and picked up a scythe with a red gemstone hanging where the blade and handle met. He used it as a walking stick to approach Aizen and the Soul Reaper finally got a good look at the Togabito aptly named the Old One. Zurich had eyes blacker than midnight, much like Kazumi's. He had long fangs that wouldn't look out of place on a vampire. His fur was tan and he had an anthropomorphic fox-like builds. His nails were as long as short swords. Your statement intrigues me, Zurich said to Aizen, please, continue. Aizen held his sword up to Zurich, take a good look at my sword Taragas Zurich. Do you see its fine craftsmanship and shape? It looks like any other normal sword, Zurich stated, but as he stared Kyoka Suijutsu kicked into effect. Aizen used his weapon's ability to make Zurich perceive the sword's blade to be of the finest gold color. The handle was ornamental and the guard was shaped like a dragon's head. It then shifted back to being a normal sword. How did you do that? The power of my sword, Kyoka Suijutsu. It has the ability to create perfect illusions that control the five senses. Aizen said, and suddenly his image shattered like a mirror and he was standing right behind Zurich, but his voice was still being projected from his original position. Like so. A wide grin crossed over the old one's lips. He turned around and looked at Aizen's face, scratching his chin with his bony fingers. Yes, I can see it now, and I can see you hold an even greater power within you than just this Kyoka Suijutsu. My Bankai, my other secret weapon, Aizen answered. Ah, so you are a former captain like Hashimatreva. Yes, that makes sense if you are number 2, Zurich stated. You know a lot more than you let on, Aizen said as he put his sword away. Zurich continued to use his scythe as a walking stick to lead Aizen to the back of his domain, showing him a small altar on the other side of the room from the door. I have lived more than 10 of your lives, youngin. He sat down on the altar floor and laid his scythe across his lap. I am tasked by Rita, because of my long sentence, to keep the history of the Togabito. It is a great ordeal and all of the history lies beyond the wall behind me, but history is for those who cannot shape their own future, Zurich said, and his body began to be covered in shadows. You have the potential, Sosuke, to start a new chapter. I believe you have what it takes to put Rita in her place, to show her that she should pay more attention to we who are incarcerated. Aizen Sosuke, Zurich's power began to rise. Allow me to add my power to your own and let your quest be known to the entire world. Zurich lit a flame and all of the skulls from the mountain in the middle of the pile of bones in the middle of the room converged on his location. There was a blinding flash of dark light and Zurich transformed. Instead of being an anthropomorphic fox, Zurich was now nothing except a reaper's cloak that stood at the same height and covered his legs with the cloak tails billowing around the ground like the coat tails of Ichigo's Bankai. Shadow seeped from beneath the cloak and Zurich's entire face was covered in shadow and his eyes fiercely glowed red. Zurich's cloak did not seem to have armholes and his scythe stuck to his back and was now a shiny chrome color like the chakrams of Rita's Shikai. The horror of fire rises once more. Come Sosuke, I'm sure you have much to tell me about this revenge plot of yours. With Zurich under his command, Aizen was able to learn the locations and identities of 3 more interesting individuals. He started his search in the Champions Arena of Circle 2. The Champions Arena was a special part of Circle 2 where Togabito numbers 100 and stronger were allowed to spectate the arena for any strong candidates to come by, and also could use the much bigger, more stable arena beneath the lounge for sparring. The arena could only be used for an hour a day per any Togabito since it, as well as the rest of Circle 2, was considered a safe haven as Rita only sent out Kusanada attacks there 1% of the time since the death battles that took place were enough entertainment. Longer periods of time in the lounge than an hour a day were meant with the sentencing of one's time in hell increasing for being lazy. 1 day increase for every second spent over the time limit. Also, participating in the battles, while fun for most Togabito, were still seen as murder, also upping the sentence. At the very least it let the Togabito vent out their frustrations. Rita didn't think anything of it as she knew no matter how much they struggled they'd never be powerful enough to fight her or the Kusanada. Currently in the lounge, Aizen found only another single Togabito who visited the lounge every single day to look for good sporting. Her name was Phoebe, Clamora Phoebe. Phoebe was a woman who wore sapphire armor over her Togabito branded hide. She carried a large claymore for her only weapon. She had light skin, pink lips, and long braided blonde hair coming down the sides of her face like an old country Swede. She had silver eyes and plenty of muscle mass. Her special ability was the fact that she was half demon and could access her demonic energies at controllable intervals. Her full power was the reason that she was considered the 76th most powerful Togabito. However, though she looked innocent enough and spoke in a sweet voice, her personality was in direct contrast. Much like Mia and Chikami Sorai, Vera's Zanpakuto, Phoebe loved violence. She thrived on it. Often, after making a kill, she would paint her forehead in her enemy's blood only to wash it off in Circle 3 sometime later. When Aizen visited her in the lounge, she was surprised. She rarely got visitors of his nature before. Handsome, powerful, she could just eat him up. Phoebe dragged her tongue across the bottom of her upper lip upon seeing Eisen enter the lounge, which looked like the inside of a cabin at a ski resort with the way the walls were lined. There was a lawn chair in the middle and a large screen television on the wall that showed the spectacle of any given arena depending on the channel it was set to. Many knickknacks hung on the wall and there was even a fish tank, though there were no fish. The lounge had the capacity to hold 3 people at once, but generally only one person used it at a time since when a second person arrived a sparring match would generally occur down below. Phoebe crossed over to Eisen and stood off to his right with her hand on his shoulder. "And just what can I do for you, handsome?" she purred. "Clamor Phoebe?" Eisen asked. "That's me." Phoebe leaned closer to Eisen, "but for you I'm whoever you want me to be." "Charming," Eisen said without a flicker of lust in his tone. Phoebe's attitude reminded him much of Mia, Loli and Mainoli. While he didn't mind the lust in their eyes, Eisen was much like the Lelich in terms of romance, hoping to find the one person that shared his ideals and he could really synchronize with. Of course, unlike Lelich, Eisen had given up hope of ever finding such an individual that had all of the features he was looking for. "I'm looking for allies for a grand scheme and the old one said that you were regularly bored and that I could recruit you into my ranks." Phoebe spun counterclockwise as her back hit Eisen's chest. She slowly straddled up it, hands over her breastplate. "For someone as handsome and strong as you I'd do anything," she told him and nuzzled her head into his neck, "absolutely anything." "Then come with me, Clamor Phoebe." "I have much use for you," Eisen told her. With Phoebe under his command, Eisen moved on to his next target. Zurich informed him of the individual that clashed with Kurosaki Ichigo and defeated him, number 20, Orin. Intrigued, Eisen sought him out. He found Orin in Circle 5 just walking along minding his own business. "Say that again." Orin asked upon Eisen's request to join him. "I said I would like you to join me in a conquest to ravage the Soul Society and tear it asunder," Eisen told him. "I refuse," Orin stated. "The Soul Society was once my home." "That's a pretty forward refusal." "I can make it worth your while," Eisen told Orin. "Name your price." "What do you intend to get from all of this?" Orin told Eisen. "Simple, once I am the new Soul King, when I combine that power with the power of Kyoka Suijutsu, I will reshape the world in my image, a world where only the strong exist. The weak will die because of their inferiority and fear. My destruction of their kind is mercy for they will eventually be killed by the strong," Eisen answered. "However, I will also have free reign to completely do anything I wish. I can grant you your heart's desire because I will have absolute power over the Soul Society." "My heart's desire?" Orin mulled the concept over. "Did I strike gold?" Eisen asked with a smug grin. "There is one thing I would like, but I will only ask for it after you have succeeded. Also, Orin ready to battle stance, if I am to be working with you, I must know that your power is not all talk. Show me the resolve of your convictions and your goals." "Very well," Eisen said and drew out his sword. "Take a look at my sword then would you?" "Nice Zanpakuto," Orin stated. "I see they are taking different forms now." "You say that as if you are not accustomed to this sort of thing." "Rita has to be your senior and her Zanpakuto is very unique," Eisen stated. "She's also had years to up her game in the time she's been warden. She used to be powerful even when things such as sword releases were undiscovered," Orin answered. "I see, then you must precede the creation of the Shino Academy," Eisen concluded. "How is it you came to become number 20 then?" "I abandoned my heritage long ago," Orin said with a slight nod. "You wouldn't know this since you have not been here that long, but quite often rare, ancient artifacts, deemed too powerful for living kind to handle, are dropped down here as a sort of storage deposit. The warden enjoys watching us all scramble around the circles for her own amusement as we attempt to obtain whatever artifact has come by. The armor I wear is a result of bonding with the artifact I obtained, the Shield of War. With it I gained this armor and changed my identity. Though Soul Reapers are not supposed to know what goes on in Hell, the warden has connection with someone I once knew. I don't want that person finding out what has become of me." "And you're not going to disclose who that is, are you?" Eisen asked. "By the end of our attack, you may figure it out for yourself. Now, have at ya." Orin pointed his scimitar at Aizen only for Aizen's image to shatter into tiny fragments and for the man to already be behind Orin as many lacerations followed. The damage was enough to bring Orin to his knees, but not enough to cripple him. Already did, Aizen said as he put his sword away. When did you? Kyoka Suijutsu is a powerful Zanpakuto. I can create masterful illusions that control the five senses, and you didn't realize that I had hacked you up, because I did not will for you to realize it, Aizen told Orin. Impressive, Orin said, getting to his feet. Bring me to wherever it is you wish. My blade is yours, Aizen Sosuke. Aizen simply smirked. Things were going well. In such a short amount of time he had doubled the size of his team. However, upon returning to the area where he and the others were congregating, things became a little hostile between Orin and a member of the group. What the hell is he doing here? Orin gestured at Vanguard. I'm sorry, do I know you? Vanguard retorted, smuggled. You dim bastard. Orin prepared to charge, but Aizen put a firm hand on his chest plate. Now, let's not get antagonistic towards each other, shall we? We are all on the same team, remember? That was before I knew you were working with him. Orin seemed to have a personal issue with Vanguard. Vanguard is one of my most loyal subordinates and subjects. If there's a problem though, Orin, speak your mind, Aizen told him. Vanguard had been closing his eyes during Aizen's statement and then opened them when he sensed Orin's Ryutsu type. Ah, I see, you used to be a Soul Reaper, Vanguard chuckled. I don't remember all of the Soul Reapers I've killed in my time. Vanguard succeeded in pushing Orin further, leading to Aizen to power up his Ryutsu to get the situation under control. Orin fell to one knee, using his blade for balance. Vanguard straightened up from his sitting position. I don't care what sort of personal vendetta you two have with each other, but keep it out of the plan. Vanguard, you especially know better than to antagonize an ally. If you want to antagonize anyone, make sure it's an enemy. Vanguard simply slumped against the wall in response. Fine, I'll cooperate, Orin said and pointed a gauntleted arm at Vanguard. Just keep him away from me. That much I can arrange, Aizen stated. I don't like the idea of my troops fighting each other more than the enemy. Orin stomped outside and stood guard outside the cavern. Aizen proceeded to follow. I'm going out again, Zurich, Treva, Ulquiorra, do try to keep the situation under control, would you? All three agreed. Aizen took a few steps away and then stopped. Something was missing from the conversations lately. Aizen couldn't quite place his finger on as to what. Shrugging, he continued onward. The last Togabito Zurich had told Aizen about straight away was the 33rd most powerful Togabito in Hell, Valmero Dariklu. He was a half-vampire and half-human from another world, specifically Varsina. He was once a powerful warrior under the employment of the leader of the Immersed Guild, only to meet his eventual demise at the hands of the leader of the Agazet Guild, the Draconian Fire Mind. Dariklu, much like Yolanda, wielded twin guns, but much unlike Yolanda he carried two miniature Gatling guns. Both had unlimited ammunition supplied by Dariklu's Ryutsu, Mono when he was alive, were armor-piercing, and coated in a fine acid that would eat through the entire body if they were not treated. In close combat, Dariklu could transform his guns into a pair of silver swords with blades shaped like a jagged piece of peanut brittle. Dariklu's greatest skill, however, was not in his offensive power, but in his ungodly endurance. Much like Ulquiorra, he could regenerate his injuries. However, this only amounted to low-level injuries, and he did not have the ability to regenerate large lacerations or lost limbs. It was the same way Ulquiorra could not regenerate lost organs, but Ichigo's Hollow, when it went on a rampage, could. Dariklu also had high endurance. In fact, even without his regeneration, he had as much tenacity to live and could take just as much punishment, maybe a little more or less, as Zaraki Kenpeki. Dariklu had gray skin, glowing red eyes, and long, frazzled black hair reaching down to his shoulders. Dariklu wore a long black long coat with his guild's emblem, a skull set on fire, emblazoned in red on the back. He wore nothing else except for some black pants and the bands that went across his body, labeling him as a Togabito. Dariklu, much like Zaraki Kenpeki, was absolutely and completely crazy. Dariklu thrived on battle and lived only to fight. He didn't have a care in the world that he was in hell. If he was about to smell the scent of gunpowder and blood, he was a happy man. Aizen intended to appeal to that bloodlust. He found the vampire half chasing some hapless Togabito through a section of Circle 8 and enjoying every minute of it. It was obvious that because he was laughing like a maniac while unloading his firearms into the backs of the fleeing Togabito. Once he was done and the Togabito were dead, Aizen approached the barely sane Togabito from behind. Valmero Derrickle, your reputation, it seems, speaks no falsehoods. Derrickless looked over his shoulder at Aizen with a crazed smile and a leering red eye. And just what do you want with me? I hear that you enjoy fighting strong opponents. I'm looking for allies to help me in a conquest against the Soul Society, Aizen stated. The Soul Society, Derrickle said and laughed, you actually think you can get out of here? For a short time, though what concern is that of yours? If my words are false you can attempt to engage me in battle, but if I am speaking the truth you may look forward to an interesting fight. What do you say? Aizen extended a hand of invitation. Will you join me? Derrickle laughed again and put away his guns. What did you say your name was? Aizen Sosuke, Togabito number 2, Aizen answered. Derrickless grinned so widely that Jin would be hard-pressed to match. How do I sign up? With Derrickle in tow, Aizen returned once again to the cave where he and the others were staying. However, he had recruited the 4 individuals Zurich had mentioned. Aizen did a head count. We have 8. He said. Is that a problem? Zurich asked. I was hoping for our group consist of 10 members, Aizen stated. While the Godei would obviously have more captain-class fighters than 10, Aizen believed what he lacked in numbers he would make up for in power. Don't you think too many cooks spoil the broth? Zurich asked Aizen. That is precisely the reason I'm not pushing Talbumasuk to join me, Aizen stated. However, I could still use one of the other top 10 and one more individual after that. I think then we'll have the perfect assembly. Zurich pondered things for a moment. There is always Kazumi. What number is she? Aizen asked. She is number 1, Zurich asked, earning the attention of everyone in the room. What? Pardon me if I withhold my disbelief, but the number 1's identity is completely a mystery to all Togabito, Treva said, with a little nervous laughter. I am the only one who knows her identity. After all, I was the one who gave her foothold as a Togabito, Zurich stated. Be that as it may, I am not interested in recruiting the number 1. I cannot have anyone more powerful than me on this team. If she were to find my leadership not up to her standards, she might attack me and usurp leadership. This is my revenge scheme and I will not risk it by bringing in a stronger fighter, Aizen stated. I had a feeling you might say that, Zurich stated. Any others? Aizen asked. I don't know how long you wish to search, but for now, I would suggest looking for Nezumi Sumaime. She's number 98, Zurich told Aizen. And how do I go about finding her? Aizen asked. You may as well ask where the wind is. Sumaime is a trained assassin. I cannot speak for her whereabouts nor can any other Togabito. However, she is a hunter by nature. She will seek weaker Togabito to prey upon. It will be difficult to locate her, but you should seek through circles 1 and 3 Delta and Phi. They are her favorite stalking spots, though don't expect her to always be there. The chance that you and she will be in that same spot is only 35% and you will have to lower your Ryutsu if you plan to get a glimpse of her. She only attacks those she finds are unsuspecting of her and weaker than her, Zurich informed. Those are a lot of instructions, Aizen stated. Sumaime is a very skilled warrior. While she's not the strongest in the stipulations you gave me, she'll cover for the assassin and rogue position, Zurich stated. Yes, I'm sure she will, Aizen said with a smile, and left. It took some doing, but eventually Aizen came across Sumaime. He found her in Circle 3. Sumaime struck down a newcomer to hell who had just barely managed to win the arena fight. However, after slitting his throat she then bathed herself in her victim's blood. Her inky red eyes glowed and her Ryutsu increased. Aizen suppressed his Ryutsu further in case that made it easier for Sumaime to sense him. Of course, finally getting a good look at the hunter, Aizen found that Sumaime was not what he was expecting. Sumaime was an anthropomorphic female rat. This was made obvious by her long hair that came down to her mid-back. She wore a black scarf that she tied around her nose and mouth like a muzzle. She wielded a normal double-edged sword in her left hand, but in her right hand she wielded a shorter sword with a chain on the end of it that made the chain on Tensou Zanjutsu seem non-existent by comparison. On her multi-jointed legs, built in similar stature to her animal heritage rather than like a human build, she wore guards on the upper and lower portions of her legs, leaving the thin mid-portion unguarded. She wore the same leather guards on her shoulders and she certainly looked like a force to be reckoned with. She had a long and pink wormy tail. Some creatures with that appendage in her build would carry a weapon on the end of their tail. Sumime's tail tip was a weapon, a shuriken. Aizen wondered how she had possibly managed that. It certainly looked like it hurt. On her hips she wore a leather fault. She also had a spiked arm guard on her right arm. Sumime's fur and fuzz were as white as Aizen's uniform. Since she was a female mammal she had breasts, and since she was humanoid, much unlike her legs, they resembled human mammaries. Much like Phoebe, Sumime drew power from demonic energy. As Aizen had just witnessed, bathing herself in the blood of foes she killed, it did not matter who fought as long as she delivered the final blow, bestowed upon her a portion of their Ryotsu. Sumime, when alive, had made a pact with a demon and, despite being dead, could still summon that demon into the material world from the ethereal realm. Unlike Phoebe, whose demonic energy was very subtle until it reached later use so you could hardly tell she was using it at times, Sumime's eyes glowed the moment she started using demonic power, and the more of it she used the more darkness shrouded her body, sometimes even her fur became inky black. When Aizen stepped out, Sumime threw out her chain and actually managed to grapple it around Aizen's right wrist. She glared back at him. "That was a very brutal kill," Aizen complimented. Sumime rushed on Aizen and he blocked her blade with his own and activated his Shikai, making sure his sword was at her eye level, and then, leaving Sumime confused when Aizen suddenly appeared around her, making her believe she was seeing 8 of him, but in reality Aizen was even further behind her. "Calm down, I'm not here to fight you," Aizen told the rat girl, making the sound come from all 8 of his illusionary clones. "I like what I see in your skills and am here to request your help." Sumime didn't move, but she didn't seem thrilled at the prospect either. "You don't have to believe me," Aizen told her. "I wouldn't either if I were in your position, but I am looking for strong allies. I am interested in escaping hell and returning to the surface world. I am in need of a warrior of your skill level and moveset." "I am no warrior. I am a rogue," Sumime corrected. Her voice was very low-pitched for a woman, though several octaves higher than Hallibal's fraction. "Mila Rose, I take it you already know my name if you came looking for me. So who are you?" "Aizen Sosuke," Aizen answered. Sumime actually lowered her guard. "Ah, I've heard your name before. Word has spread through the 9 circles about your ambition and your famed, though failed battle with the Warden, even though some think her to be a myth. Others simply think you took on a Kusanada and won, only to be nearly defeated by another, but those are lesser minds. I am not one of them. I always keep my ear low to the ground, it's how I avoid being killed." Sumime's eyes glowed and she looked where the actual Aizen was. "How can I help you?" "You can see me standing over here?" Aizen asked. "My demonic powers grant me many abilities, including the power to see through physical illusions," Sumime stated. "What about audio ones?" Aizen asked, projecting his voice into his 8 clones. "No, just my sight," Sumime stated. "I see, then there is no cause for alarm. I can use her. I control all 5 senses. Of course it also seems that she has to be able to activate the ability to see through my illusions, and even if she can see through them, that doesn't mean I can't control her other 4 senses, and even if she becomes a problem she is so low ranked that Vanguard or I can eliminate her." "I see, then welcome to the team, Sumime. I promise you won't regret this choice. I am flattered simply that you would seek me out for such a thing. As such a high rank I would think you would keep your choices in the top 50, Sumime said. If I did that Zurich and Treva might feel inferior, Aizen thought to himself. Besides, it's not so much having the strongest at your side, but having a diverse team of personalities, abilities, and strategies. Well, I'm not stupid enough to fight back against an enemy I know I am clearly outranked against, Sumime said and sheathed her weapons behind her back, tying her chain around the 2 scabbards and slipping the end blade tip in one of the chain links and pulling so that it was secure. Lead the way. Aizen proceeded to lead Sumaim back to camp when the duo came across another strong presence as they trekked across Circle 5. Sensing it, Aizen chased after it. The presence was very strong, not stronger than his, and it wasn't Talbumasuk's. It had to be one of the top 10. Sumaim did her best to follow Aizen. She drew her weapons, expecting combat as she was not as adept at sensing energy levels as other Togabito were. Soul Reapers and the like were the best since they could sense these energy levels and their full potential from far away. Many others only had this ability in closer range. When Aizen drew near, Sumaim put away her weapons and found a good place for cover, realizing that she was in no condition to fight whatever it was Aizen was tracking, given the pure difference in power. She nodded to Aizen to signal that she would stay behind and that he should move forward. Aizen proceeded towards the source of the power he was sensing and came across not what he was expecting in the least. He came across a girl, no bigger than Rukia Kukaki, wandering around on all fours. She had long pink hair, 2 small green horns atop her head, and was almost completely nude, except for the bands that covered her body and defined her as a Togabito. She was climbing up over a rock that looked over the side of a cliff. Her back was to Aizen, so he could not see her face, but he could definitely tell that she had a child's build. At the very least her body could not be older than 17. She also looked malnourished as she was very skinny, but not anorexic. Aizen approached only for a slash wound to appear by his shoulder. The girl was still perched atop her rock like a lizard. Aizen was 5 entire meters away from her. She hadn't moved and she hadn't drawn a weapon, yet Aizen could sense her Ryutsu on his injury. Just what sort of power did this girl have? The girl turned her head to face Aizen. She had magenta eyes, but her gaze was not human. The girl looked like a wild animal with the way she was gazing upon Aizen. Still, all of her facial features were human. What a vicious girl, Aizen smirked to himself. He attempted to take a step towards her only to find something gripping his leg. "Do not come closer," the girl said with effort. "Sosuke, be careful." Sumaim shouted at him. "She's got you pinned down, don't take another step." Aizen couldn't see a thing. However, he didn't think Sumaim would lie that he was in danger, not when he could already sense the fact that something was definitely gripping his ankle. "Relax," he told the feral girl, "I am not an enemy you need to be scared of." The next thing Aizen knew, he had small wounds opening in the center of his chest. "Stay away." The girl growled at him. Aizen could tell, despite the growl, that the girl's normal voice was possibly very sweet. Aizen went for Kyoka Suijutsu. Sumaim thought he was going to be struck even worse. The top 10 had the ability to beat each other under extreme circumstances. Of course, really extreme circumstances were needed if Kazumi was ever to lose a fight, or so it was rumored. However, Aizen tossed away Kyoka Suijutsu far away into the nearby grass. The girl before him was powerful, that much was clear by how she had injured him so easily. Her number had to be greater than 6. As Aizen had no idea of Kazumi's identity, he wondered if perhaps this was her, but, no, her Ryutsu was definitely weaker than his full power. If he was using Bankai, he wouldn't be getting injured this easily. "There," Aizen said, holding his hands up in surrender, "I have voluntarily discarded my weapon. Will you come closer?" The girl released her hold on Aizen, but rather than obeying his request, she fled across the plain in midair, hovering 5 meters above the ground. Aizen saw from his position that she seemed to be making handprints nearby where she walked, indicating that she seemed to be hoisting herself up on invisible arms. What an odd girl, Aizen found himself thinking. When he returned to base with Sumaim, while Treva patched up his injuries with Kido, Zurich explained who Aizen had run into. "Ah yes," he said, creating an arm of shadow and holding the index and thumb of the shadow by his non-existent chin, "that girl you are referring to would be Legumi, Naira. She is the 4th most powerful Togabito." Darikla whistled, "4th. Geez, no wonder she managed to injure you, boss." "Ah, now that's what was missing, comedy," Aizen thought to himself with a smirk. Indeed, comedy always helped lighten tense situations, and Aizen, though he would never admit it out loud, missed Jin's sense of humor and quips. He had grown used to it, despite the fact that the man was looking to backstab him first chance he got. "Naira is a very skittish individual," Zurich continued to inform, an effectual loner by her very nature. You'd best give up on her, Sosuke. She would never join us. No, Aizen disagreed, she is strong. I can sense it. That may be, but she is not worth the fuss, Zurich told him. I beg to differ, Aizen responded. Zurich closed his eyes momentarily and sighed, very well. You are in charge after all. If you are insistent on fighting her, I will not stop you. Stopping him or not, you'd had best take a rest for a bit, Treva told Aizen. You're only number 2 because of your Bankai. From the looks of things, that girl does not have much control over her own power. Going after her while not at 100% could result in you getting killed. If I did, I would just come out of Circle 9, Aizen said, as if it was as easy as breathing air. It had to be if Talbumasuk had been sent there once and was already out of it. I don't see how you plan to get her. Naira won't come quietly even if you beat her down, Zurich informed. Did you know, Zurich, that you can attract more flies with honey rather than vinegar? Aizen asked. Zurich sighed, understanding the metaphor. I wish you the best of luck then. I know you'll need it. After a couple of days, Aizen set out to look for Naira again. Many days after that, he finally found her, in Circle 7, and the artificial sun in Hell had been replaced by the artificial moon. He did not find Naira in the best of conditions. Aizen encountered Naira locked in combat with another Togabito, and she appeared to be losing. Naira was bleeding all along her shoulders. Her left arm bone was exposed, the flesh torn wide open. Naira was bleeding from her mouth and down the right side of her forehead, her eye completely shut. Her stance was odd since her left invisible arm that supported her right arm was broken. Aizen couldn't actually see that, but he could infer it since Naira was using her other invisible hands to support her legs, but in front her right arm was on the ground and her invisible arm by her left arm was supporting her up. Naira was also bleeding from her stomach. Since her belly was facing the ground, Aizen could not see the extent of the damage to her stomach, but it was obvious Naira had to be in quite a bit of pain. It was amazing that she was still standing. Her opponent was the 134th strongest Togabito in all of Hell, former King of Hollows Baragan Luzenburn. His hope was that defeating Naira and devouring her would make him powerful enough to climb higher in rank. He had devoured his former Fraxion, and while it had made him stronger, it did nothing to make him powerful enough. There she is, Aizen noticed Naira, but watched the battle from the distance. He knew how he could instantly turn this to his advantage. If he played his cards right, the once skittish Naira would become forever indebted to him. Baragan spoke to Naira with a villainous laugh. So is this the strength of the famous Legumi, Naira? I was amazed at how well you could withstand my Respira, but it seems like this is as far as you will go. Naira growled at Baragan. She stood on her hind legs and attacked Baragan with her 3 remaining invisible arms. Baragan apparently was able to either sense or see the invisible appendages, possibly he knew how to detect for them from the battle, but Aizen couldn't tell. He did know that he watched Baragan strike with Gran Kata and Naira yelp as she backed further away. Though Aizen could not see it, Baragan had managed to cut off the hands of her ghostly limbs. The limbs were purely ethereal and so bore no blood or skin tissue, but they were part of Naira's essence and so it still hurt. Oh, that's right. You had a close encounter with the Kusanada, didn't you? Baragan chortled, giving Aizen a clear understanding of the situation and just how pragmatic the King of Hollows was. If not for that, you believe you would have defeated me? I will show you how naive that line of thinking is. Baragan swung down with Gran Kata, and that was when Aizen made his move on the former king. With a swift movement, Aizen appeared on Baragan's left flank and Gran Kata was cut completely in half. Aizen was undamaged by Baragan's intimate area of undeath as he passed through it, due to the difference in Ryotsu. Still as incompetent as always, I see, Aizen said and turned his head towards Baragan and smirked. Aizen. Baragan was not amused at Aizen's interference. How funny, in the days of Hueco Mundo you were a king, but according to the data systems, you are only a third-rate Togabito by my standards as I stand close to the top, Aizen taunted. Aizen, Baragan would have grit his teeth if he could, you ant. Risper. Slash. Aizen cut Baragan clean in half, causing the 2 pieces to collapse upon the ground. I'm possible. Heido 90, Aizen said, his hands sparking with energy, Kuro Hitsuji. The coffin decimated Baragan and he was sent to Hell's 9th circle. Aizen turned around and looked at Naira. She began growling at him defensively. "You believe that I will now turn my blade on you," Aizen said, and then sheathed his sword. "I will do nothing of the kind." To the average person it would seem like a kind gesture coming from Aizen, but this was his intent, to manipulate Naira's mind to make her think he cared about her. The girl seemed as if she had been neglected, possibly beaten, and cast aside by the society she previously existed in, killed as reflex whenever anyone or anything got close, until something finally killed her. He had noticed she could speak though. However, he estimated that her vocabulary was limited and she had only learned it by killing others and repeating the words they spoke. How she even had a name, given how she was amazing in and of itself. Naira herself was not convinced of Aizen's kind gesture and leapt at him only to collapse upon the ground when blood poured from her stomach. She began howling in pain and anguish because her injuries hurt so badly. "Poor thing," Aizen said, kneeling down, "you're so weak and beat up, you can't even stay within close range of my Ryutsu." He reached out to heal Naira with Kido, but she lurched forward with her mouth and bit Aizen's hand. Her teeth were not sharp. They were as strong as a normal human's. Also, in her weakened state she had not the ability to break skin. Aizen's hand hurt, but not too badly. Eventually the strain on Naira's body became too weak for her to take and she loosened her bite grip and blacked out. When she finally came to, her wounds were healed. She could feel no extra weight on her body, meaning she hadn't gone to Circle 9 and there was no sign of Aizen, but she could smell his scent. Naira also noticed that her location was different, but not by much. She had been moved to an out-of-the-way location a few meters away so that she was hidden from view by a group of tall sharp rocks lined up in a semicircle. She did not know Aizen's name, but she knew that he had, for no reason she could come up with in her simple brain, protected her. He had protected her, been nice to her. He had shown her simple kindness that was otherwise alien to her. Naira was eager to try and find this mysteriously kind stranger and, without extending out her extra arms, ran and tried to follow the scent of the man that had helped her. However, she only succeeded in finding the edge of a high-up cliff that did not lead to Circle 8, but rather to a lower level of Circle 7, and it was a far drop down that Naira was not confident in landing. At her altitude she could see the glow of morning in hell and the sun slowly rising. As a feral human she did the only thing she could think to do, mourn her mistake. Arwuwa. Naira, opposite the moon, howled to the sun's rising like a dog, Arwuwa. She looked very silly to the average individual, but to Naira this was simply how she expressed herself. A few days later. "We have 9 Sosuke, surely we can strike now. Or, if you are insistent, perhaps we can wait until your closest ally finds his betrothed, then we would have 11, Zurich stated. He grew fed up with what he perceived as Aizen's pointless attempts to recruit Naira and all the waiting. It's not worth the wait. If we wait too long, Kurosaki Ichigo will no longer be targetable. I must act soon, Aizen stated. I thought the enemy was Lelich. Treva was confused. Kurosaki Ichigo is a strong obstacle of which Aizen-sama wishes to test the limits of, Ulquiorra informed. Why strike then, should we not wait until he is gone? Vanguard inquired. One enemy will not make a difference, besides it'll be that much more satisfying when we win. Right boss? Dariklu asked. Yes, Aizen nodded. Sumime's ears twitched and she turned her head sharply towards the cavern entrance and rushed towards it, clambering up onto the wall. Sumime. Aizen looked in her general direction. I hear something, Sumime said quickly. Have we been found out? Orin asked. Not likely. If the Kushanato were headed this way we would have all hear the attack horn that echoes through the entire plain, Phoebe stated. Caves are very acoustic after all. I'll take care of it, whatever it is. Treva got to his feet, but so did Aizen and stopped his mentor. Wait, Aizen said and put his arm out. This presence is familiar, allow me. Aizen said and walked out of the cave. Sure enough, there was Naira. He saw the look in her eyes. As he approached, Naira's eyes went from their usual animalistic glare to bright and cheery. She was sitting on all fours like a dog. If she had a tail she would be wagging it. Were you looking for me? Aizen asked. Naira simply continued to stare at him. He smiled at her, continuing to toy with her mind. You must have tracked me by my scent, didn't you? Did you come to pay me back? He turned his back on her. There's no need. I have issues with that one Togabito that attacked you. Before Aizen could continue, Naira leapt from her perch, bounded towards him and began nuzzling up against his legs. She was growling lowly as if trying to purr like a cat. I knew I'd get her to see things my way. Aizen smirked at his accomplishment. Aizen knelt down and pat Naira on the head. Naira hugged Aizen with her human arms. Papa, she said, incredibly childlike with a big smile on her face. As Aizen predicted, she had a very cute-sounding, high-pitched voice. So that's what I am to her, Aizen chuckled at the thought. How useful. Aizen stood up. Naira let him go and continued to stare at him. Come Naira, the time to take revenge is upon us. He began to walk towards the cave. Naira, imitating Aizen, stood up on her own two legs and grabbed Aizen by the arm with her two arms. I follow Papa, everywhere. Aizen reached out and pet Naira's head again, earning a delightful mew from the girl as she nuzzled his upper arm with her cheek, with a smile on her face. Good Naira, follow your Papa. Follow me to glory. Aizen walked into the cave and eventually Naira, of her own accord, got back down on all fours. With the way things looked, it was as if she was Aizen's attack dog, cat, girl, pet, thing, whatever. Zurich was surprised to see the pink-haired feral child beast. So you managed to recruit her after all? I said I would, Aizen said with a smirk. If you can bring the wild Legumi Naira into this rebellion, our success has just reached a much higher probability, Zurich told him. So now that there are 10 of us, does that mean that we can make our move? Dereklu asked. Yes it does, Aizen said in about face, follow me. With that, Aizen and the other Togabito began to head to Mount Lucifer's fourth circle entrance. It would be there that Aizen would begin the next phase of his plan and make his move to invade the Soul Society. As he approached the area, he unsheathed his sword and prepared to trick Rita. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. He used his illusions to hide himself and the other Togabito from the Kusanada. If Rita did not sense him, assuming she was even at the fourth circle entrance, everything would go according to plan. To be continued. Chapter 123, Aizen's Revenge, Hostile Takeover. Third-person POV. Rita turned over in her bed within her luxury suite inside her tower. The Warden of Hell had such a tiring job of passing judgment on souls that had committed sin and had to categorize them as to where they would go once their souls were in her apparatus. If they were alive, she would select Hollow, if the sin was obsessive, Soul Society, if the sin was minimal, or Hell if the sin was downright diabolical. She would sit in front of a whirling, 360-degree apparatus and spend days upon days straight judging souls. It was hard work and Rita became exhausted after spending too much time staring at a glowing screen. This is why she often left battle to the Kusanada. She also, as an emotional being, could not leave judgment in the hands of an automated system. Sometimes certain sinners had very good reasons for their crimes without taking them too far, and thus second chances were often permitted, or simple hollowdom was given in hopes that they would be cleansed quickly. Rita had her job for 2 reasons: she was intelligent and she was strong. In fact, if Lelich was close to Yamamoto in terms of Ryutsu, it would be possible for him to become Rita's successor, though the chances of that happening were as likely as the sun spontaneously exploding. Rita's hell encompassed many worlds, the same as the Soul Society, and she had to be very careful not to make any mistakes. Sometimes her apparatus would glitch and it would be very frustrating, but she was certain that she had made no mistakes or sent people to the wrong place during her entire existence as warden. Rita was placed as the warden because the Soul King felt it was necessary to have some form of governance over all of the realms. He forbade Soul Reapers to have dealings with creatures from Hell because he had stationed Rita there and felt that she was enough. Of course, much like within Hell itself, very few Soul Reapers were aware of Rita's existence. Much like Yamamoto, she predated the Shino Academy, but was the Warden of Hell long before it was ever founded and long before Yamamoto went bald and grew out his beard. Rita and Yamamoto had a friendly relationship of sorts. In fact, they'd meet once a century for tea and snacks. Rita was designated as the warden because she could give minimal interference to its denizens while making sure they understood their punishment. Rita was selected not just because of her skill and intelligence, but because she possessed a rare gift that came with her Zanpakuto. Her Ryutsu, when it came down to it, did not differ as vastly from Yamamoto's as one may think. However, she had a special ability and type of fighting ability that she discovered many years ago that made it possible for her to more efficiently punish the Togabito. In fact, because of this ability, she was chosen as being more qualified for the position than Yamamoto. In fact, had Yamamoto been stationed as warden, without this ability, at this point in time, he would be beatable by anyone in the top 30 and crushed by the top 10. If he had this ability though, he would be able to cream any of the Togabito, though Rita was still stronger. Her Ryutsu outclassed his by such a margin that she was not allowed to regularly stay in the Soul Society because her Bankai was so powerful that it would distort space the same way too much Ryutsu in the world of the living would do the same. Yamamoto had only used his Bankai once or twice as Captain Commander, and Rita would have been forced to do the same, and doing so could have meant bad things for her allies and her enemies. Rita's good heart and willingness to give second chances, if a bit naive, is also why she was given her position. However, anyone who dared to cross her learned the hard way that she did not like being double-crossed or deceived. Kokuto learned that lesson the hard way and was still in Circle 9 because of it. Although Kazumi was the strongest, Rita was more concerned with Aizen when it came to Togabito she found problematic. Kazumi had her reasons and had little to no ambition as far as Rita could read into. In fact, though Kazumi was the strongest sinner, she was also the most eager to finish her sentence. Aizen was almost completely the opposite. His Kyoka Suijutsu frustrated Rita since it made it possible for him to make a getaway whenever she delivered a random Kusanada attack. He was very ambitious and always scheming. In fact, from their battle she was now certain he was looking for a way out. She also suspected that he may have even coerced Kokuto and Shuren to try their little ploy in the first place. Aizen's sentencing was 15,000 years for his crimes. However, Rita intended to lower it if Aizen would cease his ambitiousness and find harmony. Many Togabito often came to terms with their sentencing, reflecting on their actions and realizing their mistakes. Although Aizen was one of the newest inmates of the Togabito and also in the top 50, his ambition outshined everyone else in that circle. Most members in that circle either had no ambition at all, or had lost it by climbing to the top. Aizen was one of a few Togabito that started out in the top 10. Most of the others had to climb their way up from lower down in line. Naira and Talbumasuk were two such individuals that were automatically strong. Rita was not as concerned with either one as much as she was concerned with Aizen. Talbumasuk was obsessed with staying together with his loved one, Mia, and by making him chase after her, Rita was slowly lowering his sentence by making him out to be a better person. Love was one of the few things that could redeem a sinner, and it was rare for Togabito to have died in a relatively short time span to a loved one and even find that loved one down in hell with them. She'd stop yanking his chain eventually, when it ceased being amusing to her. Naira had no ambition and, much like Kazumi, only fought to survive or in self-defense. In fact, the two were a lot alike. The main difference was in sheer raw power and intelligence. Also, Kazumi sought to be exonerated and let back into the world. Naira seemed to either not care or perhaps did not understand her predicament. Both individuals, much like others, had gaps in their history files, and speaking of history files, Rita was about to find quite a shock when she started up her apparatus that morning. Aizen's file, and several others, had been tampered with without her knowledge, most likely whilst she had been sleeping. The damage was worse than just simple tampering. Total file corruption had occurred, and that meant that Aizen and the other damaged files were now outside Rita's control. They could venture out of hell freely, and there would be nothing Rita could do to stop them unless she got them back. Unfortunately, she'd never be able to hold on to them without restoring at least part of their file. Worse yet, she had no idea what Aizen intended to do now that he was free either. Rita could only hope that she could restore the damaged files and then recapture Aizen and the others before any major damage was done. She started up a restoration program and then opened another segment of her apparatus. "This is really bad," Rita said with a serious look on her face. As she scanned through segments to find the proper program, she stumbled across a Hell Gate alert. No less than 10 gates had opened in the Soul Society, and all of the sinners exiting from them matched Aizen and the damaged files. "Oh, this can't be good," Rita swallowed. Tearing away the gate alert, Rita opened a different program, Soul Storage. This program was rarely used, but Rita felt she should have it anyway. The soul storage program allowed Rita to store the souls of dead individuals that needed to be reincarnated, but weren't in line to be so. The reasons of this could vary from the soul in question wanting to lie in limbo until something happened, or desired to be born into a certain era and, in order to ensure such a thing, were kept in this separate storage space. The souls that belonged to this area were good souls, souls with a very good track record in their afterlife that wanted one last accomplishment before moving on. They also had to have remarkably tenacious willpower to be able to will their minds to speak with Rita before being reincarnated. Or, sometimes, Rita would know the individual in question from the information that would come to their desk and have a little chat with them, since they wouldn't remember it once they were reincarnated, before sending them off. Currently there was only one soul in the storage box. It had been sitting there for more than a century. Rita lifted it out of the storage unit and held it as it floated in her hands. The time has come, she spoke to the soul, the moment you believed would come has come at last. It seems I will need your help after all. Soul Society. While Rita was planning for things to come, the Soul Society was in utter chaos. Eisen and his unit had appeared without warning and they were completely tearing the Siridi apart. Soldiers were dying like animals in the streets. The captains were rushing to the scene to engage the enemy. Only a few captains were not up in a panic or seeking a fight. Lelich was one of them. Cautiously, bypassing the chaos, though he wished he could stop to help, Lelich made a mad dash for Yamamoto's office and asked to be given the ability to make announcement. He wanted to ease the chaos. And how do you plan on doing that? Yamamoto asked. I've set systems in place long ago in the event of a crisis situation. My devout followers will maintain order in this chaos, Lelich stated. What's the situation like out there? Yamamoto asked. Disastrous, Lelich answered, but if we are to live another day, we must give up the Siridi, Lelich stated. Yamamoto did not like the sound of that, but let Lelich did what he desired. Lelich intended to save lives, Yamamoto would do as he desired since he was above Lelich in the chain of command. Lelich took control of the Siridi's area-wide speakers. Attention GoDi 13, this is Captain of Squad 10, Lamperouge Lelich, everyone, even Eisen, could hear Lelich, but that was what Lelich intended upon. Listen to me, everyone try not to lose your heads and stay orderly within this chaos. Panic will only lead to total defeat. To prevent that, green, yellow, violet, and pink go to 78. Green has the ball. That's all. Lelich closed communications. You have coded messages to the former phantoms in a crisis situation. Yamamoto asked. It always pays to be prepared for the worst. I've had so many crises situations reactions prepared that I don't even know if I'll ever had chance to use all of them, Lelich stated. Surely you realize that broadcast will draw the enemy here? Yamamoto inquired. And that's exactly what I am counting on. Between my geese and your Bankai we'll send the Togabito straight back to hell, or take as many down with us as we can, Lelich told Yamamoto. That is a terrible idea, Yamamoto told Lelich. Lelich looked at Yamamoto. In all his time of suggesting strategies, never once had the old man told Lelich that his plan was bad. You will never survive the Ryotsu of my Bankai or its ultimate form in close quarters. No, I want you to go to the world of the living. 5 minutes ago I received a message from an old friend of mine, Jinan Garita. She is the only Soul Reaper stationed in hell. You must go to her. If I cannot fend off this attack, she is our only hope for the Soul Society. You want me to abandon you? Lelich was flabbergasted. You said so yourself, we may have to give up the Siridi, Yamamoto stated, but I do not intend to surrender to these rebels without a fight, Yamamoto said tearing away the staff concealing his Zanpakuto. Lelich, your greatest asset as a captain is not in your fighting ability. Dying gloriously and fighting to your last breath doesn't suit you. Your role in the GoDi 13 is as a master strategist, a chess master if you will. Because of your tactics we were able to defeat Talbumasuk with minimal casualties and you managed to convince the Central 46 that Ichimarujin was worth keeping. After the incident with Muramasa, surely you would know what happens if the GoDi lost its most intelligent member, Yamamoto told Lelich. I'd call that flattery, but such a thing is inappropriate given the situation, Lelich stated, I get it. You want me to go to Kisuk and bring reinforcements in the form of Rita and everyone else in Karakura town. I understand. I'll make for the 1st Division Senkaimon immediately. Lelich broke out into a run down the hall only to stop and turn back to face the head captain. What? What is it? Yamamoto asked. I was thinking, Lelich said, my geese can be used for more than just commands to hamper an enemy, but it can also be used to bolster an ally. Remember how I told you and the other captains about the geese I placed on Suzaku? I take it you wish to place a similar geese on me, to increase my chances of survival? Yamamoto asked. Do I have your permission? Lelich asked. Yamamoto opened his eyes, do it and make it quick, I can sense the enemy approaching swiftly. Lelich nodded and activated his geese. Yamamoto Shijikuni Genri Yusai. I, Lelich 6 Britannia command you, fight the enemy forces until your last breath. Fight them until it is impossible for you to fight any longer. I will fight. Yamamoto declared once the geese took effect. Lelich made his retreat to the Senkaimon. Good luck Suteiko, Godspeed. He dashed into the portal. Atop the 1st Division's barracks on the white stone flat roof of the gigantic barracks, spanning out half the size of the top of Sokioku Hill, Yamamoto waited for his opponent. Yamamoto was still very much in control of his tactics. Lelich had only told him that he should fight, not how to fight. Lelich and Yamamoto both knew that retreat was not an option for the man. This could very well be the last battle of the captain commander. Aizen appeared on top of the roof and stood a ways away from Yamamoto. Aizen, you. Surprise, surprise, Aizen chuckled, even the depths of hell cannot keep me from my goals old man, Aizen said with a calm smirk. I see, it makes sense that you would take revenge, but if you are looking for Lelich he is no longer here, Yamamoto responded. Lamrouge Lelich can be dealt with later. For right now, my main concern is you, Yamamoto Genri Yusai, Aizen told him. What exactly are you plotting? Yamamoto asked. It's quite simple really, since Talbumasuk put my original plan into motion and failed, I thought I'd try something a little different. My intention is simple Yamamoto Suteiko, to take command of the Godi I-13. Like I'd ever let you do such a thing, Yamamoto scoffed. Oh, you're not in my plan. In fact, you're in my way. I have no use for you, so it's my intention to kill you, Aizen stated. That's big talk, but you will never back it up, Yamamoto told Aizen. I don't have to, Aizen snapped his fingers and Naira warped in at his side. Aizen then pointed at Yamamoto. Naira, dear, that man has threatened to kill me. Naira entered her feral state. No one hurts Papa. I'll kill you. Naira stood completely still, but the next thing Yamamoto knew something tore his left arm right off. Yamamoto was surprised to see such force delivered and not even where it came from. Lelich's geese kept him alive, but Yamamoto knew he could no longer hold back. The girl had torn his arm off and he hadn't even seen her attack coming. Bankai. Yamamoto activated his Bankai and then shouted, Shinsei no Jokia. Yamamoto entered his Shogun attire mode, but what was more interesting was that his arm that had been lost was now completely made of lava rock. The entire barracks, including Yamamoto's own office, disintegrated into ash because of the Ryotsu emitting from Yamamoto, leaving the 3 combatants standing on air. So this is the true form of your Bankai, is it? Very impressive, but it won't help you. Naira, protect your papa. Aizen told her. Naira sent out her invisible arms at Yamamoto, but while Yamamoto was not able to see Naira's incoming strike, he was able to not take any visible damage when Naira tried to slice off his left arm again. Yamamoto then grabbed where he had been struck and upon touching Naira's arm discovered the secret to her ability. Naira's extra arms were visible in a ghostly, transparent manner if her target deliberately touched them. It removed the element of surprise, but it didn't matter to Naira in the least. She was still powerful and none of her destructive power had been taken away. I see. Extra arms, so that is how you fight, Yamamoto observed, it pains me to do this. I may have brought out my Bankai's most powerful form, but it sickens me to have to do this to a child such as yourself. Aizen, you are one sick bastard. Why else do you think I had her face you? Play to your enemy's weaknesses and your strengths and victory shall be assured. Naira, kill him. Gra. Naira attacked Yamamoto again. With his blade of flame Yamamoto blocked the strike. With another arm Naira slashed down Yamamoto's armor and then tried to gut him with a third arm, but the old man dodged with Shunpo and warped on Naira's locations. Attacking from behind he brought down his blade of flame to skewer her in half, but suddenly found all four of her invisible arms sticking out through his stomach. Blood poured from Yamamoto's mouth and stained his beard. Across the open air, Aizen had his blade partly drawn and Naira was, in fact, behind him, 3 meters away. Kyoka Suijutsu, Yamamoto only realized then how difficult this battle was about to become. He would just have to follow his instinct and hope that he could strike. Jigoku Shivuki. Inferno Splash, forcing his blade towards the ground. A torrent of fire exploded out and upwards from around Yamamoto and flowed outward like a wave on the ocean. The wave rose about half as high as the man himself. Naira dashed right through the flame and with her non-ethereal fist struck Yamamoto across the face. She then grabbed his sword hand with an ethereal arm and slashed his throat with another arm before Yamamoto managed to fling her off him by powering up his battle aura. The flames did minimal damage, surprising Yamamoto. This was his strongest form and the flames had done little more than scorch the first layer of Naira's skin. Surely such a difference in Ryotsu was not possible. Shall I tell you what the problem is? Aizen asked as his blade slashed Yamamoto across the 2 wounds through his body that Naira had already delivered, spilling more of the old man's blood. Naira is the 4th most powerful Togabito in Hell's domain and I am number 2. Yamamoto realized the implications. Togabito upon entering Hell became resistant to Soul Reapers and Togabito above a certain number were thought nigh unbeatable by anything except the Kushana. However, Lelich's geese kicked in and Yamamoto came out of any despair. Aizen may have inset and struck back at him with a flaming fist. Aizen blocked with his bare fist and then twisted Yamamoto's lava rock arm until it broke and then delivered an overhead spinning axe kick into Yamamoto's neck wound, sending the man careening down to the ashen ground below. Aizen retreated to the ground as Naira followed. Give it up Yamamoto Genri Usai, there is no way you can win. Laying there in the ashes Yamamoto prepared to get up. He had one last trick up his sleeve and was going to activate it. He'd take down Aizen even if it meant possibly giving up his own life. In his battle with Ichigo's Hollow, Yamamoto had neglected to use this power simply because it fed off of his own life force and came with a limit to it. If Yamamoto passed that limit he would be ejected from his Bankai and unable to use his Zanpakuto at all until he either slept or went unconscious. By the time of the end of that battle Yamamoto didn't have enough Ryotsu to activate the ability when Ichigo was charging his Zero. He had plenty left right now. After all, the battle had only begun, even if a severe beating had come with it. Fuck you, Yamamoto said as he rose up from the ashes. His body was suddenly wreathed in flames and Yamamoto's Ryotsu spiked. His entire body became the consistency of flames. Yamamoto looked as if he had merged with the very element of fire itself. Whelp. Watashi wa, Moruatoko. I am the Burning Man. I've never seen this before, Aizen stated as Yamamoto stood on his feet. His bald head was lit up like a torch. His beard burned with an even greater fire than the rest of his body and his fists were imbued with flames. Yamamoto had no weapon. He didn't need one. Also all of his previous were non-existent. This is my last ace in the hole. My final chance at victory, at a terrible price, but to defeat you. Spires of flames shot up out of the ground, it is worth it. Yamamoto flew at Aizen like a brick shot out of a cannon and decked Aizen straight through the stomach. The resulting impact tore Aizen in half, but that was just a Kyoka Suijutsu illusion. However, it was enough to send Naira over the edge. Screaming in anger, she began striking Yamamoto rapidly with her ethereal arms. Yamamoto deflected the strikes with his flaming arms and then drew in a ball of energy as he drew back his hands. Masa Yoshien. Yamamoto unleashed the flames of justice upon Naira, engulfing her in the blazing flames. Emerging from the strike, bleeding from her forehead, frenzied look in her eye, Naira grabbed Yamamoto's head with her ethereal arm and crushed it like a grape, but headless Yamamoto punched her in the stomach and his head regrew. In this form he was pure fire. He had no skin, no tissue, and no blood. It was as if he and the flames of Ryujinjaka had merged. As Naira went flying away, Yamamoto performed a spinning double lariat in case Aizen was about to come close, and it was a good thing he did, otherwise the currently invisible Togabito would have sliced him. "Master, I cannot hold this form for much longer," Ryujinjaka told Yamamoto. "Just a little while longer," Yamamoto told his longtime friend. "Don't give up on me yet. Give me every last ounce of your strength." "I will try," Ryujinjaka told him. Naira flew back at Yamamoto and attacked him one of her arms. As Yamamoto dodged and reappeared behind her, he blasted her in the back with a ball of flame. The flames did not reach her and Aizen reappeared, making Naira feel all warm and fuzzy inside. "Papa!" Aizen hadn't blocked the attack for Naira's sake. He did it to surprise Yamamoto. Blocking for the pink-haired Togabito accomplished two things: confused Yamamoto, and upped the image of himself in Naira's mind. Aizen then struck forward at Yamamoto and cut his flaming body in half. Yamamoto reformed behind Naira and Aizen, but Naira sent two of her arms straight through his chest and forehead, blasting a hole in both, forcing Yamamoto to regenerate again. When he did, a floor of black energy appeared beneath him. Heido 90, Kuro Hitsuji, Aizen trapped Yamamoto inside the black coffin. Yamamoto broke out of it just by powering up his aura, but as he did, the flames on his body died down and his corporeal body began to reform. "Oh, what's this? It looks like you're all out of firepower, Genryusai," Aizen chuckled. With only one arm, Yamamoto didn't have many options. He was still holding Ryujinjaka and with as much force as he could threw it at Aizen. Naira grabbed it with one of her ethereal arms, and then the next thing Yamamoto knew, Ryujinjaka was pierced through his body, jammed in his right lung. "Heido," he coughed. 88, he charged energy in his remaining arm, Hiri Yuj Kazoku Shintenreiho. Aizen vanished long before the blast reached him and slashed Yamamoto across the back, cutting deep. Yamamoto dropped to his knee. There wasn't much he could do now. Lelich's geese activated again, forcing him to fight, and Yamamoto used Shunpo and attempted to perform a spinning clothesline on Aizen. But the Aizen he attacked disappeared and Aizen stabbed Yamamoto in the gut with Kyoka Suijutsu. Yamamoto grabbed Aizen with his single arm. Heido 96, Ito Kaso. Blowing up his only arm, Yamamoto blasted Aizen with immense force, forcing the man back. Growling in anger, Naira leapt at Yamamoto and performed several successive slashes on his body. Yamamoto fell over into the dirt after the many strikes. Aizen, once he recovered, grabbed Yamamoto by the head and pulled the man onto his knees, bending him forward, Kyoka Suijutsu by his throat. "You will not succeed," Yamamoto told Aizen. "You do not scare me anymore, Yamamoto Suteiko," Aizen told him. "You have lost, and once you are gone the Soul Society will crumble. Even Lelich will realize that he has no chance of defeating me. In my original body I could have never achieved victory against such Ryutsu, but as a Togabito my victory was assured. Goodbye, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, for today will go down in history as the dawn of a new age." And with that, Aizen slit Yamamoto's throat wide open. He let Yamamoto's head go and the leader of the Soul Society fell. Yamamoto had been slain. Karakura Town. Lelich exited the Senkaimon and looked for the nearest clock. It was a little after 8 in the morning. If he hurried he might be able to round everyone up before the school day started. Lelich sighed. Bakudo 77, Tentiakura. He contacted Ichigo and everyone else that could fight. "Ichigo, Hirako, So iPhone, Yoriyuki, those of you that are Ichigo's friends, and the rest of you in Hirako's group, I come from Soul Society with important information in an emergency situation. I want all of you to meet me in Urahara's shop immediately." Lelich went to Urahara's and asked that a meeting room be set up. Urahara obliged. By 9:30, everyone had shown up. On short notice, So iPhone, Kensei, and Rose called in for a personal emergency, leaving Karakura High School to deal with the problem. Lelich sounded serious and he would have come to them directly instead of casting a Tentiakura if things weren't dire. Kigo was excited as this would be his first time getting into a real adventure instead of just going out on weekend patrols with Ichigo. It had been nearly half a year since the Fullbring incident and Kigo had managed to slowly make up for what he had done. Incidentally, Yoshino had also become just another member of the group, despite looking so much older. When Ichigo first started high school, he never thought that his circle of friends would grow from just Tatsuki and Chad to so many other people. Urahara was the first to ask Lelouch what was going on. Lelouch could only utter what he believed to be the absolute truth. The Soul Society is under attack and there is an 80% chance that head captain Yamamoto Shigekuni Genri Yusai is dead. Shocked faces were expressed all around the room. The old man. No way, Ichigo's heart beat erratically. I wouldn't lie about something like this, Lelouch said without a flicker of emotion. I don't think Kurosaka was implying that, so iPhone said. Lelouch, what's going on exactly? Yuriuki asked. Lelouch explained about the attack. 10 Hellgates had opened following 10 strong Togabito. They were strong. I think a majority of them were in the top 50. There's no telling how many casualties the Godai has suffered. I instructed Hisuna to make a retreat and round up of as many officers as she could out into the Rokanga. You gave up the Siridi. Lisa shouted. We had to, otherwise I'd be the only one alive right now, I'm assuming. I saw the carnage on my way to the 1st Division, we were suffering casualties heavily. Hopefully things will stop once the leader has taken over, Lelouch stated. Any ideas as to who's causing this? Ichigo asked. There are other suspects, but my most likely suspect is Aizen Sosuke, Lelouch answered. More shocked faces. So Aizen's returned, has he? Urahara asked. Lelouch nodded. The Suteiko sent me here with 2 objectives. 1. He glanced more towards the Vizards than anyone else, reinforcements. He glanced at Urahara. 2. I'm supposed to go into hell and find a woman named Jinenga Rita. Any idea who she might be? Rita, but she's only a legend, Yuriuki blinked. Yuriuki. So iPhone looked at her. Yuriuki took a deep breath to explain. This is an old tale my father passed down to me from his father and our other ancestors. I'm sure the Kukaki and the Shiba clans have heard similar tales. Yuriuki cleared her throat. Many centuries ago, back when the age of the Soul Reapers was still new, there was a single individual out of the group with extraordinary power. Her name was Jinenga Rita. She was incredibly gifted with amazing strength, speed, and intelligence, but also a kind heart. At this same time Togabito were growing restless and the Soul King feared that things would become a problem to the balance if they succeeded in emerging out of hell. So he sent several Soul Reapers to put down the restless rebellious Togabito. Amongst them was Jinenga Rita. As the story goes, while all of the Soul Reapers fought bravely, Rita was able to put down the Togabito without a scratch. She became a hero and was revered by her fellow Soul Reapers. Years passed and strong Soul Reapers began to appear from the rabble like my clan's founder, Shihoin Kazuma, Kukaki Iwamarai, founder of the Kukaki clan, Shiba Tuya, founder of the Shiba clan, Yamamoto Shigekuni Genri Yusai and, of course Jinenga Rita. While the clan heads were established with their own house as part of Soul Society's governance, Yamamoto was given leadership over many of the Soul Reapers. Rita disagreed with this presumption. Her defeat of the Togabito made her believe that she was the strongest Soul Reaper of all. And you know what, it turned out she was right. As was later learned, Rita was not just a very powerful Soul Reaper. She was one of the first generation of the Soul Reapers, dating back to before the use of Zanpakuto. So of course it turned out she was more powerful than the man to later be crowned Suteiko. In fear of her growing power, Rita was given the position of the Guardian of Hell by the Soul King to prevent her from desiring more power. Rita's kind-hearted spirit allowed her to willingly accept the position as though it were a promotion or opportunity. The story says that it is unknown if she bears any ill will towards the Soul Society. The way Yamamoto made it sound, though it sounds like he knows Rita personally, Lelouch stated. She must be lonely, Orium said sadly. Be that as it may, the head captain wants you to go looking for this girl. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, Shinji exasperated. More like a piece of hay in a needle stack, that place nearly got us killed, Tatsuki interjected. No, we did die, Lelouch reminded her, without Kazumi we would have been screwed. You think we should look for Kazumi again then? Ichigo asked. If Aizen's the one calling the shots, maybe Kazumi would be willing to help us. I don't know, Lelouch said, nevertheless we need to get to hell and fast. Urahara-san, can you open a hell gate like you opened the Garganta? Lelich asked. I can try, but it won't be easy. You guys might be stuck there until you find Rita. Wait just a minute, you want us to go into hell, like literally, into hell? Kigo asked. If you wanna back out you can. Back out? Kigo exclaimed, this'll be awesome. Geez, and to think you used to always run with your tail between your legs, Tatsuki teased. It would be a bad idea if too many of you went. In fact, we should probably send a few of the stronger ones of us amongst us to go in and the rest of us should go to the Soul Society, Yuriuki stated. Yeah, that's a problem, Urahara said. After I activate the Hell Gate it'd take a while before I can fire up the Senkaimon, unless of course you want me to be too exhausted to put up a good fight. We still shouldn't take too many of us, Lelich stated. The smaller the group the faster we can travel. In fact, I think if only Ichigo and I went we could make good time. If Ichigo goes then we're going too, Tatsuki said, we're a packaged deal. Lelich sighed, time is crucial here. Splitting up is a bad idea and not all of you are strong or fast enough to meet captain level. There are only 10 sinners attacking the Soul Society. There are still plenty of Togabito at mine and Ichigo's level up there. Hey, don't count us out just because we're young. Tatsuki argued, besides if there are more of us, if we go up against something really dangerous we'll have a better chance of standing against it. Chad and I are Ichigo's right and left hand, Orium can help us if we get hurt, Uriah can be our backup strategist if anything happens to you. We'll need Shinji as a backup fighter. What about me? Kigo asked. You can be bait, Tatsuki teased. Hey! Kigo shouted. Lelich grumbled, alright, I get it. If it'll get all of us to move into hell, we can all go. I don't want arguments and you make a good case. I don't feel like arguing, not after this morning. It still is morning, Shinji pointed out. Lelich glared. Right, sorry. I get it, not the time for jokes. So what should we do while we wait for them to come back, twiddle our thumbs? So iPhone asked Kisuk. Urahara shook his head, no, stay in the basement and remove your Jigeas, that's one thing. I'd say meditate with your Zanpakuto and get stronger, he then spoke gravely, there's no telling what we're going to be dealing with when we get to the Soul Society. Soul Society? Urahara had no idea how true that statement was. Combining their powers, Zurich and Sumaim crafted a proper throne room for Aizen by recreating the 1st Division barracks into a gigantic temple room with stained glass windows containing images of their leader in various poses and forms, one of which was a butterfly of death and rebirth. The floor was cream-colored and made of marble. Aizen sat upon the red velvet throne with a glass of wine in his hand. Under Sumaim and Zurich's hypnosis all of the remaining Soul Reapers were brainwashed to serve Aizen. Aizen drank the wine and set the chalice down on the plate where the brainwashed servant was knelt beside him. Aizen then reached over to his other side and scratched Naira behind her horn, earning a coo of delight from her. Though she saw him as her father figure, to him Naira was like a pet. Zurich entered the large room and teleported to the other side to speak with Aizen. Sir, are you sure you should be lounging about like this? We should be forwarding the plan, not relaxing. Patience, Zurich. Victory can be attained once I can be certain all of my enemies are dead. I noticed the 1st Division Senkaimon was recently activated after I killed Yamamoto. Considering Lelich used the CRIDI-wide announcement system to broadcast to the rest of the GODI, I have no doubt he intends to bring Kurosaki Ichigo and the others from the world of the living back here to launch a counter-attack, and that is when we will crush everyone. The door to the gigantic throne room opened again and Phoebe entered. She was dragging a bleeding and battered Anohana Retsu behind her and threw her into the middle of the room. Aizen smirked and walked in front of Anohana. The 4th Division captain was stripped down nude and was covered in her own blood. She was breathing and her life was not in danger of ceasing, but she was in dire pain and unable to fight back in her condition. Her hands were bound behind her back and her legs were tied together. Subdued and defeated, just like you ordered, Aizen-kun, Phoebe knelt on one knee and crossed her arm over her body. Thank you, Phoebe, that will be all, Aizen told her. The half-demon smiled and then left the room at her leader's request. Aizen knelt down in front of Anohana and picked her up by a lock of her hair. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, first Genri Usai, now you. Aizen, Anohana scowled at him and then coughed harshly as blood spewed from her mouth. I am glad Phoebe resisted the urge to kill you and followed my instructions. Your life is of great importance to me, Anohana Retsu, Aizen told her. Anohana scowled. Her smile would not cut it, not in her condition, like I'd ever help you. Not as you are now, but I will break you and you will follow me willingly, and with the head captain gone you will soon be deemed Suteiko. When that happens you will be told the location of the Okin and you will reveal it to me and I will obtain it. It's as simple as that, Aizen told Anohana. You will not get away with this, Anohana told him, you will be dragged back to the depths of hell and the head captain will be avenged. So sorry to disappoint you, but there's no chance of that happening, Aizen said and let Anohana go. Orin. He called. The armored former Soul Reaper appeared. Yes, my lord. Please escort our guest to the dungeon and to be careful with her. I need her alive, Aizen instructed. Orin looked at the battered, bound Anohana on the ground. That's her. Do you see anyone else here? Aizen asked rhetorically. I understand, sir, Orin said. He took Anohana and put her in the dungeon beneath the palace Zurich and Sumaim had built. There was a Ryotsu ceiling collar on the wall of the dungeon cell which Orin tied tightly around the medical captain. As he unbound her though, she got a good look at his face. She could see black hair and sun-kissed irises and she also saw the scar beneath his left eye. As Orin left her there in the dungeon, Anohana ran to the bars and clenched them. Zane. She called to him. Orin stopped moving. Do not call me that again, he glanced back at Anohana, I'm Orin now. Zane, what happened to you? I thought you would have been reincarnated, Anohana spoke to him with tears starting to well up. I said not to call me that. Orin powered up his Ryotsu and brought Anohana to her knees. He ceased and she coughed and massaged her throat. I surrendered my identity as a Soul Reaper, he looked forward, I am sorry Retsu, but you and I were never meant to be. Zane, if you walk away from me I will never forgive you. Anohana shouted at him, still sitting on the ground. Zane is dead, Retsu, Orin told her, I am all that remains. Orin left the dungeon. Anohana leaned against the bars and actually started to cry. The head captain dead, her pride stripped from her, and now even the only man she had ever loved had abandoned her. Rita, she thought to herself, help me. Karakura town. The swirling gate of hell stood before Lelouch, Ichigo, and his Nakama. To the depths of hell they would venture, a party of 9. They had no idea where to begin looking for Rita, but they knew that they had to find her, for the sake of the Soul Society. Good luck, so iPhone told everyone. Come back safely, Yuaki urged. Hey, I'm with them and so is Orium-chan, we'll be fine, Shinji stated. Lelouch nodded with a serious glance, no one will die on my watch. Lelouch, Ichigo, it's in your hands now, Urahara told them. The swirling ceased and a fierce wind began sucking everyone into the gate. One by one the protectors of Karakura town, plus Shinji and Lelouch, entered the portal to go to hell. Soul Society. Inzuri. It had been several hours after Aizen's attack on the Soul Society. It was now the middle of the afternoon. In the backwater district, a woman wearing a dark brown cloak shuffled through the busy village and neared a small pub with a closed sign on it. She kept glancing back behind her, making sure no one was following her. She knocked twice, then knocked 3 times quickly, paused and then knocked 2 more times. A slot in the door opened and a pair of eyes looked at her. What's the password? 6 Britannia, the woman answered. The door unlocked and was opened, allowing the woman inside. The bartender, the man who answered the door, looked around to make sure his guest wasn't followed and then closed the door before relocking it. You're going to put me out of business like this, Kukaki-sama. The woman pulled her hood down, revealing herself to be Kukaki Hisuna. Oh hush, she told her longtime friend from Inzuri from the time she had spent out in Rukongo looking for Rukia, I'll be paying you 3 times what you'd make. There is no value for saving lives of key personnel. Yeah, I know, her friend said walking over to the back of the bar, but that Aizen guy has control of almost the entire Soul Society. If I'm found out it's not your head on the platter. That's why I always go out in a Ryotsu concealing cloak, Hisuna said and headed downstairs underground through the secret entrance by the piano. Down underground where the wine and alcohol was stored were everyone she had managed to save from Aizen's attack. To her left and going clockwise she looked around the room. Momo was on the ground, underneath a glow from Izuru's hands as he healed her while Hitsugaya waited patiently and prayed for her to be alright. The three had had a close encounter with Phoebe, and when Hitsugaya's Bankai had been shattered, Momo got really furious and used her Bankai again. She actually managed to inflict visible damage. Her Bankai had gotten a lot stronger in the past couple of months. If she and Susanna clashed again this time she would win. Speaking of Susanna, she and Yuna were sitting against the wall twiddling their thumbs. Both were incredibly worried about Lelich, Susanna more so. Yuna was staying strong for her vice-captain to keep her belief that Lelich was alright. To their right, northeast of Hitsugaya's back, were Yukatake, Kian and Isane. Kian was crying and Yukatake and Isane were doing their best to comfort her. In an attempt to keep Yukatake alive, Sentaro had bolstered himself against Zurich and went down fighting. Kian had initially been sobbing how it should have been her, but Isane and Yukatake were doing their best to keep her in good spirits. At one point she had been in her captain's arms, blushing heavily. Right now she and her sister were playing cards while Yukatake watched. Behind them sat Ashido and Shunsui. Both had made it out alive without much trouble. It surprised Ashido little that Shunsui was competent in a crisis. After all, the man was one of the oldest captains. Behind them was Kyukaku, sitting on a barrel and whittling using a small fruit knife. She was carving a wooden duck, and the carving was the only thing keeping her sanity. On the opposite side of the room of where Hisano was standing was Vera. She was sitting alone with her legs curled up. In closed spaces, with so many people, she liked being alone, lest her old self come out. In front of her were Tison, Jin and Rainjiku. Tison was healing Jin while Rainjiku was resting in Jin's arms. Jin was bleeding from his head after an encounter with Treva. Rainjiku had been in danger and Jin had intervened to protect her and took the blow. If not for Tison's timely arrival, both of them would have been dead. In the far right corner Mayuri and Nimue were sitting. Mayuri was doing some sort of open surgery on his arm while Nimue silently sat on a barrel and watched. On the right wall were Kenpeki and Yachiro. Kenpeki recalled how he had hated to retreat. Kenpeki was injured, but not too badly. He had fought Dariklu and was having the time of his life until he found how hard it was to cut the bastard. In the middle of the fight, Ryu showed up and told Kenpeki to make a break for it. Earlier. Like hell, this is my fight. Kenpeki shouted. Captain, Lelich wants all of the captains alive and well. If you die here, the Soul Society loses one of its greatest fighters. Ryu shouted at him. At the time, Dariklu had been sent flying by a swing from Ryu's hammer. It was an awe-inspiring strike considering the difference in their Ryutsu. I'm not going to die. Kenpeki shouted. I won't let you take that chance. Ryu shouted. Kenny, let's take Keishi's advice. I don't want Kenny to leave me. Yachiro tugged on Kenpeki's shoulder. TCH, what a pain, Kenpeki coughed, just when it was getting good. Ryu. He shouted at his fourth seat. Go out like a man. I will, sir, now go. Ryu told him. Kenpeki ran off. Ryu took a deep breath and readied his hammer. The special ability of his Zanpakuto, Yabantsuyose, increased his power based upon his willpower, fighting spirit, whatever you wanted to call it. The more into the battle he was, the more powerful his strikes were, allowing his Ryuryoku to reach ludicrous levels while his Ryutsu remained the same. As Dariklu burst forth back to the battlefield, using his swords rather than his guns, Ryu raised his weapon high above his head. Taste the storm of my motherfucking loyalty. With all of his might, Ryu ran towards Dariklu, shouting at the top of his lungs, and smashed his hammer into Dariklu with all of his might, belting him away as he had done before. But this time Dariklu gained aerial control and dropped to the ground and whipped out his guns. You've got a pretty nasty punch there, Soul Reaper. Even your captain wasn't hitting quite as hard. I thought there was some sort of mad sorcery going on that you willfully remained lower ranked than your captain, but I can see now it's just your Zanpakuto. Time for you to die. Dariklu opened fire as Ryu ran to deliver another strike. Ryu was turned into a leaky piece of meat long before he reached Dariklu. Ryu died knowing that he had been loyal to his captain, ensuring his survival, and died smiling. Present time. Rukia, Renji, and Kyan were all sitting in the underground room together with Renji playing the harmonica. The trio had been lucky enough not to encounter any Togabito. However, their luck was only at the cost of the 2nd Division officers in the near right corner. Stefan, Kendra, Yolanda, Naomi, and even Ribatuka were present. Yasuai had died in the clash. The group of them had fought with Vanguard and using a smokescreen Kido began to make a retreat. Once again, Yolanda remembered the last thing she said to them. If we run together he'll just keep coming after us. One of us should go out and I think it should be me. Stefan had told him to give it his all and that he was proud of Yasuai for having such courage to face death as he was. Yolanda complained, saying she should be the one to make the sacrifice. Yolanda, let me do this, Yasuai had said, on my honor, let me be the one to make the sacrifice. I can hold him the longest. Yasuai used his blue aura form against Vanguard. As they retreated, Yolanda thought it was possible that Yasuai might have attained Bankai in his final moments of living. It didn't help even if he did. His riot so faded as the officers made their retreat. Yolanda, tears streaming down her face, stood up, turned around, and punched the wall. Damn it Yasuai, you fool. No, Yasuai's not the fool, Yolanda opened her eyes, I'm the fool. It was his final moments. Why didn't I tell him how I felt? Rukia walked over to Hisuna as she saw her sister enter the room. Nei-san, you're back. How does it look out there? Stefan asked her. Horrible, Hisuna answered, hanging up her cloak on the wall. The Siriti has been completely overrun. Those that are still alive are forced into servitude under Aizen or live in fear of his tyranny. Anything to report? Kyan asked. From the sound of it, they're holding Anohana hostage. I think they plan to use her as a puppet supporter by breaking her will. What? Yuka take? Yes, Hisuna nodded. Yamamoto Shijikuni Genri Yusai is dead. There was never such a despairing atmosphere seen across the Soul Reapers. Stifled sobs from Susanna, Ribatuka, Naomi, Yolanda, and Kian could be heard. It was a grave revelation. What about Lelich-kun? Aizen asked. It seems like they haven't found him yet, Hisuna stated. I get the feeling he's gone to the world of the living for backup. If it's Lelich he'll be fine. Yuna rose to her feet, still comforting Susanna. Hisuna agreed. Rukia was the next to speak. Nei-san, is Ni-sama. Knowing Byakuya he's probably hauled himself up in the manor. Like a good parent he probably went to protect your children, Shunsui stated. Of course, considering how powerful those guys are, I don't like Byakuya's chances. Hisuna dropped to her knees. Now it was her turn to feel despair. Ouch, that's cold, especially from you, Jin smirked at Shunsui. Jin, hold your thick skull still before I crack it, Tison said bitterly. Jin leaned his head back against the barrel. Besides, Kiraku Teiko's choice not to mince words is necessary. In this situation false hope is a bad idea. We must assume the worst. Hisuna put her hands in her face and began to cry. Byakuya and her children were everything to her, besides Rukia of course. Rukia could see the tears falling down her sister's face along the sides of her cheeks, falling on the outside of where she was covering her face. She knelt down by her sister and hugged her, knowing she needed to know that she was not the only one in emotional pain. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps upstairs and then a second set of footsteps followed. Someone had entered the pub. On instinct everyone became on edge. No one was supposed to enter the pub and the bartender was supposed to be cleaning glasses and not leaving that spot unless it was to use the bathroom or to eat. Everyone stared at the door as Hisuna shut it. Once the intruder came in they would all jump him or her. Being blind however, Tison noticed that the person heading down the stairs seemed to have a limp. He didn't say anything though, limping didn't mean much on its own. The door slowly was pushed open by the individual's left hand and there standing in the doorway was a battered, bleeding, but very much alive Kukaki Byakuya. His Kenseiken were gone, his forehead was bleeding, his legs were creaky, his right arm was broken and he had many cuts on his body. And yet his expression was stoic as ever. Hisuna's eyes became like that of a sad puppy and her eyes watered and she sniffed. Byakuya-sama, she sniffed and ran towards him to give him a big hug. She held him tightly and sobbed into his shoulder. If it didn't hurt to move his muscles, Byakuya would have hugged her back. "You're alive," Yukatake was surprised. "I'm very thankful to be." He looked at Isane. "May I have some first aid?" "Ah, yes, of course." Byakuya staggered over to a spot on the floor and Isane applied first aid to him while Hisuna held his uninjured hand. After everything bad that had happened, the fact that Byakuya was alive was some good news. "How did you get here?" Stefan asked. "How exactly did you find us?" Byakuya began to tell the story as all of the Soul Reapers turned their attention to him. At the start of the attack, after Lelich declared that Hisuna and the others should lead the others out of the Siriti, I made my way to the manor. I knew Green was Hisuna's codename after it was released that that's what Phantom she was. Since she was busy, I took it upon myself to protect our children. Unfortunately, one of the Togabito followed me, former Espada Ulquiera Cipher. I locked myself up in the manor and told the servants to reinforce the mansion and the entire noble district belonging with the reinforced Kido barriers we had in place for crisis situations. The Kido barriers Byakuya was referring to were special reinforced shields that kept personnel locked inside and could withstand forces 10 times stronger than the head captain's Bankai cumulatively. As I am the only powerful Soul Reaper in all of the noble houses that wasn't making a retreat under your guidance, he told Hisuna, I thought it would be up to me to defend the noble houses once the barrier eventually broke. I was prepared to die fighting to protect the foundation of nobility. And yet you're alive, Renji pointed out. Yes, it surprised me too as to what happened. Earlier, Byakuya stood at the edge of the barrier where Ulquiera was using his Segunda Etapa to break into the barrier. Sumaime was helping him. The barrier would not last for much longer. Byakuya held his sword upside down, counting down, waiting for the last battle of his life to come. And then something amazing happened. As Byakuya stood around, suddenly Soul Reaper, after Soul Reaper, after Soul Reaper began to form up next to him. Even non-Soul Reapers, some old servants, even retired Soul Reapers began to form up next to Byakuya, surprising him. What are you all doing? Byakuya asked. One of the first Soul Reapers to show up, a man named Kenzaki Ryasei, a bodyguard to the Kazumi Aji house, spoke up, I don't know about the others, but, Inryu and I saw you standing out here on your own, knowing that you intended to fight for us all. Our honor would not let us fight all by yourself. One of the members of the Kukaki Elder Council spoke up and walked by Byakuya, young master, if you die there will be much demoralization. We are here to fight and protect you. A cook from the Kukaki house stood holding nothing but a frying pan. You have been so great to us all, Kukaki-sama. You have given my family such a wonderful life when you hired me 30 years ago. It is only right that those of us who can fight, do so to ensure that you can live on. There was a simultaneous roar of approval as to the cook's statement. Byakuya looked behind him. There had to be more people standing behind him than a people in a single squad. They were all ready to throw their lives away to ensure his survival. Kukaki Byakuya, Ryasei spoke up again, Ruroki Yohime and Jugen-sama will be exiting through the underground tunnels when the barrier breaks. We will fight to protect your lives. You must live. Soul Society's hope falls upon your survival. Do not worry about us, one of the elders said, we are all prepared to die, that is why we are here. Go young master. Yes, I understand. Present time. I have no doubt that all of them died like dogs. I escaped with Kazumioji Jugen and Rurakiyo. They had their own safe house to go to, Byakuya finished explaining. Then how did you get so injured? I had a close encounter with Phoebe upon our exit. I managed to protect the Kazumiya just using my Bankai and then covered my own retreat. Thankfully she seemed to be forced to retreat herself, Byakuya explained. And our children, Hisuna tugged at Byakuya's scarf, where are our babies, Byakuya-sama? Byakuya lifted his right arm, though still damaged at least it was no longer broken, and spread open his palm at an empty spot on the floor. Kyokantanai. A green glow filled the area that Byakuya was aiming at and, then he sputtered out. Oko. Dispelling the Kido to make things invisible, Hisuna could only gasp when Kyo and Isao appeared in their cribs in the underground room. She began to get choked up, holding her hand by her mouth and crying. They were perfectly okay. Rukia and Kayan plucked each air out of their cribs and held them. Byakuya, Yukatak realized how Byakuya had accomplished such a feat. Forbidden spatial Keto, Byakuya answered and coughed. Yukatak was even more surprised that Byakuya openly admitted to it. I am prepared to accept my punishment when the time comes, Byakuya said and then scowled, but I'll be damned if I lose the things I hold dear for the sake of upholding the law. In times of crisis some laws have to be broken. Hisuna wrapped her arms around her husband and gave him a passionate kiss and then hugged him again. You did the right thing, Byakuya-sama. I love you so much, Hisuna spoke in a high-pitched, excited squeak. You still didn't explain how you found us, Stefan stated. Simple, Byakuya stated, it wouldn't make sense for you to stay in the Siriti and Inzuri is closely connected to Hisuna in comparison to the other 78 Rokanga districts. He coughed. You need to rest, Isane told Byakuya. Yes, I know, Byakuya said and lay back. Hisuna sat next to him and rested his head on her shoulder. You've certainly outdone yourself, Byakuya, Yukatak told him, what you've accomplished is very impressive. Byakuya gave one of his rare smirks. If you think that's impressive, wait until you hear how we're going to fight back. He sat up straighter. Susanna, he looked at the silver-haired vice-captain, are you wearing your Phantom Unojajudis wristband? I am, Susanna answered without skipping a beat. Everyone looked at her. What? I like it. Still more silence. I don't have to defend myself to you people. She said quickly. While I was at the manor, a static message came over Hisuna's band from Lelich. I tried to get in contact with him by using it, but he said you would have yours. I don't why he didn't just ask me to bring Hisuna's, Byakuya stated. I guess in case you didn't make it, Hisuna stated. Susanna, can you get in contact with Lelich? Yuna asked her. I'm already on it, Susanna said fiddling with it. After a short bit she said, yellow to 0. Come in 0. There was no answer. 0 do you copy? There was a heavy dose of static before Lelich's voice could be heard. It was fuzzy, but it was coherent. This is 0, yellow are you and the others safe? Smiles and sounds of approval and hope buzzed through the room. Susanna smiled, yes, we're all at the rendezvous point. It's good to hear you Lelich Dono. Same, I'm glad you're safe Susanna, he told her, alright everyone, listen up. If my calculations are correct, the head captain is dead, Ano Hinateko has been captured and Ryu, Sentaro, and Yasui have been killed in action. Shisato and Yumichika I imagine are hiding in a different location so as to avoid conflict. You're as intuitive as ever Lamperouge Teiko, Stefan complimented. Listen to me very carefully, Lelich continued, I am in hell with substitute Soul Reaper Kurosaki Ichigo and his Nakama. Our aim is to find the guardian of hell, Jinanga Rita. Rita? Ashido asked, confused, but she's a myth isn't she? This was the last order from head captain Yamamoto. Lelich said. He paused knowing that everyone would want a few moments to reflect on the statement and that Yamamoto's last words were to find Rita. He continued on, I want you all to stay put. I will come find you when our mission is complete. Regardless of how it happened we must face facts, Aizen is back. He has the infamous Vanguard in tow and he's also enlisted Hashima's help and one of the former Espada, Ulquira. We'll get the rest of the story from Rita, but for now let me say this, Aizen may have won the battle, but we will strike back. We will bring him to his knees. We are harbingers of justice. We cleanse corruption in the fires of our retribution. We fight the strong who oppress the weak. We are few in number, but strong in willpower. United we stand, united we prevail. We are the last line of defense the people have. To tyranny we are terrorists, to the people, we're heroes. Either way it does not matter because no matter what others call us it doesn't change who we are. The Phantoms of Justice. Susanna finished for Lelich thrusting her fist into the air. Susanna, please don't finish my sentences for me, Lelich said. Oh, I'm sorry, she apologized. Lelich cleared his throat, nay we are not fighting for justice. We are resistance, the hope of the people. We fight for freedom. We are, the Black Knights. Byakuya, Tissen, Stefan, Shunsui, and Yukatake were surprised to hear that declaration coming from Lelich, knowing the weight of that statement. I will see you all soon, Lelich told his allies, take care. Yolanda walked towards the rest of the group. She seemed to be in a little bit of discomfort. What's this sensation I'm feeling in my being? There's this jitteriness in my body boosting my confidence despite the awful situation. I feel it too, Kendra said holding her hands by her stomach. It's called hope, Hisuna answered, and until this very moment none of us had any, but now, strong eyes were reflected in the 3rd Division captain as she rose to her feet. We will fight back. Lelich W will come through for us. He always does. Yeah. Susanna affirmed. Absolutely. Yuna agreed. Hisuna put her hand in the center of the area everyone was standing around, for freedom. She said. One by one the other Soul Reapers followed her actions until everyone's hands were on top of, or touching hers or someone else's. When everyone's hands were in the circle they all shouted, for freedom. To be continued. Chapter 124, Lelich's Party in Arena of the Dead. Third-person POV. Circle 1, Hell. After entering Hell's domain Ichigo, Lelich, and the others wandered about Circle 1. Remembering Kokuto's words, Lelich knew that the members of Circle 1 were no longer hostile. However, even after interviewing no less than 500 Togabito about Rita, almost all of them considered her a myth. Lelich and the others actually succeeded in causing the ultimate despair of the sinners that hadn't even heard of her before. We are bastards, Shinji commented after the 10th time that happened. The fact that they're here means they've done something to deserve it, Lelich said, walking away. I have no sympathy for these despairing monsters. What's eating him? Ichigo asked Shinji. Don't know, the Vizard responded. Lelich continued to walk forward with a glare as he was wrapped up in his thoughts. Rita, why didn't you send me here? What about me set me apart from this lot? What did you see in me? There are so many things I wish to ask you. As the group marched on, Tatsuki stood around and held her hand up like one would if they expected rain. What's the matter, Tatsuki-chan? Orium asked her. When we came here the last time it wasn't very long before we were attacked by the Kushonada, but I'm not sensing even the slightest sense of their approach. Tatsuki, having been trained by Yoruaki and So iPhone, was more adept at sensing Ryotsu than Ichigo was. Then again so were some lower seats. If not for Lelich, Ichigo would be worse at sensing it than Kenpeki. Theoretically it's a wonder they even attacked you the first time, Shinji stated. The Kushonada are supposed to know the difference between living beings and sinners. Maybe they sensed Kokuto, Ichigo stated, and thought that we were defending him. No, that doesn't make sense, Lelich stated. Kokuto wasn't wearing a mask, which means he obviously had Rita's permission to help us. Something else is going on here and I want to get to the bottom of it. Well, we obviously aren't going to get it in this circle, Yoshino spoke up. Perhaps we should try farther down. I suppose we'll have to, Lelich admitted. Using the legendary right-handed method to make sure they didn't get lost, the party ventured about until they reached an area that Lelich could sense led to down below. Hold up, we have to jump from here? Shinji asked. We can slow our descent using spiritual power, Lelich said, we'll be fine. While he was talking, Tatsuki, Ichigo, and Chad had already leapt down. Orium used her Santen Kishun as a sort of magic carpet, and Uriu made a surfboard out of Reishi, which he let Yoshino ride on with him. Shinji, sighing, jumped and Kigo screamed as he fell with his arms flailing. Lelich had to cast Tsurubashi to keep him from injuring himself. It was then that the group found themselves at the arena, Circle 2. A man with a blue-colored anthropomorphic fly face with matching arms and feet, wearing a red and white vertical striped suit, with matching bucket hat, like the ringmaster of a circus, also carrying a bamboo cane, approached the group. Well, look who it is, you lot again, and you brought friends. Who are you? Ichigo asked. My name is Calibristas Inigo, the flyman responded. You guys may have gotten past this area when Kokuto was with Yat, but you ain't getting by this time. We don't have time to waste here, Lelich told him. Rita is expecting us. I know that, got a call from the boss lady herself, Inigo stated. Wait, then why do we have to fight? Just let us through, Tatsuki pressured. Yes, I'm one of her heralds, Inigo said, flexing his arms and beating his wings. There are no strings or chains on this flyboy. I run the arena. The boss lady says she wants to test your limits, saying that you all gotta prove yourself in the arena cause rules are rules. This is ridiculous, Lelich flashed his geese. I order you to let us through. Even Geese Inigo's only response was, it is out of my hands. The portal to take you to Circle 3 will only open if you all fight. Lelich was livid. They needed to get to Rita as fast as possible, and here she was playing games with them. What do we have to do, Inigo-kun? Orium asked him. Inigo tapped his cane to the floor and a cylindrical-shaped chamber appeared. Step inside there and let the machine analyze your Ryutsu level. Based on that, you'll be forced into a fight against the Togabito in this arena, waiting for a match closest to your level. Who wants to go first? Shinji, with no hesitation, stepped forward. I guess I'll be the guinea pig. Hirako. What? Shinji smirked at him. It's a game, Lelich. Jinin Gachan's just having some fun. Sides, if Aizen's really behind this, his ego won't let him make his final move till he's had his revenge on you. Shinji waltzed into the chamber. Instantly after doing, the chamber slid towards the center of the arena and something rumbled beneath the feet of Lelich and the others, creating a small cheering section, and then a gigantic dome appeared around Shinji's location. Shinji's opponent emerged from a similar glass cylindrical chamber and emerged from his spot. He had blue skin and white goat horns, red eyes, and a scaly body. He had a humanoid build with plenty of muscle mass, and his hands and feet had 4 fingers and 3 toes with sharp nails. He had a long tail and sharp fangs. He wielded a jagged red blade with skulls hanging about the hilt. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some entertainment? Inigo shouted as he sat in the stands atop the arena. We've got a special treat for all of you here. We have 9 lovely contestants from Earth, and each will battle one of our own. It's time to see who would win a death battle in our grand arena. Death battle? Orium seemed scared. She would have to go out there eventually, and she did not want to fight as much as it is, but now she had to kill her opponent. The rules are simple, meatbags, kill each other. Last man standing wins. From the blue corner we have, analyzed by our Ryutsu chamber, a former captain of the Godi I-13, now a visored against his will. Give it up for Hirako Shinji. There was some cheering from the stands, but not too much. Guess these guys are fans of the home team, Lelich joked. And in the red corner, he's big, he's powerful, he beats Togabito within an inch of their life before popping the killing blow. Give it up for Togabito number 145, Seeker. The stands were in an uproar at Seeker's declaration. Either that or that guy is really popular, Tatsuki stated in response to Lelich's earlier remark. Don't hold back, Hirako. Shinji shouted. There was the sound of an air horn and the battle began. Seeker blasted beams from his eyes at Shinji, but with his Shunpo the former captain was easily out of harm's way as he thought up a battle plan. Alright, so they analyzed my Ryutsu, and based on this guy's Ryutsu I'd say they consider the peak of my power to be what qualifies me to fight him. Looks like I got no other choice. Shinji dodged another I-beam and then went in for a close, quick strike down low. Seeker didn't see Shinji coming as the former captain of Squad 5 hacked at the warrior's ankle. I see, so I have the advantage in speed if I use my top Shunpo. Alright then. Seeker blasted another I-beam at Shinji, but the former captain twirled his blade and released his Shikai. Hado 58, Tenran. Using the hurricane, Shinji blew the sweet smell of his Shikai into Seeker's nostrils. An I-beam blasted straight towards Shinji, but he was already behind Seeker and cut at his back. It was a shallow strike, and without looking Seeker grabbed Hirako and whipped him onto his back in front of him before attempting to use Shinji's body as a pedestal for his sword. He missed and Shinji leapt forward towards Seeker to put his foot in his pectorals, but with Shikai active the attack was actually coming from behind and he kicked Seeker into the dirt. Hado 33, Sakasui. Shinji blasted Seeker in the back, noticing no difference between the Kido and his blade strike. So these guys are just resistant to Soul Reaper attacks altogether, not just Zanpakuto. What's Hirako doing? Why doesn't he just use his Bankai and finish that guy off? Ichigo asked Lelich. He said he would test the waters. Lelich told him, fingers interlocked in front of his face. I assume that means he intends to analyze the constraints of this battle and figure things out to make the fights easier for the rest of us. He's fighting seriously, but he's not fighting his hardest so as to see what the deal is with this battle. I would have done the same thing had I gone first. Back on the battlefield, Seeker blasted Shinji with another I-beam only to aim in the completely wrong direction. Shinji took the opportunity to count the seconds of recovery it took Seeker to be on his guard after that attack. It was Seeker's most effective means of long-range battle. He was not used to a warrior zipping around him and not fighting his massive muscular body or being able to dodge his I-beams so easily. The higher ranks usually just had better methods of beating him down, not running like cowards. Angry, he covered his hand in flames. Flames of the Blood Hand. He fired a blazing trail of fire at Shinji, but missed again because of Sakanade. Seeker roared in frustration. Oh, what is this, folks? Seeker must be under a confusion spell of some sort as he is constantly aiming where his opponent isn't, Inigo stated, completely giving away the problem. It wouldn't matter. Shinji had analyzed Seeker long enough. Now came time for his counter-attack. Shinji donned his mask and took off towards Seeker and slashed him wide across the side of his stomach. The wound was much deeper than before. He then struck Seeker with a powerful Zero from afar. Seeker was blasted into the dirt. Fist of Cold. Seeker shouted and created a wide-range blizzard the likes of which would awe even Captain Hitsugiya. The freezing blast caught Shinji and his began to cake with frost in the cold. With his powerful I-beams, Seeker blasted Shinji and blasted the mask right off his face. Hirako went down into the ground and crashed on several stalactites of ice. Seeker then opened his mouth and blasted Hirako with a pink breath beam. Hirako! Ichigo shouted at him. However, Shinji was not that easily defeated and used Shunpo to dodge even while lying down. He was still in Seeker's chamber of cold, but that was about to change with one declaration. Bankai! Shinji's Ryutsu exploded and he took his Bankai's form and all of Seeker's ice was destroyed. The phantasmal version of Shinji's Shikai blade floated above his head and ticked like a second hand while the black blade appeared in Shinji's hand. Gyakuten Sakanade. Seeker was understandably confused when he stared straight at Shinji, but with the entire world flipped upside down. As if that wasn't bad enough, Shinji kept switching the viewpoint of his Shikai either by flipping the entire world using different objects as an axis, whether it was him, Seeker, the floor, the center of the arena. Seeker's eyes became so strained that he began to shout in frustration and he began sending out I-beam after I-beam after I-beam in random directions, trying to hit Shinji as best he could. He was lashing out in fury trying to hit Shinji by any means necessary. Flames of the Blood Hand. He blasted the area with bursts of flame, I-beams, and his breath weapon all in hopes of hitting Shinji. Oh crap, Shinji said, being forced to duck and weave in all directions to prevent himself from being hit. Unfortunately he could only keep the charade up for so long and Seeker finally tagged him in the left arm with an I-beam. What happened next though would be engraved in Lelouch and the others' minds forever. A roaring screech echoed from Shinji's position as all of the inverting ceased and Shinji touched to the ground with his injured arm. Of all things he was smiling. You shouldn't have done that. Seeker's face became stricken with fear as he saw an unspeakable horror floating above Shinji. It had a single red eye, large blue-gray hands and a body shaped like a tumor-covered turnip. In his left hand he wielded Shinji's Shikai Sakanade. Get him, Shinji pointed at Seeker. The next thing Seeker knew the creature was on top of him, lacerating and pounding the ever-loving crap out of him relentlessly. No matter how much Seeker tried to escape the beating, the creature would pull him towards him with shadows snaking along the ground. No one else, except for Shinji and Seeker, could see the creature and they were lucky as the mere sight of it was enough to induce nightmares. They had heard the same screechy roar that had emerged when Shinji first touched to the ground again at the start of the beating, but nothing had emerged. No one could see much of anything, but all of them could feel the creature's presence as part of Hirako's Ryutsu as it wailed upon Seeker and turned him into a bloody mess until everything from his torso up was completely disintegrated. With that, Shinji sealed his sword and that was the end of that, leaving the audience, and his friends, speechless. He walked to the stands of his group, exiting through a hole that opened up in the dome. First aid please, he said. While Lelouch healed Shinji's injuries with Kido, Ichigo stepped into the arena and had his Ryutsu analyzed. Well folks, it looks like we have here another Vizard for you all. Coming all the way from Karakura Town, Japan on planet Earth, give it up for substitute Soul Reaper Kurosaki Ichigo. There was a bigger applause than Shinji as Ichigo's opponent's cylindrical tube shot out of the ground while Seeker's body disintegrated into regenerative liquid and was funneled beneath the floor. Ichigo's opponent was revealed. The individual in question was wearing a dark purple leather jacket over his Togabito bands, matching them in color. He was wearing sunglasses so dark that his eyes could not be seen beneath. He was wearing black leather boots and leather gloves. He had a head of platinum blonde hair and the build of a man in his mid-30s. And from the red corner, let's give it up for everyone's favorite dark energy user. It's the fallen self-proclaimed, dark god of Valangara, Togabito number 130, Rikuso Bahamut. The man, to Ichigo, looked like he was a villain out of a zombie horror video game he once played. He was not alone in that opinion. Kigo and Tatsuki thought the same. A foreboding shadowy aura rose up from Rikuso's body and he stared at Ichigo and noticed that Ichigo appeared to have a few nerves shaken up by his power. "Do I frighten you, boy?" he asked. "You don't scare me," Ichigo shouted. "Bankai Tensei Zanjutsu." Ichigo made the first strike only for his opponent to vanish into thin air and kick into Ichigo from behind into the pavement before following up with a fierce upward palm thrust. The resulting shockwave popped Ichigo into the air and Ichigo was struck 4 times by his opponent's fierce power before finally having the ability to break free of the combo before his opponent smashed him into the ground. Ichigo took a swipe with his blade, longer than the last time he was in hell, and managed to cut through Rikuso's bands. Getchuga Tensho. Ichigo followed up the Moonfang with a burst of Shunpo and slashed Rikuso down the back before vanishing to the ground just as his Getchuga connected. After the attack though, the only damage to Rikuso were his glasses, revealing his glowing red-orange eyes. "You worm." With fierce speed Rikuso disappeared and with frightening speed he slammed into Ichigo from behind and began coming at him from all directions, disorienting the teen as Ichigo was bashed a total of 16 times, but not all times was the hit direct. Sometimes Ichigo was able to block. With a grunt, after the massive bursts of speed, Rikuso cartwheel kicked Ichigo and then pushed his hands forward to release a burst of dark energy. Ichigo's guard was up so he was only pushed back a little before he charged energy along his blade and rushed back at Rikuso. "Utter foolishness," Rikuso remarked and produced a small barrier of green energy on the palm of his hand and when Ichigo struck he grabbed the blade with his hand and then blasted Ichigo with his dark energy across the battlefield. Ichigo flew through the air as Rikuso pursued and used Shunpo to prevent the man from coming down on top of him. Ichigo got behind Rikuso and attacked with a close-range Getchuga Tensho. Rikuso pushed the attack back and then pulled a pistol on Ichigo. It fired dark matter. The blast ripped into Ichigo's shoulder and Rikuso followed with a blast of dark energy into Ichigo's chest before warping behind where the teen would end up and sucking him towards him with the energy he was storing in his fist before blasting Ichigo halfway across the battlefield and Ichigo hit the dirt. "Ichigo!" Orium called up to him. "Damn it, I knew things were going to be bad when his opponent was higher ranked than Hiriko. Get up Ichigo!" Tatsuki shouted. On the ground, Ichigo heard Tatsuki and Orium's calls to him. He knew what he had to do. He had measured up his opponent long enough. If he waited any longer he wouldn't be able to fight back hard enough. As Rikuso approached him to try and finish Ichigo off, Ichigo retreated back across the battlefield and assumed a stance. He placed his hand in front of his face and prepared to call forth his mask. "What's this now?" Rikuso wondered. Ichigo summoned his hollow mask and the area intensified with his Ryutsu. "Now it's on," Ichigo told Rikuso. "This is my counter-attack." Ichigo charged at Rikuso with his intense speed, catching the fallen self-proclaimed god completely off guard. Ichigo rushed by Rikuso faster than even his friends could follow and a sword slash followed by a Getchuga that no one had seen even formed until a few scant moments before it hit followed. Rikuso dropped to his knees as Ichigo looked over his shoulder at his enemy. "You want to play hardball?" Rikuso asked. "I play hardball?" A fierce shadowy aura covered Rikuso's entire body and he flung himself at Ichigo with a fierce chop, but Ichigo blocked with his sword and then decked Rikuso across the face. The man retaliated with his dark matter pistol. Ichigo slashed the weapon in half and then proceeded to spin counterclockwise and cut Rikuso across his body. Rikuso countered by upping his speed and preparing to ram Ichigo from all sides, but Ichigo knew how to combat it. He charged Getsuga in his whole body and tapped his blade to the floor, instantly rising pillars of Getsuga around him as Rikuso crashed into them. Ichigo then fired off several quick, weak Getsuga blasts upon Rikuso's location. Rikuso proceeded to break them with his fists as they came forward, but they were all a distraction for Ichigo to get behind his opponent with his blade imbued with as much of his energy as he could in that amount of time and then slashed halfway into Rikuso's body. "Getsuga Tensho," Ichigo said calmly. The moon fang exploded off of Ichigo's blade, forming a sphere of destruction around the area. Ichigo was immune to his own attack, a rarity for Soul Reapers when it came to corporeal attacks, but one that made sense given Ichigo's relationship with his Zanpakuto. With the clearing of the half-foot-thick crater formed into the ground, Ichigo removed his mask and there was no sign of Rikuso. He won, brutally. Orium restored his injuries while Ichigo maintained his Bankai to restore his Ryutsu manually. He wouldn't cancel out of it for now. He figured there'd be more fighting down below. Lelouch decided he would go next since no one else was jumping at the chance. He stepped into the arena and just stared in wait for his opponent to appear. He didn't bother with his Zanpakuto, he didn't bother with listening to the announcements or the cheering, he just waited and watched for his enemy to get close and then geased him. Commit suicide. It was the most anticlimactic battle ever in the history of the arena and it made the other Togabito fear him. Lelouch's enemy had been ranked number 195, but of course even one of the top 10 appeared, barring Aizen. To face Lelouch the outcome would have been the same, though Lelouch didn't let that slip, leaving the other Togabito to think his geese ran on Ryutsu. Following Lelouch, Tatsuki took to the field. Her enemy was the 200th most powerful Togabito in Hell. He stood twice the height of the average human, wore bulky black armor and a silver helmet that was shaped like a skull with a snowflake printed over the face. He carried a gigantic gnarly-looking sword. The blade was circularly inverted several times and was thick and bulky. It was attached to a Kyan, which the Togabito held in their other hand. His name was Gaminai. Tatsuki powered up for the face-off and started by launching a few blasts of flame the size of soccer nets. Gaminai took them all without showing any form of being phased. He took a powerful swing at Tatsuki, but she disappeared quickly and rushed at him. Kaso Kabushi. She punched him hard in the abdominal area. Gaminai grabbed her with his massive hand, but by powering up her aura, Tatsuki forced him to let go. "Try this, Koton Nan." The burning flames burst into Gaminai's face and he took a swing at Tatsuki with his sword, but he was so slow and lumbering that he cut off his own hand by mistake. Tatsuki, noticing this, dove towards his sword arm. Shoryuken. Her rising, mid-air uppercut, caused a reflexive release of Gaminai's grip on his sword and Tatsuki picked it up and, using her Ryutsu, found the strength to hold it. However, she needed her wings to keep her airborne because of how heavy it was. Tatsuki only had one idea of how to finish this fight and dove forward with the blade outstretched. Hinoken. She skewered Gaminai's body with his own sword. Tenhasa. The length of a dragon emerged from Tatsuki's body and she blasted Gaminai with her power. The big Togabito fell over and turned into goo. With Tatsuki's victory she tagged Chad in. Chad's opponent was number 214. The creature looked like a failed bioengineering lab experiment. It had no lips, but still had a full row of teeth. Its dry yellow-green skin was decaying, like a zombie. It stood 2 feet taller than Chad and it was drooling. Its name was Tyrant. "Kick his ass, Chad!" Ichigo shouted. Chad readied his arms. The creature before him let drive a powerful punch, but with his right arm Chad blocked the impact. He and the creature were equally matched in strength. Chad was about to find out if they were matched in speed too. Decking Tyrant in the face with his left arm, Chad swerved around to the creature's back and powered up his attack. El Directo. He blasted Tyrant across the battlefield and tore his back wide open, only for Tyrant's spine to eject out and create a pair of bony wings. With a groan, Tyrant lifted his arm and opened his palm towards Chad. Bioblast, he spoke slowly and deeply as a gigantic blast of glowing green energy went sailing towards Chad, but with his super speed, Chad took into the air and pulled his right arm back to attack. El Directo. With a roar, Tyrant shot forward his left arm and grabbed Chad around the neck with a tentacle that seemed to come from within his own body. The creature was using one of its own overly large, inflated ligaments to restrain Chad and smash him into the ground. Bioblast. Tyrant launched Chad into the air and blasted him with another blast of the same attack to blast Chad most of the way across the arena, and then began to charge forward, flailing his fists everywhere as he dashed. Chad got to his feet and charged energy as his left arm and punched Tyrant when he got within range. La Muerte. Blood and guts went everywhere as Tyrant's bony wings disintegrated from the blast and Chad proceeded to rupture his insides. Tyrant fell onto his back and suddenly his form morphed, and suddenly he was a giant eyeball with 8 bony legs beneath the eye, allowing it to move around. The thing was still 2 feet taller than Chad. "That's disgusting," Kigo commented. The creature charged energy within its eye, but Chad got real close to the creature and scraped his fingernails along the creature's pupil using Brazo Izquierda del Diablo. The creature retreated back in pain as the eye turned red in irritation as it began to scream, despite having no mouth. El Directo. Chad blasted the giant eyeball with the fierce energy blast and it exploded into goo. "That was disturbing," Tatsuki commented. Next up was Urayu. His opponent was number 240. Her name was Garanza Ruby, but only her voice made it clear she was female. Having none of the identifying female features Ichigo's planet was used to, i.e. breasts, it was impossible to identify her gender from looking at her. She was a slim humanoid beast creature. She had long furred green legs with scaled reptilian feet of 3 toes each. Her torso was slim and somewhat muscular, and she had large 5-fingered claws that would give Zurich a run for his money in terms of length and sharpness. She had red eyes like Sumaime and wore a torn blue sleeveless shirt. Her head was shaped in that of a lizard's, and she had a large crest atop her skull that extended back into 3 prongs like a duck's webbed foot, only with the toes closer together. She had a red jewel atop the forward midpoint of her crest. Ruby stood bouncing on her knees with her arms crossed over one another. Based on her stance and build, Urayu determined she was a very limber creature. At the declaration to fight, Ruby charged. Urayu let loose a flurry of arrows in her direction. As he expected, the creature was incredibly limber, but he didn't think she was as limber as she was proving. She dodged every arrow, and any arrow she didn't outright dodge broke against her tough scales and claws. She used her accelerative legs to get behind and take a swipe at him. Urayu turned on a dime and fired a large arrow at Ruby. She slashed it with her mighty claws, and then the gem on her forehead glowed. Eye of Magnum. A bright laser covering every color in the red spectrum of light in its beam barreled towards Urayu. He dodged the strike and fired a few more arrows at Ruby, but she dragged the beam surging from her forehead and nearly sliced Urayu in the shoulder with the beam before it ceased. Urayu, currently in the air, was taken by surprise when Ruby had enough leg power to reach his altitude, and with a powerful kick sent him slamming along the ground. Urayu got up. His firing arm was injured, but otherwise still good to go. It hurt a little to pull back the drawstring on his bow, but Urayu fought through the pain, opening fire on his opponent. Lichtdragon. The fierce barrage of arrows blasted their way towards Ruby, but Urayu watched her suddenly tunnel underneath the earth, sinking into the ground before the arrows reached her. Urayu took to the air and stood on solid Reishi, bow aimed at the ground to prepare for Ruby's launch. What Urayu didn't know though was that Ruby's jewel had the advantageous effect of letting her see what was directly above her. When she was sure she was behind Urayu, she tunneled up from the ground. Urayu, noticing her coming up and hearing his friends tell him to look out, turned to take Ruby head on, but with her quick speed she swept through the air and got behind him after he turned. Eye of Magnum. The laser beam blasted towards Urayu's back and he retreated to the ground. Ruby kept on him and dropped to the ground, swiftly charged him, cancelling her laser, and took a swipe at Urayu. Using Hiran Kyoku, he dodged and got right behind her, firing upon her at point blank. With her bestial reflexes, Ruby sprang to her feet and took to the sky above Urayu. She then spiraled towards him like a drill, her claw poised to shred right through him. Urayu dodged. Ruby cancelled her attack while still in the air and stuck out her leg at just the right angle to knock Urayu's backwards leap off balance. She then opened her mouth and spit out a dark green liquid that latched onto Urayu's left arm, and suddenly the whole arm went limp. With a fierce kick, Ruby planted her foot into Urayu's stomach, sending him into the ground. When Uriah tried to get up, he realized that his left arm was not accepting his neural commands. He couldn't move it at all. Ruby was quick to explain, putting her right claw up over her face. My body produces a special paralytic acid that prevents affected area from receiving neural impulses from the brain. The acid is harmless on its own as an attack, but, she moved her hand away, most warriors cannot fight with their non-dominant hand, and since a bow is a two-handed weapon, you are beaten. It's over, Quincy. Ruby charged at Uriah. His title had been announced just like everyone else's at the start of the match. Over. Uriah asked, dispelling Jinrei Kojaku and reaching behind his back with his right hand. I think you've made a grave mistake, Garen-za-san. Uriah whipped out something from behind his back and performed a slashing motion with his right hand, spilling Ruby's blood and forcing her to retreat. She looked at Uriah as he appeared to be holding a laser blade. All right. Ichigo exclaimed. He can still fight. Kick her ass, Ishida. Kigo cheered. Allow me to introduce you to my backup weapon, Garen-za-san, Seal Schneider, the only blade Quincy weapon, he told the bestial woman. Backup weapon, huh? Ruby asked, intrigued. How resourceful, she smirked, but it won't help you. She assumed a left lead stance. Now that I've limited your range, there is no way you can beat me. I've seen your speed and witnessed your ability. A backup blade weapon is just the continuation of your fruitless struggle. Die. Ruby took charge at Uriah and attacked. Using Hirin Kyaku, Uriah dodged her initial strike, but she kept on him. Using Seal Schneider, he was able to block a pair of fierce claw strikes and a rapid flurry of high kicks. However, without his other hand, he was caught off guard when Ruby brought up her leg and kicked him in the neck. The resulting blow sent Uriah spiraling away and, if Ruby had been stronger, might have taken his head off his shoulders. Uriah was lucky her legs were so furry, or he could have been in serious pain right now if they were as scaly as her feet. Still, his disorientation gave Ruby exactly the opening she needed. She let fly a flurry of kicks into his body, mainly aimed at his upper torso and face, and then brought her claws across his body one by one, spilling his blood immensely. Uriah! Yoshino shouted in concern. It's over, Quincy. Eye of Magnum. The laser blast tore from Ruby's forehead and ripped into Uriah's skull. KO. Psyche. That was what Ruby intended, but when she attempted to unleash her laser beam, nothing happened. Recovering from the disorientation, Uriah took a wide, upward sweep at Ruby, spilling her blood. Ruby retreated. What did you do? She growled. Seal Schneider is no mere cutting tool, it steals my opponent's Reishi and allows me to use it as my own. Your Eye of Magnum technique uses raw spirit energy to produce the attack. You may have quick reflexes, but I can draw on all of the energy your technique would normally produce. Uriah held up the blade, and any potential energy within it. Uriah began sucking up all of the energy within Ruby's jewel. What he didn't realize was that the jewel was directly connected with her life force, and that by absorbing all of Ruby's energy he was effectively killing her, and not in the way any of the others had done. Ruby's species was connected with the jewels on their crests. If all of the energy was taken, they had no means to exist, which meant that Ruby would cease to exist from Uriah sucking out all the energy from her jewel. This meant that Uriah was absorbing her very life force. By doing so, he would add her reflexes, strength, and stamina to his own without even realizing it. Though he would not have the ability to use her Eye of Magnum or her paralytic acid, after some recovery from Orium, Uriah's skill level would spike. While Orium used her Soten Kishun on Uriah, Yoshino and Kigo had a round of rock/paper/scissors to decide who would go next. Yoshino won and entered the dome. She would be up against Togabito number 695, Harvester. Harvester was a horror with a serpentine body, a grappling hook for one hand and a hand shaped like a tree root for the other. His cranium was shaped like a cobra's, except for the fact that the head was above the skin flaps on either side of the end of Harvester's top, so he looked rather disturbing because of it. On top of that, he was the color of sulfur. Yoshino didn't even bother with her doll. At the start of the fight, she began to sing a hypnotizing hymn, lulling Harvester towards her in a trance. Although what she was about to do was forbidden by a common law of her people, as its survivor, and also completely understanding the situation, now she made her own decisions. She lulled Harvester with her voice, and then, while he was hypnotized, bit into his neck and sucked out his soul. Such a technique would not have worked so easily if they had not stood on close to equal ground. She was lucky her hypnotism succeeded because it wasn't an accurate technique and her soul-sucking would never have pierced her opponent's body if it was too powerful for her to withstand its immediate vicinity. However, with Harvester devoured, much like Uryu, Yoshino would grow in power as well. Gerda would be pleased. Kigo took to the battlefield next. His opponent was a goblin with stone gray skin and carrying a fiery chain whip. He was also wearing a mining helmet. He was Togabito number 866, Mongrel the Relentless. At the start of the fight Kigo got immediately into his rhythm and released a blast of lightning into Mongrel. The goblin was smart for his species, but that didn't mean much against a human. And while Kigo was dumb for his species, he was smarter than most goblins, Mongrel included. This meant that when Mongrel charged, Kigo was intelligent enough to wait until he could unleash the lightning blast in close quarters and shocked Mongrel to his very core. Mongrel's species of goblin was vulnerable to electricity, so the attack was incredibly effective. Next, Kigo activated his weapon's scythe mode and slashed Mongrel with the blade of the change-in mode and then created electric pulse that ejected from the base of the blade as Kigo ran his fingers up the strings. Mongrel had no idea what hit him when he was cut in half. "Damn, Kigo's gotten good," Ichigo stated. Tatsuki shrugged, "It'd be more impressive if he was more up to our level." With everyone else having gone, it was now Orium's turn to enter the arena. She did not want to, and Ichigo even asked Inigo if she really had to, but if she wanted to go with everyone else then rules were rules. Ichigo walked back to Orium. "Well, you're not gonna like this. Your options are stay here in Circle 2 and wait for us or fight. You can't go back cause there's no way out of here like Urahara said." "That's terrible," Tatsuki exclaimed. "Can he make an exception? Orium doesn't have a mean bone in her body. Sometimes innocence must be sacrificed for the greater good. I can geese her to temporarily lose her inhibition to kill," Lelouch stated. "No, that's just as bad," Ichigo shook his head, "or at least it is to me." He looked at Orium. "What do you want to do?" Orium contemplated her options. Here she was being a burden again. If she hadn't come, all of her friends could move on, but here she was holding them back because she was too nice, afraid to kill. "You know, if it's any consolation, most of these people probably killed puppies and ate babies," Shinji stated. "They wouldn't be here without good reason." "Hirako, that's terrible," Ichigo lashed out. "I'm just trying to motivate Orium-chan so she doesn't feel any sympathy," Shinji stated. "Let Orium make the decision on her own," Tatsuki stated. "It's bad enough Rita put us in this dilemma." Orium thought about what she would do, thought about if she could really fight and kill another being. With everyone talking around her, she went off into her own mind, but not to go off on a tangent. She reached back into her vault and pulled out some memories of her and Rukia training together, of Tatsuki teaching her to stand up for herself, and of her most vicious accomplishment, attacking Mayuri on Tatsuki's behalf. Orium's hand tensed and her eyes became confident. "I'll fight," she said. She wasn't going to let this bother her. She had slain hollows before, this was no different. If Ichigo, her knight, could slay a humanoid being, twice, she could do it at least once. If she was lucky, perhaps her enemy might be like Yoshino's. She had to be prepared to fight whatever it was that came at her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside the dome while her friends were completely wrapped up in their conversation. Chad had to point it out to the others that Orium was stepping inside the Ryotsu chamber, stunning her nakama. Her opponent was number 2105. The other Togabito in the stands laughed at her because she was fighting a number so low in comparison to her friends, but Orium understood why. Her greatest asset was defense, not offense. It would make sense that her offensive capabilities were low down, but she would fight for her friends. She would get them through. She would not be a burden. She waited for her opponent to emerge. Her enemy was a man wearing knightly armor, colored red and violet, with radiant blue hair, golden eyes and blue lipstick. His complexion was dark tan. The man was either gay or had some serious problems. His name was Cumin. He was corrupted knight captain from another world. He carried a rapier and was currently serving out his 366th year of his 700-year sentence. "Oh my, what do my eyes spy?" he asked, seeing Orium all dressed up in her white outfit from Hueco Mundo. She always wore it when heading into battle. She said she found it very comfortable, more than anything else to battle in. "Of all the nobles in Capital City, none compare to a maiden such as yourself. Battle doesn't suit you. If you give up now, I promise to make your defeat swift." "I'm sorry, but I have to fight. My friends are counting on me," Orium told Cumin. "How sad," Cumin said and drew his rapier. "Prepare yourself." He charged at Orium and spun 180 degrees counterclockwise. Santen Kishun. Orium blocked his attack with her shield. Katanzanshun. Insect, Cumin cut Tsubaki away and slicing him in half. "Tsubaki!" Orium squeaked. "Orium!" Tatsuki realized that her friend's only means of offense had been cut off. Cumin spun his sword at the edge of the handle. "What's wrong, little girl? Did I break your toy? This is battle after all." He swung his blade out at his side. "Don't tell me that feeble strike was your only method of offense." Orium glared. "It was." Cumin laughed grandly. "How foolish. It's a pity this has to end in your death. If you had the option to quit, then the best time to do so would have been now." With a swift thrust, Cumin struck forward, but found he was unable to break through Orium's Santen Kishun. He kept attacking Orium, but found that no matter how he tried to strike, her shield would always block him. "You can't keep blocking me forever," Cumin said, growing impatient. "One of these times you'll have to counterattack, but the moment you drop your guard is the moment you die." "He's right, I can't keep this guard up forever. I have to think up a new strategy." "Poor Tsubaki, what do I do?" Orium thought up an idea. "Soten Kishun, I reject." Targeting Tsubaki with her ability, Orium began to restore him. "Now I just need to buy some time. I'm going to use what you taught me, Tatsuki-chan." Orium lowered her shield and then took a left lead stance. She beckoned Cumin forward. "Foolish girl," he struck forward with his rapier, but Orium ducked under and around Cumin's strike and then cracked him one in the face with a straight arm punch. "Hee-ya-ya-ya!" Orium exclaimed as she landed the blow. Cumin was knocked back. Santen Kishun. Using the shield in a different fashion, Orium used it to push Cumin back by thrusting the shield forward with the force of a speeding truck. She then prepared to use the shield as a spinning disc, directing it. The shield had no edge to it, but it would work for a blunt object. Orium figured that shields were used as weapons all the time in movies and video games, so why couldn't she use it as one in real life? The strategy worked flawlessly. Orium's reflexes were far superior to that of the armor-wearing Cumin's, and every time he got close her shield would converge on her position. Cumin, growing wise of the situation, tried attacking the Soten Kishun, believing it to be some form of delayed trap, but Orium used this to her advantage. She got behind Cumin and got him in a chokehold from behind. However, when Cumin tried to stab her, she let go and then flowed around him, like usual, grabbed his wrist and twisted it, wrenching his sword out of his hands and stealing it for it herself. "Just because you have my sword doesn't mean you know how to use it." Cumin, untrained in any form of unarmed art, attempted to snatch his blade back from Orium. He was right though, she had no formal training with a blade, but she had time on her side, and by keeping Cumin focused on her, that would be how she would clinch victory. Eventually she felt Tsubaki's recovery and took a large leap back. Santen Kishun. She guarded herself and called back Soten Kishun at the same time. Katanzanshun. Orium closed her eyes and let Cumin's blood splatter her shield as Tsubaki ripped his body in half. She opened one eye after a few seconds, seeing the blood everywhere, and fainted at the sight. Ichigo rushed towards her and lifted her up onto his back. Orium did well, and she faced her fear of killing and managed to do it, and with a heavy heart as always. "Good job, Orium," he told his girlfriend as the portal to Circle 3 opened up. "I'm proud of you." In Circle 3 the others were able to take a small break and wait for Orium's recovery. It didn't take much more than a small splash of water from the waterfall. From that, Lelouch took the opportunity to make his second call to the Soul Society. The first had been on the trip through the Senkaimon to Karakura town. After the call and everyone heard his grand speech to the others, with snarky commentary from Shinji and Tatsuki, Lelouch and the others made their way to Circle 4. They didn't encounter much in the ways of enemies. Not at first. As Lelouch and the others crossed the volcano of despair, they came face to face with an individual dressed in an all-black cloak, very similar to the red one Zurich wore and identical to the white one Ichigo had seen Kazumi wear, though this individual's Ryutsu was much weaker than Kazumi's. The individual barred the path of Ichigo and the others as she stood at the top of an uphill pathway that Ichigo and the others assumed was the right direction, using only Lelouch's intuition to guide them since there was no road map in hell. Ichigo was sure they should be heading down, but Lelouch's idea was that if they could get to higher ground they might be able to see the entire circle and know where its drop-off points were. However, as they climbed the incline of Brimstone they came face to face with this cloak-wearing spirit. The individual's eyes were hidden from view by the shadow of the cloak's hood, so Lelouch couldn't use his geese to get the person to leave their path. Ichigo, as usual, responded by defensively pulling out his blade. "Who are you?" he asked. "An aide sent by her ladyship to help you." 9. The individual was a woman. "If you wish you may consider me Rita's herald." She pulled her arm out of her cloak and gave a slight bow to the others. Her arm was covered in a crimson gauntlet. "What do you want with us?" Tatsuki asked, less itching for a fight than Ichigo. "I've been ordered to escort you to Rita-sama. If you follow me we can be there in a short while." The woman extended her arm out towards the expansive plain. "How can we trust you?" Ichigo asked. Kokuto had betrayed them and Kazumi had helped only in the interest of self-profit. "Much like Inigo, there are no chains on me." The woman held up her arms. "You may pat me down if you wish, but I assure you, I am not hostile." "What's with her Ryutsu?" Lelouch wondered to himself. "Inigo barely had any at all, and I can buy that for a herald. Cerberus, who we met last time we were here, was pretty powerful, but this woman, she's in a completely different class. I'm sensing immense power coming from her. She'd be a match for perhaps some Togabito in the top 50. What is going on here?" Shinji stepped closer to her and, with his hands behind his back, walked around the woman from all sides and then stopped in front of his friends. "I think we can trust her. And if this is a trap by a shape-shifting Togabito?" Lelouch was skeptical. "No chains, remember," Shinji reminded him. Lelouch dropped the argument. "I trust her," Shinji said, walking towards the woman. "Come on," he looked at her, "lead the way." The woman simply pointed to her right and the others scampered off. She would reach the front of the pack shortly. She had the speed to do so. She proceeded to head out to do just that when Shinji put a hand on her shoulder. "You are a wily old bat, you know that," he said to her with a serious tone, but a wry smile. "So you recognize me?" The woman chuckled. "I recognize you, Ryutsu," Shinji said as he walked by her, keeping his hand on her armored shoulder from beneath the cloak. "Care to explain how you're standing around?" "Rita will tell all," the woman answered, "or if the others figure it out, I'll say it then." Shinji sighed. "You never were the type to bear all, were you?" Ichigo suddenly appeared by the two captain-class superiors in one flash step. "Hey, are you gonna lead us or not?" "Ladies first," Shinji gestured. The woman simply smirked and took to the front of the group. End of chapter 124. Chapter 125, Meeting Rita Jinanga. Third-person POV. Hell, Circle 5. With the mysterious woman leading the group, Lelouch and the others trekked onwards towards Rita's domain. On the way over, to just each other, Shinji made a comment to their guide about being rusty and out of practice. She seemed to brush it off. Once in Circle 5, while crossing the plain, they came face to face with an old foe. Fire burn and fire roar. Total destruction from mountain to shore. A gigantic flame erupted around the group. However, with the assistance of Shinji and Lelouch, everyone remained unharmed. Interestingly enough, the woman in black also used the same Kido shield as them, surprising Lelouch, but not Shinji. Ichigo looked off in the distance and saw Shuren with a crazed look on his face. "What the hell do you want?" "Vengeance, Kurosaki." "Ichigo, I want vengeance. I have never been so humiliated in all of my life, and you will all pay for your insolence." Lifting his hands up towards the sky, Shuren rose up an army of skeletal warriors. "What the hell gives?" Kazumi took the Book of Volcarona. Ichigo shouted. Shuren tapped his skull. I've memorized a few of the spells. Now die. He shot a spear of flame at the group. Orium made to use her Santon Kishon, but she was beaten to the punch by her group's guide, who pulled out a shield with a polished surface and crimson decor. Nobody hurts those that I wish to protect, the woman said gravely. Lelouch blinked when he saw the low crouching stance she was taking, and then was awestruck when the woman prepared to throw her shield. Spikes grew out from the sides as she launched it at blinding speed towards Shuren. She missed. Nice aim, Shuren mocked, only for the shield to boomerang back and slice his head off, causing the skeletons he had summoned to vanish instantly. The woman caught the shield as it boomeranged back to her and then performed a few backflips and put the shield away underneath her coat. That was awesome! Kigo exclaimed. Who's rusty and out of practice? The woman smirked at Shinji. Shut up, Shinji said, irked. Right, let's get going then, the woman looked off into the distance. Wait 1 second. Lelouch shouted. His expression wasn't anger, but confusion, and like someone had just shot his pet. The woman turned back to look at Lelouch. You saved you all? Yes, you can thank me later, she turned back around. That's not what I was going to say, Lelouch said sternly. Your shield, may I see it? The woman turned towards Lelouch again with a small smirk. She walked over to him, detached her shield from her back and held her shield out in front of her to let Lelouch look at his own reflection in its polished surface. He noticed how both of her arms were covered in crimson armor. Your shield, your armor. Lelouch looked at the woman in sorrow, but it can't be. Because I'm dead? The woman asked rhetorically. Rita controls the cycle of life and rebirth. Is it really so surprising? So then. No, I'm really gone, the woman told Lelouch. She placed her gauntlet over her chest. This is just my last hurrah before I go. My will pulled together, my fractured soul holding only so that I may see the end with my own eyes. All right, enough of this cryptic bullshit. What's going on? Ichigo said, irritated. You will hold your tongue. Lelouch's ire was so unexpected that Ichigo took a step back. He'd never seen Lelouch get that irked over something so small. Lamperouge-kun, Orium said, this woman, you know her. Of course he knows me, the woman pulled down her hood. There was no helmet atop her head and a beautiful head of dark brown hair cascaded down behind her. She wore eyeshadow and lipstick that made her look rather appealing without overdoing it. She had the complexion of a mature woman. I am the former captain of Squad 10, Akari Mari. Shinji smirked with his hands in his pockets. And now everyone knows it. Hirako. Lelouch looked at him. Shinji put a hand on Mari's shoulder. I've known Mari longer than you have, you think I wouldn't recognize the face of an old friend, rather the Ryotsu. Lelouch smiled, no, I suppose not, but, he looked at Mari, Akari Teiko, I mean. You can call me Mari if you want, Lelouch, or Akari-sama if there is still respect for me. Lelouch dropped down to one knee and then put both knees on the ground, bowing his head to his former captain, surprising Ichigo at the incredible level of respect. There will always be respect for you, Akari-senpai. Lelouch got up off the ground only to see that Mari was holding her arms out. How about a hug? I haven't seen you in so many years, you know. Lelouch had tears in his eyes, walked forward and rushed into his former captain's embrace. Mari gave him a hug like a mother holding her child. Tatsuki looked at Ichigo, bemused. Are you crying? And no, Ichigo said, sniffing as he rubbed his eye, I just have something in my eye. Still in Mari's embrace, Lelouch said, you were always like a surrogate mother to me, Akari-senpai. If this will be the last time we will fight together, shall I be? Mari asked. Lelouch looked at his captain, shocked. She smiled warmly, you and many of the other squad members were always like children to me, Lelouch. Tears fell from Lelouch's face and he hugged Mari tighter, Okasama. Mari smiled softly. It's so beautiful, Orium blubbered. Circle 6. With Mari leading their path forward, Lelouch walked at her side. There were so many things he wanted to ask her and there was no time like the present. The most prominent question was why she hadn't been reincarnated. Mari said it was possible because she was a particularly strong soul, any soul of at least Captain Class Ryotsu, and she did not wish to be reincarnated. She told Lelich that she knew that letting him and Yuna run around would reveal the truth behind her investigation. You suspected there was more going on than Hashima? Lelich asked. Yes, but I had no proof. I guess you can say I became suspicious of Kyoka Suijutsu before I even knew what it was. How do you know about Kyoka Suijutsu? Lelich asked. Rita and I have talked with one another over the last century. I asked her to watch you in all things pertaining to you, Hashima and Yuna. I've been waiting for this day. Mari tightened her gaze, the day that things are finally laid to rest with Aizen. Why didn't you become reincarnated after Talbumasuk was defeated then? Lelich asked. I needed to get in line for reincarnation, which wouldn't happen for another 2 years for me, but now that Aizen has made a move I'm forced to take action. Well, forced of my own will that is, Mari stated. What exactly did you expect of Aizen? I checked the records, he was once in our squad, Lelich stated. Aizen was, on the surface, a good boy, but I knew he was suffering beneath the mask he showed everyone. When he killed a higher-ranked officer on the grounds of proving to me his ability I should have alerted Yoriyuki to him right then and there, Mari stated. Why didn't you? Lelich asked. I thought I could change him. I didn't realize how hard that would be. When I transferred him to Hashima's squad, at the time I did not realize what Hashima was capable of. In fact, at the time I didn't suspect any of my fellow captains of having twisted morals. I only realized it after the mass suicides and discharges, Mari stated. Ah yes, the Phantom Scare. I read about that in the archives, Lelich stated. A dark time for the Godei, Mari said, and then there was silence. The mature woman thought to herself for a little bit, her eyes shifting left and right until her brow furrowed. You know, I don't think Aizen ever really understood why I rejected him. What do you mean rejected him? Lelich asked. Aizen was interested in me in a way that I could not accept, Mari stated. That was a time period when, well, you know how it was. Lelich nodded. Yes, you couldn't come outright and tell him your sexual orientation, could you? Mari shook her head. Things were not as accepting as they were at the time as they became later. I suspect Aizen didn't understand that, and when I took a liking to Yuna, I believe he might have been jealous for how I doted on her. Say, about you and Yuna, how exactly did you two come to be? Lelich asked. I wasn't aware you spoke her name so casually when she's not around, Mari chuckled. Lelich blushed. Well, she's important to me. We are. Mari laughed. Yes, I understand. Ah, Yuna, I remember when I first saw her. She was just a child back then. Yuna joined the Godei 13 as a child. Lelich didn't understand. What? Oh, no. I'm surprised Yuna didn't tell you. I met Yuna long before she joined the Godei. I saved her village from a hollow attack because I just happened to be passing through. Yuna nearly followed me to the Godei right then and there, Mari laughed. She must have looked adorable, Lelich smiled. She was, Mari said. I surveyed her entrance exam and passed through the academy a few times. I think Yuna had a crush on me from the first time we met. Mari laughed. What about you? Lelich asked. I don't think I realized how I felt about her until after I promoted her. I promoted Yuna on pure skill and responsibility, much to Aizen's chagrin I'm sure. I think it was a year after she had the position that I started looking at her in certain ways, but Yuna came after me first asking if I understood the strange feeling inside her, and from there it just blossomed, I guess you could say, Mari told him. It sounded like you two were happy, Lelich said. We were, Mari acknowledged. Is she doing well now? Rita told me you had to resurrect her. I want to know if she's okay. Lelich felt ashamed to admit it. He hadn't spent as much time with Yuna as he would have liked. As a captain he didn't have as nearly as much free time to do things as when he was a lower seat. He missed that freedom, but then again the freedom was at the cost of political power. As long as Lelich stood as a captain he could continue to make the Soul Society a better place. He had made great strides as a captain and he was not about to stop now. I haven't been around Yuna much lately, but she doesn't seem miserable, Lelich smiled at Mari. I know she'll be very happy when she sees you. His smile dropped to a serious look. You are coming with us, yes. That was the idea, Mari said. I may not be as strong as Yamamoto, but I can still unleash fury. Since Rita restored my body the way it is, I also can fight Togabito without the resistance to our abilities. She bonded my Bankai straight into my soul when she revived me. No, I may have a Soul Reaper's soul, but my body is something completely different. She said it was in preparation for my revival, as she intended to send me to Varsina when this is over. That's the guild planet, right? Lelich asked. Yes, Mari answered, I believe I'll do well there, but we are going off topic. You were asking about Aizen, and I'm afraid I have to apologize in that aspect. Apologize for what? I told you already, I could have stopped this whole mess. If I had just told the Onmitsukido to arrest him after he killed him instead of trying to coddle and change him, none of this would have happened. I'd be alive, and you, Yuna, and I might all be one big happy family. Mari seemed just as annoyed with what Aizen had done as Lelich. You can't blame yourself solely for this, Lelich stated. If I hadn't outright killed Aizen, he wouldn't be seeking revenge and this whole mess wouldn't exist in the first place, but after what he did to you, Yuna, Urahara-san, Yuruaki, and all of the nameless victims he has taken, I just couldn't let him live. Neither of us could have foreseen that our actions would cause this. We're both equally responsible for Aizen's rampage, but, Lelich put an affectionate hand on Mari's shoulder, we'll put a stop to it. If it has to be like this, Lelich gave Mari a serious look, but spoke with an approving tone, I'm glad you are going to be fighting at our side. He furrowed his brow. You are coming with us, right? That was the idea, Mari stated. I will finish what I began all those years ago. Aizen will put away with my influence. I don't care if I'm the one that has to send him back to Rita in the end, but I'll be damned if he gets away with everything he's done. Hashima does not realize the monster he has created, the monster I blew the chance to stop before he even grew. What's past is past. The only place to look towards is the future. We cannot change history, so we must strive to create with what we are given. We reap what we sow and we cannot uproot anything, Lelich stated, although I'm still questioning the fact that Rita has the kind of power to do what she did with you. It's not Rita herself. Whomever has her position would have the same type of power. Rita's apparatus controls the cycle, not she herself. She's just another Soul Reaper, albeit a powerful one, Mari stated. Yuruaki told me, Lelich affirmed. Rita may be strong, but she is no god, Mari stated. And the Soul King? Lelich inquired. I'm under oath from Rita not to comment, Mari replied. Fair enough, Lelich stated, and the group walked on. Circle 7. God, this place is freezing, Tatsuki shivered. The last time we were here we were in a warm cave. And yet lava flows, Shinji pointed out. Mari, who'd back up, was quick to explain, it's actually the life force of Togabito going to different locations, whether that location is Circle 9, Rita's domain, so that they can be respawned, or reincarnated if they have lived out their sentence. Looks gross, Kigo commented. How much further? Ichigo was growing impatient and not interested at all in the educational information. One more, Mari told him. Circle 8. In stark contrast to Circle 7, Circle 8 was much warmer. Following Mari, the others arrived at the subterranean entrance to her domain, the part of which neither Aizen nor Kokuto approached when going to see Rita. Both used the fourth circle entrance. Rita's lower domain was in a small door that led to the inset of a tall mountain that led into Rita's abode. The door was in the middle of a tall pit with lava at the bottom, with only a single, somewhat narrow, walkway to cross. Of course, Mari had no intention of leading the group across the walkway. Rita knew she was here. Rita, she called. I've brought the others at your request. In a puff of smoke a woman appeared. She was wearing an orange, leather leotard, and wearing a tattered beige cloak with a hood, which was currently down. She had squirrel ears and her tail was hidden beneath her cloak. She was carrying a long pyrite staff, or rather sitting on it, while floating in midair as it swayed back and forth. She then got off it and began dancing around Lelich and the others. Are you, Rita Jinanga? Ichigo was confused. Why yes, the woman responded, twirling about him, I am the one that watches over the underworld. She rubbed a hand under Lelich's chin. I am the governor of reincarnation. She straddled up alongside Tatsuki, shoulder to shoulder. I control the balance between life and death. She propped herself up over Chad's shoulders. I punish the souls of this forsaken realm and am known as the guardian of the gate of hell. She appeared in front of everyone again. The one and only Jinin Garita at your service. Everyone just stared. For such a powerful Soul Reaper, Rita was kind of quirky. Guardian? I thought the Kusanada were just the guardians. Shinji was still in slight denial that the myth of Rita was actually fact, especially considering how she was acting. Rita disappeared in a flash of smoke and appeared at Shinji's right shoulder, tugging on it with her hand. Well, guardian is sort of a misnomer. I'm more like a warden really. Still, do you really think those large things have the intelligence to do what they do? Rita asked. She whirled clockwise around Ichigo and landed with her back against his chest, arms crossed over her staff as it lay against her chest. She looked up at the former captain. I am their master and controller. The Kusanada are no brighter than Jillians without my instruction. She whirled away from Shinji and over to Ichigo. But if you control the Kusanada, why did you attack us when we came to rescue Yuza? Ichigo asked. And stop flittering around me, you're making me uncomfortable. Ichigo pushed Rita away. She warped and hovered on her staff by Kigo. It was a test. Substitute Soul Reaper Kurosaki Ichigo, she smiled, the denizens of hell are powerful indeed. I had to make sure you were all, or at least one of you, was powerful enough to defeat Shuren. He's one of the more powerful Togabito here. Rita flew over Kigo's head and landed with her feet on the ground by Mari. I didn't think at all that Kokuto was the mastermind behind it all. After all, he came to me asking to help round up Shuren and the others. What happened to Kokuto, by the way? Tatsuki asked. Shuren came after us seeking revenge, but it seemed like he and Kokuto were comrades. I did to Kokuto what I did to any of those who cross me, Rita said and appeared at the entrance to the walkway that entered her domain. I banished him to Circle 9 to spend an eternity of pain, never to be reincarnated and never to come out. She gave a smile that was like a cross between Anohana's and Jin's. It's what I do to any Kusanada that don't respect me or understand who owns their lives for the rest of their miserable existence unless they are reincarnated. Everyone, save Mari, took about half a step back. That explains why Kokuto wasn't wearing a mask when we met him, Uriah stated. Rita nodded. When a situation calls for it, sometimes I send out one Togabito to hunt down another escaped one. Others try to perform good deeds or miracles by going to the world of the living with my permission. I am the warden of hell, but at the same time I want only for the sinners of my plane to reach true salvation. Rita wrapped her tail in front of her and began stroking it. Sinners are sent to hell in the hopes that they can be reformed into pure souls so that they might be reincarnated. That is why not just hollows, but sometimes even soul reapers, are sent here. It does not matter the life you led. If you were a criminal, you come to me. So then why didn't Rita take me? Lelich wondered to himself. Surely I built up a great amount of sin in her eyes. There is nothing that escapes my notice outside my realm when it comes to death and the dying. I am all-seeing and all-knowing. Of course, the Soul King is the one responsible for gifting me with such power, Rita responded and then added, the power outside my combat abilities at least. So then what about Aizen, how did he escape? Lelich asked. Rita sighed and her eyes became fierce. I have never seen a soul more resistant to change than that man. He has not yet given up on his ambitions, but at the same time I am hard-pressed to defeat him even with my own powers. His Kyoka Suijutsu has confused the Kusanada many times when they've tried to apprehend him. His sentencing is heavy, but it should be increased with what he's pulled, but I've been unable to further punish him because of that power. I defeated him once, but he has eluded me since then. Wait, you beat Aizen? Lelich was taken aback, like literally beat him? Your power exceeded that of his. It was a simple matter really. Rita shrugged off beating Aizen like it was as simple as breathing air, and that scared Lelich to a degree. Though Aizen was strong when he and I clashed, I had two trump cards that proved his undoing, Rita said. The first was the fact that when I give Togabito ranks I give them by utmost full power. Aizen may not have realized that without his Bankai that he was not truly the number 2 most powerful. Secondly, Rita stuck 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled. From overhead the cry of a dragon was heard from overhead. Lelich and the others looked up as a massive creature circled overhead and then landed behind Rita. It was a completely skeletal dragon. The beast was huge. It was more than 3 times Rita's size. The creature had a very realistic-looking dragon's skeleton and organic yellow eyes with black sclera, like a hollow, and it had tattered flesh along its wings. There was a collar around its neck and a chain was attached to it. Rita grabbed the chain and held it. I had this. This is Zook, Rita explained, he's my pet Dracolich. Dracolich? Ichigo was confused. Half dragon, half lich, Dracolich, Rita responded. He certainly looks fierce, Lelich commented. Rita nodded, it was thanks to Zook that Aizen was repelled. His flame is very effective at punishing Togabito and one roasting from his breath left Aizen to lick his wounds. I didn't waste him, but I increased his sentencing up another 1200 years, not that he'd know that. I felt it was more fitting if he were humbled, not to mention humiliating. It was about time someone put that overly arrogant man in his place. I think I'm going to like working with this woman, Lelich smirked. However, while Aizen did not affect me with Kyoka Suijutsu, I let it slip that I cannot monitor him unless I watch him with my own eyes, therefore my apparatus, which sees through the eyes of the Kusanada, did not pick him up. I assume it clicked once and then just went blank. I'm a heavy sleeper, Rita said and then complained, it's hard work down here. I can imagine, Shinji agreed with her. You do all of this work by yourself? Yoshino was amazed. It's tough, Rita rubbed the side of her eye, but it's a job no one else is capable of, so I'm stuck here. But as I was saying, Aizen managed to sneak into my headquarters and grant himself permission to leave using my database and then corrupted his data file, preventing him from being tracked while outside this world. The only way I can get him back is if he is recaptured. That's easier said than done with Kyoka Suijutsu, Lelich stated. To make matters worse, Aizen is a Togabito now, so he repels all kinds of abilities. You're quite knowledgeable, Rita complimented, but fret not, Rita told the captain, Togabito may be resilient, but they are not unbeatable. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. Rita held her staff and began polishing the lower end with her hand. To survive the harsh atmosphere of hell passively, a Togabito, during the transition process from simple sinner to trapped being, is wreathed in hellfire and it is merged with their very soul, allowing the chains that bind their body to be able to manifest. You, Kurosaki Ichigo, bore witness to this when Shrieker was carried off. Ichigo recalled the memory. So that's what happened. Rita nodded. The process of combating these Togabito is simple. Rita snapped her fingers and a ball of purple flame appeared in her hand. She held her hand in front of the group. This flame, the same flame that Zook breathes, is known as anti-hellfire. It is the single most effective weapon against Togabito and it exists within my very soul on principle as Warden of Hell. It is because of this very power that I can fight Togabito with such ease. Togabito do not get stronger when they become Togabito, they simply grow resilient and the hellfire cloaks their Ryotsu, preventing their attacks from being countered as easily. So then what we need is to be able to harness anti-hellfire, Lelich deducted. Rita dispelled the flame and held her staff with one hand while staring seriously at the group. Yes, but the process is not simple and that requires what I'm about to ask all the more bold. You see, to acquire anti-hellfire is not as simple as, say, harnessing one's inner spiritual energy. To acquire the power of anti-hellfire, one must venture to the place where anti-hellfire can be found. What is this place? Ichigo wanted to know. Rita smiled craftily and pressed her fingertips together as her staff leaned on her right shoulder. Oh, just a little place called Silent Hell. Silent Hell. The very name seemed to send a chill down everyone's spine. Rita held up a hand, palm face up, and spoke with her eyes closed. Silent Hell is aptly named. It is a place where there is no noise, only a faint glow, and it is there where you will find the source of anti-hellfire. Rita opened her eyes. The anti-stones. Anti-stones are glowing violet rocks of anti-hellfire magma. Take us there right away. Ichigo shouted. Not so fast, Rita held up a finger. Only one person at a time, besides me, may ever enter Silent Hell, and only with my permission may they enter. Whoever goes had best prepare themselves. The task to collect these stones will not be easy. and a stone must be collected, one for every person that will use them. There are 100 anti-stones in all, though it would be best to leave at least one so that they may regenerate. What will you do while one of us searches for the anti-stones? Uri asked. Rita smiled. I'll come with you, duh. Rita smacked her fist together. The resulting impact and small increase in her riot so creature a small pulsing shockwave that caused Kigo, Orium, and Yoshino to tremble a little. Aizen's going to wish he had never crossed me when I get his hands on him. Don't you need to stay here? Isn't that sort of abdicating your duties if you leave? What about all the souls that have to be judged? Lelich asked. Souls that are not judged remain in bondage until I pass judgment on them. It's not like they would know, they are all unconscious for the moment, Rita said. Now, she seemed giddy and stamped her staff into the ground and the rings shook. Who am I sending to Silent Hell? I'll go. Ichigo volunteered. What? What are you saying? We need you to fight Aizen. Tatsuki said, I'll do it, I'm faster. Rita can sub for me while I'm out, Ichigo rationalized, and besides, this is my sign of trust that I know you guys will be alright. I'm strong, so if getting these things is really that difficult it only makes sense that I go. Then that settles it, Rita said with a very scholarly expression, though I must say I've never met an individual so keen to rush into parts unknown. For all you know this could be a death trap. I trust you, Ichigo said bluntly. Rita turned and brushed her hair back with a smirk. How naive. I'll do it, no matter what it takes. Ichigo clenched his fist and gave Rita his toughest look. All right then, Rita said, and her staff glowed in a beam of light shone from the triangle onto Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, I permit you to Silent Hell. Ichigo's body began to fade into parts of Reishi and he felt his consciousness being transferred to another dimension. The Reishi that made up his body was pulled into Rita's staff like a tractor beam before a ring of white light went zooming across the plane from the staff like the ring of a mushroom cloud. When Ichigo next opened his eyes he was lying on his back. Above him was a teal-green sky with no sun and no moon, but it shone brightly. Ichigo sat up, he was in Shikai form and his body was glowing green like it had been laminated. It was also glistening like a stained glass window. The glow was the same color as the sky and every color in between that and the color white. Ichigo stood up and saw that he was standing on the edge of the cliff, but more importantly he was standing inside a magic circle with the 13 flowers of the Godiya imprinted on it in a Ferris wheel-like fashion as the circle's insignia. Ichigo looked around. All he could see for miles were large plateaus, giant jagged mountains, soft desert sands, large rocky spires and a lot of things that looked like something out of the level of an RPG. The area was several times larger than his inner world. In fact, it looked something like an inner world given that there was nothing in it, but as Ichigo turned around and looked he nearly lost his balance when he saw a Kusanada just beyond the boundaries of the circle. However, as he took a closer look he noticed that the Kusanada was either sleeping or just a relic of one. It was also several times smaller than a normal Kusanada. It wasn't much bigger than himself. Welcome to Silent Hell, Ichigo. Rita's voice echoed through the air. Rita. Ichigo called out to her. Is that you? Where are you? I'm in the real world with your friends. We're heading out into the world of the living and then to the Soul Society to take care of Aizen, Rita told him. As long as you are here, you and I share a telepathic bond. Before you step outside this magic circle, allow me to explain a bit about this place and a little about how you should go about collecting anti-stones. I'm listening, Ichigo stated, standing still for instruction. With a Kusanada staring him in the face, Ichigo wanted to make sure he knew exactly how not to wake it up. Rather, he was hoping that was part of the instructions. Not to mention he had no means of collecting so many anti-stones that he figured he would need, and beyond that he saw none of them from his current position. He let Rita talk. As you probably already saw, just outside the circle you are in is a Kusanada. They exist in Silent Hell also. They protect the anti-stones. You also might have noticed that you probably can't see any anti-stones from where you are standing. Ichigo acknowledged. That's to be expected, they are scattered all throughout this eerily silent world. Just tell me where the problem part is, Ichigo stated. Eager as always, I see. Fine, I'll make this brief. Right now your body is invisible to the Kusanada, your presence completely concealed by that magic circle. However, If you take one step, one single eensy-weensy teeny step outside that circle, you will alert every single Kushana and Silent Hell to your presence, and Silent Hell will be silent no longer. What the hell? So what do I do? Ichigo barked. Evade, Rita retorted. Ichigo growled. Okay, don't be such a sourpuss. If you manage to find an anti-stone, it will freeze everything in Silent Hell. The Kushana will all be frozen stiff and you can continue to search. However, you will only have a minute and a half to continue searching. 90 seconds, that's it. Ichigo complained. Hey, it lasts longer than you think. The sky will grow orange as you're nearing the end of your time limit. Oh, and you'll probably need something to hold the stones you find, won't you? There was a flash of light inside the circle and Ichigo soon found himself staring at a floating, bulging cloth pouch with a number on it. It was the same color as anti-hellfire and the counter on it was currently 0. This should keep track of the stones you find. Don't worry about space. The pouch has pocket dimension storage capacity. Find as many anti-stones as you can. Remember, you'll probably want one for all of the captains, the vice-captains, you and your friends. Your speed and your determination should be what keep you going. Don't be afraid to make as much noise as you'd like when the world is silent. 90 seconds is 90 seconds. Wait a minute, Ichigo had to make a complaint. I can smash a Getsuga Tensho into the forehead of one the Kushana, go Bankai, taunt them or whatever while this world is silent and they won't even care. Yup, Rita responded, though that time would more wisely be spent looking for anti-stones, wouldn't you agree? Oh, right, Ichigo stated, remembering that time was crucial. Be careful, even I can't guarantee your safety if one of those things grabs you. When you believe you've collected enough, you must return to this circle here and it'll automatically warp you out. Rita told him. Okay, got it, Ichigo said. Good luck, Ichigo, Rita said in sing-song, and after a few seconds Ichigo took a deep breath and then stepped outside the magic circle to begin the trial. Instantly the sky lit up orange. The Kushana in front of Ichigo became awash with color and its eyes flung open. Ichigo could instantly sense more Kushana converging on his location. Instinctively the Kushana took a swing at him. Ichigo evaded with Shunpo and began tearing off into the now not so silent hell looking for anti-stones. Alright, let's go, Rita said and tore open 2 portals, one to Karakura Town and one to Soul Society. I think I should put the Kushana on watch mode. She waved her staff in the air and it glowed for a few seconds, indicating the completion of her declaration. But Aizen and his goons will rip us apart if we go straight to Soul Society now, Tatsuki stated. Rip you apart, Rita reminded her. What exactly are you up to? Lelouch had a feeling Rita was about to tear into the Siriti on her own while the rest of them went back to Karakura Town. Aizen has a hostage I intend to set free, Rita answered. Wait then, couldn't you just fix this whole mess yourself? Lelouch asked. Rita shrugged, I could, but I won't. Where's the fun or life lesson in that? You give a man and you feed him for a day. You teach a man to fish and you'll feed him for a lifetime, Rita cocked her head to the side, unless of course he sucks at fishing even after he's learned. Now I understand why everyone prefers to consider her a myth. Shinji was starting to find Rita rather annoying. It was Mashiro all over again. But yeah, I'm trying to teach you all to fish, Rita said, putting her staff butt on the rock. Geez, you do less than Urahara, Tatsuki rubbed her head. Rita appeared right in her personal space with a sneer, I have every right to. In fact, I was given this job for a very good reason. Tatsuki backed away, noticing she had flipped a switch on Rita that she shouldn't have. This chick is crazy, Kigo commented. You're one to talk, Uriah pushed in his glasses. Orium, Rita spoke to the busted teen. Now if you'll excuse me, I should be heading out, have a safe trip back to Karakura Town. She looked at Mari before heading into the portal. I trust you to explain the situation. Of course your ladyship, Mari saluted. With a small smile Rita headed into the portal to Soul Society. Everyone follow me, Mari told the others and led them back to Karakura Town. Urahara shop. The exit portal the group had taken brought them straight through Urahara's basement. Urahara congratulated them on their return. Ah, good, you're all He noticed the absence of one substitute Soul Reaper. Where's Ichigo? Silent hell, Mari stated as if Urahara was supposed to understand what that was. Rita's gone off to the Soul Society on her own business. I'm here on her behalf. Wait, you're not the woman herself. Urahara was confused. Shinji shook his head. This gal here and the warden are as different as night and day, Kisuke. Okay, I have to be feeling things, Yuki said, stepping forward. I haven't felt this Ryotsu in more than a century and a decade, but that should be impossible. Mari smiled, hood still up. I see banishment hasn't changed you much. Mari looked from her old friend to So iPhone. You've changed quite a bit though. So iPhone was understandably confused. Mari pulled down her hood. I guess this will get results. So iPhone was dumbfounded to see the late captain standing before her. Rita's will is for you to get that Senkaimon up and running as soon as possible, Kisuke. If I know her, you should have it prepared by the time she succeeds in the business she is taking care of, Mari stated. What business is that? Yuki asked. I don't know, I just can gather that that's what Rita intends to happen. I've chattered with her ever since I've been in stasis, so I know a lot about how she functions. I still know very little about her, Mari stated. It's a shame you're dead. That knowledge would be of great use to the Soul Society, Lelouch stated. I think it's precisely because I'm dead. Rita prefers that information not be documented about her. She said she likes being feared by her reputation alone, thought to be a myth by all and an ill omen to evil, Mari stated. She sounds odd, Yuki stated. That doesn't even come close, Tatsuki exasperated. Silent hell. In the time it had taken Ichigo's Nakama, and Mari, and Lelouch, to walk through the portal and return to Karakura town, he had already collected 10 anti-stones. He was in the midst of collecting an 11th and was almost certain that this place had its own sentience and was trying to make this ordeal more difficult than it needed to be. For starters, gravity seemed to change intensity whenever it goddamn felt like it, and typically this was to make it harder for Ichigo to grab a stone. In one particular case, a stone had actually buzzed around him like a fly while Ichigo only had less than 15 seconds on the clock. This place was slowly getting on his nerves. And if that wasn't enough, right now he was finding it impossible to jump any higher than a normal human or gain a foothold in the air, and was being forced to climb this incredibly high patch of vines hanging off the wall of the plateau he was scaling, which had to rival the ladder in Urahara's shop. The vines led to an inset in the wall that Ichigo had seen an anti-stone floating in on his approach towards the area. He got up and grabbed the stone with 20 seconds left on the clock, not that he knew how much time he had. He wanted to rest, but knew that he couldn't take a break. He jumped back down to the ground, only noticing now that he could air bounce, and stand on air again. This is going to be so much fun, he said sarcastically. Soul Society. 10 p.m. Deep in Aizen's dungeon, Anohana was being tortured by Phoebe. The satanic woman was whipping Anohana's back as her nude body hung in front of her. Anohana's hands were tied up by chains that were hooked into the stone ceiling, and her feet were tied together and submerged in ice water. With every crack of the whip, the idea was to break Anohana's spirit. The idea was to make her realize that she was nothing more than Aizen's puppet, that all of the Togabito could do anything they wanted to her in the state she was in. In the past several hours, Anohana had been subject to several tortures and even sexually molested by both Treva and Zurich. Orin wouldn't come anywhere near her. He didn't want to have anything to do with her with what he had become, and he wouldn't let her stray him from the path he was on. Aizen had killed Yamamoto. He was far too powerful for Orin to handle if he betrayed, not to mention Naira was fiercely loyal to him. Betrayal was suicide. Rape had not started yet as a form of torture, but Aizen stated that once Anohana began pleading for mercy from the physical injuries at Phoebe's hand, then they could continue from there. Anohana's back was covered in scars and her body was covered in sweat and starting to shiver from the cold feeling in her toes. She might die or become horribly ill before Aizen was able to make any use of her. For Anohana that seemed like her only way out. She would not give in. She would not help Aizen. She would stick to her morals. What would Rita think if she gave up? It was humiliating to think of the situation she was in, let alone live it. She had been stripped of her fear factor and been reduced to a plaything for her enemies. It was so degrading. As the whip cracked, Anohana did her best to keep her sanity about her. What none of them knew, not even Oren, was that Anohana had a fetish for bondage, though usually she was the one on the giving end, as poor Isane could testify to. The strange thing was that she was on the giving end, and after more than 100 cracks of the whip she was starting to like it. It hurt, but she almost wanted to plead for more. She would not give Aizen or any of his flunkies the pleasure of seeing her squeal in delight or cry out in pain. She had been stoic and uncooperative up to this point. She would continue to do so. They would not break her. However, Anohana's tenacity could only go so far. "Come on!" Phoebe called as she whipped her. "Cry out!" She whipped her again. "Let me hear you scream." She whipped her again. "Break." She continued to whip her again and again, forcing Anohana to bite down on her lip. Her body was starting to betray her. She wouldn't last much longer as she tightened up her face and starting to be glad that Phoebe was behind her. Upon being struck for the umpteenth time, Anohana let out a small noise, but it wasn't much more than what she had been exuding, but it was higher pitched. "Yes!" Phoebe exclaimed. "Let go! Break! Break!" She continued to whip Anohana until finally the woman let out a loud moan as if she was enjoying it. Her cheeks turned red from the slight arousal. Phoebe grinned immensely. "Oh my goddess, you're enjoying this," she grinned with delight. Anohana looked back in disgust at her captor. "Damn you! Oh, don't give me that look, Retsu," she said, calling Anohana by her given name to further degrade her. She dropped the whip and slid her hands up the sides of Anohana's upper body until she began fondling the woman's breasts. "You should have known that this was bound to happen eventually. I didn't expect you to like it though," Phoebe laughed. "Perhaps I'll make you into my little pet." She stuck out her tongue and licked Anohana on the neck, above the collar around it. Anohana shed tears, furious that she had been brought to such a state. Phoebe traced a finger around the woman's navel. "We're going to have so much fun together, you and I." She stopped molesting Anohana when she heard a noise that sounded like a whistling and a laser blast. She knew what lasers were, having fought so many Togabito. Phoebe locked around her general area and then looked outside. She couldn't see anything and she prepared to resume feeling up Anohana. "I'm going to make you feel really good, but I need to get a few things. You wait here for me, okay dear?" Phoebe then brought her lips to Anohana's, forcing a kiss onto the medical captain. "You're so cute," Phoebe cooed, and then proceeded to go upstairs. When she reached her own living quarters, made out of what used to be part of the 4th Division, she rummaged through some drawers for vibrators and other sex toys when a presence stood behind her in the doorway of the unlit room. "Violating women in BDSM fashion? You just don't let some things go, do you, Phoebe?" Phoebe turned around. With the room the way it was, all she saw was a silhouette in the doorway, only for the individual to flip the lights, revealing a woman with squirrel ears with a beige cloak around her. "Oh, you're so cute," Phoebe marveled, "just looking at you gives me all sorts of ideas." The squirrel-eared girl smirked and chuckled a little. "You have no idea who I am, do you? Why don't you come out and say it, pretty thing?" Phoebe said, putting her hand on her claymore. She intended to beat the young woman in front of her into submission, and then she'd have twice the fun with her and Anohana together. How insulting! The young woman put a hand upon her chest area. She disappeared and reappeared by Phoebe as she sat atop a pyrite-colored staff. "You're telling me you have no idea who I am?" She disappeared again and was now hanging upside down in front of Phoebe, face to face. "That makes me sad." She disappeared again and stood in the middle of the room. "Aizen faced me and yet he doesn't say anything about me." She disappeared and was now leaning against the wall to Phoebe's left. "What a selfish man." She teleported again and stood on Phoebe's shoulders. "What are you talking about?" Phoebe was finding the young woman's constant teleporting about the area rather irritating and shook the squirrel woman off her shoulders as she flipped forward and then turned around to face Phoebe, who was starting to find this whole ordeal very infuriating. "Come now, Phoebe," the squirrel-eared spirit said, "surely you must have some idea." She disappeared and then reappeared right in Phoebe's intimate space. As to the true form of the Kushatanada leader, the woman accented and purposely accented each syllable. Phoebe became horror-struck and backed up into the wall and shrunk down underneath the windowsill. "No. Aizen said you wouldn't interfere," Phoebe cowered. "Oh, believe me, Rita put her hand up by her cheek. Normally I would, but you've taken hostage someone dear to me. Rita glared at Phoebe, and I want her back. Scrambling to her feet, knees shaking, Phoebe grabbed her claymore. Yes, ready yourself and prepare for a painful end. Rita's staff began to glow. Silent hell. Ichigo, for once, was counting the time he had left in his head whilst he searched for another anti-stone. He still had a full minute left, but the sky started to turn yellow. Ichigo, scared it was going to turn orange, began dashing. What the hell? He panicked. I still have a full minute left. To collect his first, 7th, and 14th anti-stone, Ichigo had to duck and weave away from the Kusanada that woke up in order to collect stones, and he was not looking forward to that fun-filled chase again, but the sky had been orange at the time. Now it was yellow, and as he ran around he noticed that nothing was happening. No Kusanada were chasing him, and no inclination that they were waking up was noticeable either. Hey! Ichigo shouted. Rita, I think this place is broken. There was no answer. Rita. Soul Society. Blasting Phoebe through the wall with anti-hellfire, Rita followed up and sailed over Phoebe as her back was facing the ground with Rita's stomach over Phoebe. She slammed the end of her staff into Phoebe's stomach and then backflipped off of her. Phoebe got up and struck towards Rita by powering her legs with demonic energy to reach Rita. She put Rita on the defensive as Rita began to block her strikes. She's not so tough. I have her on the ropes. All she can do is block me. Rita sighed in her head. I wonder what I should have to eat first chance I get to eat the Soul Society cuisine. I'm sort of feeling like ramen, but maybe I should have sushi. Sushi always tastes better. No, wait, maybe some fresh fish? I haven't had fish in a while. Rita started coming out of her thoughts and realized that she'd been blocking and doing no means of a counter-attack. Oh, I'm sorry, are you still attacking? Hoi yeah. She uppercut Phoebe in the jaw, drove her elbow into her back and then hoisted herself up into the air as she planted her staff into the ground and then kicked Phoebe in the head with a spinning kick, knocking the half-demon knight to the ground. Rita stood stolidly while Phoebe got up. I must say, your skills are impressive, Phoebe said as she stood up, but I'm not even using my real strength. The sounds of skin tearing and stretching began to be heard as Phoebe began to expand and grow in size. Phoebe doubled in height and girth and a long tail grew out of her tailbone. She expanded through her armor and her skin turned yellow. Her nose became like that of an aardvark and her ears became elfish. Two sharp fangs dropped from her mouth. She had hooves for feet and her body became incredibly muscular. Her breasts did not stay with her in her full demon form. Her Ryutsu had more than tripled. How's this? This form is the same form that poor Retsu didn't last 5 seconds against. What chance do you have? Phoebe threw a punch at Phoebe, much faster than one would expect from a creature of her size. Rita was nowhere in sight. Crushed you. However, she then noticed that Rita was on her shoulder. Did you forget, Phoebe? Or, perhaps, it never occurred to you, or maybe you just never knew, I'm a Soul Reaper too. And I have both Shikai and Bankai. Not to mention, Rita stood up and then drop-kicked Phoebe in the face, tumbling her forward, and Rita appeared at Phoebe's foot and tripped her with a sweeping low kick before grabbing her tail and chucking her. Your species is not good at sensing Ryutsu. You should know that I wasn't given my position for show. There's a reason I lead the Kusanada. Karakura Town. Urahara finally set up the Senkaimon and everyone began to walk through it, but Kigo and Yoshino were hesitant to do so. After some discussion, Lelouch discovered that the anti-stones raised one's ability to fight Togabito by about 100 ranks. As Mari also mentioned, the ranks that each individual fought in the arena was rigged in their favor so that they could win without exhausting themselves, but so that each and every combatant would be forced not to hold back, as Rita wanted to see the full extent of everyone's power to a degree, though she was surprised when Yoshino and Lelouch cheated in her opinion. Kigo and Yoshino now decided they wanted to stay in Karakura Town rather than go to Soul Society, and their reasoning was not without merit. Someone's gotta stay behind and protect Karakura Town while you're all gone, Kigo said, might as well be us. Wow, and for a second I thought you were just chickening out, Tatsuki gleamed and then scratched her head while tilting it down and glanced towards her left foot, but yeah, I suppose you two are the weakest links of the bunch. Boy, wait until Soul Society gets a load of this. A former enemy of the town now stands to protect it from harm while its true heroes run off to save the day, Shinji commented. You sound like you want to publish an article in the communication, Kensei remarked. Can't I? Shinji shrugged. Hisuna-chan seemed like a nice woman and this is a matter of interest. We can worry about journalism later, let's get moving, Lelouch urged. Yururu, I'm counting on you to hold the gate open, Urahara told her. Yes, Yururu nodded. Hinta, make sure the shop is in good condition when we get back, Tessai told him. Yes sir, Mr. Tessai sir, you can count on me. Hinta saluted. Asano, so help me if you give Okasan any trouble, so iPhone said, getting irked. Sensei, I promise, I'll be a good student, Kigo assured her. One by one everyone began to head out through the Senkaimon. Before Uriah went through, Yoshino approached him. Uriah, wait. She told him. Uriah turned around only for Yoshino to press her smooth lips against his, surprising him. She broke away and smiled at him. Come back safe, okay? Oh okay, Uriah was still a little shaken up. Yoshino winked, there can be more of that when you return, if you want. What's this, all of a sudden? Uriah asked. We've been living together for several months now, Uriah. I've grown accustomed to you, and I like you. Uriah flushed and cleared his throat. He had been so focused on his studies that he hadn't had time to give his relationship with Yoshino much thought. Not to mention he always thought she saw him as a child and not as a man, not to mention his mommy issues prevented him from naturally seeing Yoshino as anything more than a maternal figure, but he had seen her this way on occasion. Hey, Uriah, come on. Tatsuki noticed that he was holding everyone else up. Good luck, Yoshino told Uriah. Thank you, he said, and as he headed off looked back at her and said, I'll come back. I swear it on my pride as Quincy. He then entered into the Senkaimon. Soul Society. Phoebe and Rita were still doing battle and the Squirrel Girl was evading or blocking most of Phoebe's attacks. The demonic woman hadn't struck the warden once. Phoebe was growing increasingly frustrated. Hold still and let me hit you, she exclaimed. Pardon me, but I always believed the point of a fight was to sustain the least injury possible or desired, and I don't desire to get hit at all, Rita quipped. Phoebe punched Rita's body, but the squirrel didn't get hit so much as she grappled Phoebe's hand and then lifted her up before tossing her behind her. Phoebe motioned to her feet, but Rita slammed her foot into her opponent's back and slammed the butt of her staff into Phoebe's spinal column. Bored now, kicking your ass, she said quickly. She vanished from the vicinity of Phoebe's body. Bakudo 99, Kin, she bound Phoebe to the ground, Heido 90, Kuro Hitsuji. She lacerated Phoebe from head to toe. Sonic Hellfire. Rita unleashed a stream of anti-hellfire on Phoebe's body and it began to burn. Rita's eyes then glowed as her staff began to spin rapidly on its own behind her. Rita moved her arms in front of her as if she were pedaling a bike with her hands. By the power invested in me, I lay claim to your soul. At the exclamation of the last word, chains ripped up from the ground and bound Phoebe in place, and then a hell gate opened and swallowed her up. Rita then banged her staff on the ground. You're going to be staying in Circle 9 for a while. Hope this teaches you to be wary of what kind of company you keep and what plans you get wrapped up in. Rita then spoke much more seriously, like a mother scolding a child, but she didn't leave her somewhat cheery disposition, unlike Urahara, who would drop the antics when he was serious. Oh, and if you touch Retsu again, I'll rip out your spine and shove it into your heart while magically keeping your vitals stable so that you can somehow live in that state of existence. Walking away and using a few flash steps, Rita made her way to Aizen's dungeon. Anohana had fallen asleep on her feet, though it was more like she fainted. Rita untied her and unbound her from the ice water. Rita then removed her cloak and draped it around the woman she saw as a daughter to her. She lay Anohana down on her back and waved her hand over her to check her mental condition. Poor dear, Rita said, staff in the ground. Rita reached down at her waist to a small pouch she kept on a belt she wore around her leotard. She took out a pill that was a panacea pill. Anohana's injuries, ailments, shame, they would disappear with this pill. Rita had a limited supply of these cure-all pills and they were only to be used in case she got really beaten up. The Soul King had given them to her for that purpose, but Rita had, though she rarely spent time with her, took a liking to Anohana. Why? Because Rita saw a lot of herself in the girl, that's why. That was why she spurred Anohana onto her current path. If Rita, a young woman who had mannerisms and desires to inflict bodily harm, could become one of the most powerful Soul Reapers, then Anohana, who had a good bundle of Ryotsu for a non-Soul Reaper when the two first met, could do the same. At the same time, Rita also thought it would be amusing to care for a single Soul Reaper like it was some sort of pet, but she'd become attached to Anohana as she watched her grow, smiling at her accomplishments. If someone ever asked Rita if she liked her job, she'd probably give the following answer: judging souls day in and day out, putting bad guys away in a plane of eternal suffering while having the strength to show them what for if they get restless. No, who would want that job? I'm qualified for it and I make my own fun out of it, but it's not like I like it. Having to judge so many people, reading all of those horrific tales of sin, it's enough to make me wanna puke. I'd just as soon beat up all the Togabito myself, but I don't have that kind of time on a day-to-day basis, or the clearance. I don't take pride in my job. It's a necessity that I turn into a game because otherwise I'd go crazy. I didn't even have the option for this job. I was given it because I was too demanding and too crazy to hang around my peers. So do I like and take pride in my job? No, I do not. Rita would then stop and pause and then add, the only time I feel pride is whenever I look at what's become of Anohana Retsu. Sometimes I feel that she was the only good thing I've ever done in my life. Reciting those words in her head, since Anohana was unconscious, Rita had to deposit Anohana's pill from mouth to mouth and massage the woman's throat to get her to swallow it. I hope I never have to do that again, Rita thought to herself as she distastefully wiped her mouth. She then smiled at Anohana as she began to recover, but, for her I'd do anything. You've become so strong, Retsu. I'm very proud of you. Anohana began to come to and coughed. She saw the woman who had spurred her to become a Soul Reaper and was confused. Rita. Hi Retsu, Rita smiled gleefully at her and then leaned away from Anohana's body and stood up before helping Anohana to her feet. You rescued me? Anohana asked as she tugged to the beige cloak she knew belonged to the older woman in front of her. Of course, Rita said cheerfully, you're doing your best to atone and besides you're needed. Balance will fall apart if I interfere, but at the very least I can bring you to the others. What? Anohana coughed, do you mean? Rita answered only by snapping her fingers and a folded shiakusho set appeared on the floor. Get dressed. She commanded. Anohana nodded and began to get dressed, but when she got to the Haori she stopped. Wait, this is the wrong Haori. No it isn't, Rita shook her head slightly with the same cheery disposition. But this is the number 1 Haori, Anohana stated as she held the Haori up by tops of the sleeves, I'm number 4. It's yours now Retsu, Rita turned her head to look at Anohana causing her to gasp. She clutched the Haori to her. And no. I couldn't. This is too sudden. I can't accept this responsibility. Surely that is how it was meant to be, but this is too soon. Rita put her staff behind her back and put her cloak back on, tying it around her waist and then put her hands on Anohana's shoulders. Things will be alright. You are ready Retsu. Who cares if it's too soon? It was bound to happen eventually and you know that. I take responsibility Retsu. Yamamoto Shijikuni Genri Yusai is gone and the Soul Reapers need a leader, Rita told her. But Hisuna Teiko has leadership qualities even I am envious of, Anohana was still being modest about this. Hisuna has inexperience as a captain and though you try hard to deny it, you are the better fighter. You don't have to chance just because you put on this Haori. It's just a coat Retsu. Stay as you are, but hold your head high, this is your destiny. Wear your destiny proudly Retsu. Anohana did nothing. If not for you, then for me? Will you wear the title proudly for me and show me that I made the right decision in spurring you onto this path all those years ago? Anohana took a deep breath and then put on the Squad 1 Haori. She focused her mind and managed to summon Minajiki to her and then slung the Nodaichi's red string over back. She smiled at Rita with the same warm smile she gave everyone. We are going to the others. You betcha, Rita said and sat down on her staff and urged for Anohana to sit behind her. Come on. Anovana sat down behind Rita and after blasting the wall to bits ventured into the night sky to Inzuri. End of chapter 125. Check the description for the links to the author.